Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We are coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific, normally 5 p.m. Pacific. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So some quick maths for y'all. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link for that is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. $10 and up will be displayed. $100 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $69 TTS for the first 30 minutes of the show, then we'll be bumping it up to $200 after the first 30 minutes, $200 thereafter. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Guys, pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, easy way to support the show every single month. By the way, is it bugged? Can someone test out the little Twitch Prime in the chat? We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time. If you can't catch the full shows, we have 3 clips channels. Link for 2 of those is in the description. The other one you just have to stumble upon, I guess. We have a private Patreon members only Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Link for that is in the description. We posted the BTS of the girl who attacked Nick. Amaranth subbed on. There's no way that's the actual Amaranth. Yeah, the BTS for the girl who attacked Nick. She like ripped off his necklace, tried to steal his phone. Crazy stuff. That's on the Patreon, so check it out, guys. We're going to be posting more BTS stuff there shortly. Disclaimer: the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the whatever channel. And my apologies that we're running a little bit late here. As you guys know, we normally aim to go live at 5 p.m. We had a bunch of flakes. Maddie and Nick were in the mean streets of Isla Vista, Santa Barbara, just trying to... Which camera are you looking at, Maddie? That one? You like... No, you gotta look dead center. Yeah, don't look at the top one. That one's not on. You gotta look dead center. Oh, IRS is now a member. Well, okay. Hold on. That's a little alarming. Uh-oh. Shit. I'm gonna get audited. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Eva, thank you, man. So, yeah, we had like 9 flakes total today, 6 of which within 24 hours, and then like 3 that flaked like an hour before the show. So my apologies once again for us being late. But without further ado, with that said, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
I'm Anaya. I'm 24.
Into the mic.
I'm a singer-songwriter, and I'm from Los Angeles.
All right. Welcome. What about you?
I'm Anza. I'm 25, and I'm in between LA and Santa Barbara.
What do you do for work?
Oh, right. I am a student and musician.
Where are you a student?
Here at UCSB.
What are you studying?
Music composition.
Undergrad?
I'm graduating this spring.
Are you undergrad or grad student?
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, got it. All right, cool. What about you?
All right, I am Ebony Janae. I am 28 years old, and I'm originally from Boston, but I live here in Los Angeles now.
And what are you doing for work?
I'm currently a content creator, astrologer, club promoter.
Okay.
A few things.
What does an astrologer do?
I read charts.
You read charts?
I do.
Okay. How long you been doing that for? Did you go to school for that?
So I went for psychology for my degree, but I've been studying astrology for about 8 years.
What did they say about Tauruses?
I'm a Taurus. We're pretty stubborn,
Very
but we
stubborn.
like to work and we
Mess
like money.
with the bull, you get the horns.
That's a fact. That's very much a fact.
Okay.
We'll find the easy way to do anything too.
Okay. All right. Wait, and going back to you, you said you do, you're studying music composition.
Yeah.
So you're like classically trained musician?
Yeah, classically trained, but I mainly focus on rock and film composition.
Okay. And do you play an instrument or are you a singer?
Voice, piano, guitar.
Are you a soprano?
Soprano with a freaky low range, they say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
All right.
I also
Can,
wanna-
can we hear something?
I mean, sure.
Are we, what are we talking? Like opera? What are we talking? What
I
kind
mean,
of
I
singing?
trained in opera, but like.
Oh shit! Let's hear something. Let's hear it. Let's
Wait,
hear
put
it.
her on the spot.
Wait. God, what did I say?
Lol.
Little Taylor Swift.
The hold on. What's it called? It's the Queen, the Night aria.
Oh,
What
Queen
is
of the
it?
Night.
Queen of the Night
yeah,
aria?
Yeah.
Oh my! I was about to do it, but it's hard as.
Okay. I have not warmed up today.
Wait, can you do it though?
I'll give it a shot.
Hell yeah, do it.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah.
Damn.
Very good.
There we go. There we go. It would have been better even with the warm up. Okay.
Yeah.
That was good. That's a very hard opera piece.
I mean,
is my
I don't know if I
understanding.
started in the right key, but that's.
It was maybe a little off, but
Yeah,
It
no,
was-
it was definitely a little pitchy. I'm not gonna lie, but
oh,
yeah.
you aren't warmed up. You're on the spot, but that was very impressive.
Thank you.
Okay, sweet. And then we'll have to. What's that one from the? There was this movie in the '90s that featured an opera piece, The Fifth Element. Are you familiar with
Oh
that?
God, yes.
But that one's like almost impossible, right?
I think I know which one you're
You know what
talking
I'm
about.
talking about? Yeah.
Yeah. I could do it, maybe.
Right now? Fuck it. Okay, do it.
Oh God, is that the one I was like?
It's the one with the blue alien or whatever.
Is that the
Or
one
wait,
where
no.
she's being like, what? Da, 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 that,
I think
that
so.
one? Okay.
You got it?
Okay, sure. Something like that, right?
Girl.
Wow.
That was really good.
That was good.
In studio,
hey,
it's
guys.
really nice.
Guys, how
Good at
how are your eardrums? Chat, how are your eardrums? Oh no. Okay, all right.
This is a very classy podcast. Opera singers.
Yeah, we got an opera singer. We'll have to. We'll go back to the what is it? It's what's the actual title of the first one that you did? The Night Queen.
Oh well, the character
Mozart.
is Queen of the Night, but that song isn't.
I'm trying to find the.
I mean, you
actual
can
name.
find it if you just type Queen of the Night. So.
Queen of the Night aria.
Yeah.
The magic flute.
It was
That's
the
what I
magic
was.
flute. That's
the
the
magic
opera.
flute. That's what I was looking for. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. That was good. Thank
you.
I preferred the first one, but
Sorry.
we'll have you do it again later on. So okay. And instruments, you said piano, vocal, and
Guitar.
guitar. Oh wow.
Can I just say I forgot to say I also do music, but that's.
Wow, you guys should start a band.
I was
This-
gonna
these
say-
three
Hell
right
yeah,
here.
I'm
forgot
looking
that
for
one.
musicians.
Oh, there you go. What about you?
Yeah, I'm Danielle. I'm 25. I'm from Salt Lake City, Utah, and I am a grad student right now, and I also work as a nanny.
You said you're from Utah?
Yeah.
Salt Lake?
Yeah,
Or- okay. And you said 25, right?
25. Yeah.
All right. What about you?
Hi, my name is Ming Wei. I'm 32 and I do all sorts of things. I'm a surf coach. I work.
Oh.
6,969 blah 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 69 donated $69.
Oh.
Woo 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 ebony I want a motorboat dem teeters like a throw.
Okay,
God
thank
bless
you.
you.
Blah
Thank
blah
you.
blah. 69. Appreciate it, man. So you're a surf coach. What else?
I do a little modeling and a very small amount of content creation. I work with kids with autism, and sometimes I'm a high school substitute teacher.
All right. And you're based in? Did you say Ventura?
Yeah.
Okay. Favorite surf spot?
I know you want me to say Rincon.
C Street. I like it. C Street's a great spot.
I just don't want. I don't want to blow it up even more.
I mean, it's on Surfline.
Yeah, I know.
I don't. Are there like secret spots in Ventura? Not
there's
really.
no more secret spots
Yeah,
anywhere.
Not. Yeah. Maybe a couple in Santa Barbara, but you have to go up north. Ish. Anyways.
Yeah.
Okay. Maddie, what about you?
My name is Madison. I'm 19 years old. I work for the Whatever podcast. I'm from San Diego, California. I am also a student at Santa Barbara City College studying business and communication.
And my Caucasian, Rachel Wilson.
Yes, I am Mrs. Andrew Wilson, but you guys can call me Rachel. I'm a mom. I'm a researcher and author of this here book, Occult Feminism, Secret History of Women's Liberation. I'm also a certified firearms instructor, but most importantly, the wife of the infamous Andrew Wilson, who was so good to unchain me from the stove long enough just to let me come out here. So thank you very much for having me.
Good to have you. Good to have you. Glad we finally were able to get you on. What did you say age?
43.
43. All right. All right. So, going around the table once more, we're going to get everybody's relationship status. So, are you single, talking stage, relationship, situationship, friends with benefits, married?
Just Gerald donated $69. From the whole chat and every viewer, welcome to whatever, Mrs. Wilson.
Oh, there you go. You guys
Occult
welcome.
feminism blew my mind.
Yo, Dane, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Good to see you in the chat. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, buddy. Okay, so relationship status, whatever it is. If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in, starting with you? Go ahead.
Okay. It's very complicated. I'm in, I guess, a situationship, and I've been in this, a couple of situationships for 2 to 4 years.
So wait, are you currently in a couple situationships, like you're dating multiple guys at the same time?
Yes.
How many situationships are you currently in?
2.
You're in 2. Okay. Have you been in more previously?
Yes.
What's the most you've been in at the same time?
Oh, like simultaneously?
Yeah.
This is the most.
This is the most?
Yeah.
Okay. And you've been seeing these 2 guys for how long?
One of them for 4 years and the other one for 2.
2 years?
Yeah. Well, almost 2 years.
Have you ever been exclusive with either of them, or has it always been a
Yeah.
situationship?
Whatever fan donated $100. Contributing to the barbecue session with
Yeah, thank you,
Rachel
man.
for
Appreciate
tonight. Pass the plates around and let her cook.
Period.
All right, whatever fan. Thank you, man. Barbecue session, yeah, it's in the works. Appreciate it, dude. There's actually one more coming in, so I'm gonna, before I ask some clarifying questions, I'm gonna wait and let it come through.
Couch_hopper_outdoors donated $69.
Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Andrew gave me pizza yesterday. Also to the bro in white, are you a cuckold?
Huh? No.
Are you supposed to be the bro?
I guess.
That's a
Also,
woman.
I don't know what that means.
Donated $69. My sprinkler goes like this. And comes back like this.
Nice. That's what a sprinkler sounds like.
that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So wait. Okay. 2 situationships. One you've been seeing for 4 years. One you've been seeing for 2 years. Do they know about each other?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They actually got into an argument today.
Wait, today?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody
Right before this.
Somebody DM'd me and said that a girl who was going to be on the show today, he didn't say who, has been cheating on him. But I don't know if that's you, but some guy DM'd me. He's like, a girl who's going to be on the show today, who's coming on, is my girlfriend, and
That
she's been
sounds about
cheating
right.
on me.
Sounds about right. Yeah. No, not me, but that's my best friend, so.
That okay.
But you so because I'm saying that because you said they
But
got
he did
they
it
got
too.
into
He started it.
He
They
started
both
what?
started it.
What'd they start?
Made it what it is. Cheating.
They were cheating. The guys were cheating.
Yeah.
But I mean, you said it's been.
I'm not gonna be stupid, so I'm gonna cheat back.
I'm a little confused though, because I mean, you said that it's never been exclusive at any point in your relationship.
No.
You said you both categorize them as situationships, right?
Well, I categorize them as situationships because I feel like they like to both play the field.
Okay. Huh.
Devon Jackson donated
Hey,
$69.
good to see you, Devon.
W. Rachel L. Feminism.
You want to say anything to Davon?
Hi,
Boom.
Davon. Thank you for the super chat.
Thank you, Davon. Appreciate it. By the way, W's in the chat for Rachel's pink. Look at the pink. It looks good. I like the... People always wear like kind of more dull colors, but I like the pink. It looks good against the background. Anyways, okay. So, they got into a fight? Like a fist fight in person
No,
or like a verbal?
They want to.
They want to fight over you. Does the winner gets you?
I think it's past that.
Nick, could you open the door?
It's just been a bunch of disrespect from both ends towards each other.
Towards each other.
For like the things that they've said. One of them actually pulled up to the house that we were staying at. Yeah.
Word. The underscore bear underscore in underscore the underscore woods donated $69. Why you keep sending
the
your
bear in the woods.
304s into the woods? We don't want your hose either.
First off, we use the term strumpet, not 304. We use strumpet here at the whatever podcast. See, strumpet, not 304. Strumpet. Okay. We need a there's people been sending me so many of these bear or man memes.
The poor bears.
Poor bears.
What did we do to the bears?
These bears are they're enjoying the free food though. Okay. Okay, they're fighting between each other.
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So if they are, like, why are they fighting if they're mad that you were cheating? Like, why wouldn't they just break it off? Why would they want to, like, fight more?
I think everybody's delusional, including me.
Okay.
Good answer.
When you say you're delusional, what do you mean?
Like, I want to be a lover girl, but it's hard because I just feel like everybody just lies a lot, and I feel like, including me, I have lied, but it's just, it is what it is.
Get Booped donated $69. Why is poo-poo time always pee-pee time, but pee-pee time isn't always poo-poo time?
Actually a good question.
Wow, that is just some high tier. Thank you, Get Booped. Appreciate it. We'll leave that to the philosophers and the academics to figure out. So, okay. So you lie, they lied. Now, when you said you were...
Dreamweaver underscore beaver donated $69. Haikus are easy, but sometimes they don't make sense. Refrigerator. Word.
We got another one coming in, so I'll preempt it. But refrigerator haikus are. Oh, was that a haiku?
Yeah, that was a haiku.
That was a haiku?
Yeah.
That was beautiful. That's some Shakespeare shit. Thank you, Dreamweaver Beaver.
Dylan
Thank
Lolly
you.
donated $69.
Oh.
Get these ladies a pen and paper.
Oh.
Rachel's about to take y'all to class.
To class?
Women choose bear to make everyone happy. Bear eats. Woman is believed as the victim, and the man avoids a false accusation.
We have another one coming in. Dylan, thank you, man, for the TTS. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dylan.
Thank you, sir. You are a legend and a scholar.
Rachel underscore is underscore mammy donated $69. Holy sheet. No wonder Andrew is always in a good mood. Look at his wife. Holy eek is on all of the bikies. What are red flags you all have ignored in the past that you absolutely shouldn't have?
What is that directed towards you, Rachel, or the whole panel?
I don't know. What is it?
What are red flags y'all have ignored in the past that you absolutely shouldn't have? So Rachel is mommy. I'm gonna write that down, and we'll ask that a little later on in the show, just until we get through the relationship status stuff.
No
so,
simping, guys. Thanks for the super
what are
chat.
the red
Stop
flags
simping.
y'all have ignored? Red flags ignored. Okay. So in an average week or average month, so you were seeing two guys at the same time, two situationships. How often would you be seeing each of them? Like one time per week each, basically?
No, it would be like I'll be dealing with one person and then we'll get into it and I'll find out about something and then I will go to the next person that I was dealing with and then be dealing with them.
When you say dealing with them, do you mean like you would... What do you mean dealing with?
Bevo_the_cup donated $69. Hey Brian, when you going to have some guys on that I can farm my wife out to? She's looking for a good gangbang.
Oh, this is, okay, you're role-playing as Bevo. Q's coming next week. We have Jaquan coming next week.
Nicorino donated $69.
Yo, thank you,
Long
Nick.
time watcher of both the Crucible and Whatever Pod.
We got more
Big
coming in.
shout out to Rachel Wilson.
I'm gonna have to
Big
boost.
L to
We're gonna boost it
feminism.
soon. All right, Nick. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. And then we have Ripped, Rich, and Rare about to come in. Nick, you can hide that. It's about to come in. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it.
Ripped, Rich, and Rare donated $69.
This is a song, by the way.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom. You said I'ma have his kids. Don't care if he's here or not. Now you're a single mom.
Word.
Touche.
Well
Those are
put.
song
Well
lyrics.
put. Thank you. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Okay, so try to get through this. You're currently in two situationships. One you've been seeing for 4 years, one you've been seeing for 2 years.
Yeah.
They know about each other. They're fighting. In the 4-year period, the 2-year period, I'm assuming like have other guys come into the picture, gone out of the picture?
No.
So you're 24. From 20 to 24, you've only been seeing these two guys. Is that correct?
Well, technically one of them, but so I guess from 22 to 24, I was seeing the other one, and that's when it overlapped.
But I'm saying like there weren't even like any other people coming into the picture at all.
Before.
I'm talking like even just a one-time casual thing.
No.
Okay. So two dudes.
Like, I'd gone on dates, but not like one night
Like
stands or
hookups.
anything. Yeah, no.
Okay. All right. So why haven't you, like, have you not been desirous of having a long-term relationship with either of these guys?
I have. I wanted to, but things just got really complicated just because of a lot of the stuff that they would do and like bring up. Like it's just like a lot of disrespect that has happened. Like being disrespectful to the relationship and just cheating a lot notoriously and dealing with exes and just having stuff be really messy to the point where like my parents are getting involved. They're messaging my parents and things like that. And I've had a couple abortions because of, like, it was, just a lot of stuff. I don't know if I was allowed to say that word.
No, you can. That's totally fine. Okay.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $69. Mrs. Wilson, welcome to whatever.
Yeah, thank you.
Please,
Hey, Grid 1.
while I know
Thank
you
you,
will
Grid
be
1.
tempted, show no mercy. The patriarchy supports you in these endeavors
Oh, wow.
and respects all your effort. Respect.
Thank you.
Grid 1.
Yo, good to see you in the chat, Grid 1. Appreciate it, man. Okay, so hold on. This is, at any point in the 4 years or whatever, did you ever call either of these guys your boyfriend?
Yeah.
Okay, but you said it was a situation, it's been situationships the entire time.
I would say for the first one, it didn't start off like no, it did start off like a situationship, and then it grew into like we're in a relationship and we defined what it was. But I call it a situationship because I don't feel like he was ever treating it like a relationship, even when he did define the relationship. It just wasn't like that because his actions were not lining up with his words.
Were you guys like exclusive at this point, or was there still multiple people involved?
We were supposed to be exclusive, so there was no exclusivity on his end. So that's when I was like, okay, well, I'm not just going to continue to sit here and be played by somebody.
But you kept dating him.
Yeah.
Why did you decide to keep dating him if he was cheating?
Because I'm delusional.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
That just seems like a lot of work and like mental stress.
I don't know, man. That sounds like a lot of work.
She's right. Sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah.
It is.
So, okay, but just to be clear, so you're currently in 2 situationships. When you said that there's overlap, for example, would you see Bobby on Wednesday and Trevor on Friday?
No, it wouldn't go like that. It was more so like, as soon as I find out about something from one person, because it's more so like on and off. So as soon as I find out about something that one person did, then I'm like, okay, I'm done with you at this moment, and I'm gonna go and be with the
Okay,
other person.
in a 24-hour period, have you ever hung out with both of them?
Yeah.
In a 24-hour period, have you ever had carnal knowledge of both of them?
What is carnal knowledge?
Physical relations of some
Sexual
kind.
intercourse.
Sexual
I'll wait
relations.
till the next day.
Sexual
but-
relation.
but
You'd
yeah.
wait. You'd be polite, considerate. Wait till the next,
Oh my God, y'all, this is
like
so bad. but
12
yeah.
hours. Okay. Okay.
Did you
good to
take
know.
a shower in between? I'm just kidding.
Yes.
All right.
Good for you.
All right. Good times. Okay. So maybe we'll come
but
back
you know,
to.
protection is.
Of course.
also-
Of course. All right. Well, maybe we'll come back to that a little later on in the show. What about you?
What was the question again? It's been a minute.
Relationship status.
So yeah, single.
Single. Okay. Orientation.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Is it like the pretty 50-50 split there, or do you more so date women, more so date men?
I mean, hard to say. I was in a relationship for a while that was with a guy, so I'm only now really getting to experience
The ladies?
Yeah.
Okay. How long, longest relationship?
Nearly 3 years.
3 years. Is that your most recent one?
Yeah.
When did it end?
Like 7 months ago?
7 months ago. Who ended it?
Me.
Skeezer_aversion donated $69. This Skeezer's coochie is a graveyard, a few abortions. That's insane. Murdering your offspring instead of taking responsibility for your poor choices.
Oh.
Fellas, protect your seed.
Well, like I said, I didn't want to. It was something that I had to, but that's another conversation.
Okay. And then coming back to you, so you've been single for 7 months. You said you ended the relationship?
I did.
Why is that?
A lot of things. Again, talk about disrespect in the relationship. I mean, we had been arguing for, a good 2 years of that relationship. It was like, why are we still doing this? And then last year was hands down the hardest year of my life, and I wasn't getting the support I needed. And so I thought, if this is somebody I want to spend the rest of my life with, there's going to be harder times in my life than this. And if I'm not getting the support now, why do I want that in the future?
Okay. You said there was some disrespect. By the way, we're bumping the TTS up, guys. So it's just back up to the normal. We're going to do 100 read, 200 TTS. What was the disrespect?
For one thing, I got DM messages from other girls who had gotten messages from him. Mm-hmm. And I had seen some of those on his phone as well. And I know he kissed a stripper. And
What?
yeah.
Kissed a stripper? Mm-hmm. Spearmint Rhino? was that where?
No, I wasn't there when it happened.
Oh, okay.
I've heard of that place.
Yeah.
We have one in Santa Barbara.
I did not know that. So.
I also have one in Santa Monica.
Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. I was
Okay.
at work and that happened.
So he's cheating, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Good times.
Yeah. I mean, I could never, of course, confirm if he actually went to those girls' places, but
Prior to this relationship with him, did you date any girls or have any romantic or sexual relationships with any women?
no, I mean, I was always into them, but
It just never happened?
Yeah.
Okay, but post your 3-year relationship, you have had some relationships with women or short-term?
I wouldn't say relationships, but I've definitely been
Casual.
involved. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And do you have like I know you said you're bi, but do you like have a preference more so towards men, women, or about the same?
About the same.
About the same. Okay. Are you currently seeing, or you said you're single, right?
Mm-hmm.
But is there anybody in the picture, even anything?
I mean, I'm going
Well,
on dates.
You got, because I feel like you got Riz.
Well, thank you. I try.
So like you probably got like a roster, right?
I mean,
Like you got,
there's a lot of
like,
people
some
on the
side
dating
hoes.
apps.
You got like side pieces and shit, right? Like
Sure.
like you just will go on a date and just bust out some opera and it's like it's a done deal, right? It's like
Oh yeah, that's really what gets them. Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, there's some people.
okay.
Yeah.
So you do have a roster then currently, or?
I mean, I want to say there's only like a handful. Not it's not even a full hand.
So
It's
like
just-
3?
Yeah.
3,
maybe
4?
That talking.
How many girls currently?
Not as many as you think. They're harder to talk to.
It's a little harder. Okay.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah.
Wait, what? Oh, okay.
Oh.
So like, would you say you're currently kind of like talking stage, like maybe 2 girls, 2 guys, something like that,
I
or
want to say there's like one girl.
1 girl,
And yeah,
1 guy,
2 guys maybe.
2 guys maybe?
Well, because some are like in the starting stages of like maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you poly?
No.
Okay. So you would be desirous of a monogamous relationship.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you currently want a relationship, or are you kind of happy to keep things a bit more casual for the time being?
I think it's getting to that point where I might want to get more serious, but I'm just kind of going with the flow. If it feels right, it feels right. I don't want any expectations with anybody. You know, I don't want to
Sure.
force the expectation of we're going to get in a relationship. That just feels weird.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What about you?
I am currently single. I just got out of a toxic relationship. My longest relationship is 5 years, but the last relationship was, say, 3.5.
When did your last relationship end?
Let's say like December.
So 6-7 months ago.
Yeah.
And that was the 3.5-year relationship?
Yep.
Who ended it?
I did first, but then we
was
lived
it
together.
on again, off again? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we lived together, and I think we were still trying to make it work, and then he agreed. So
To the breakup?
yeah,
Okay.
he didn't accept it at first, but
So who ended it first?
I did.
Why?
Because he was super controlling, and he would fill every space that I was in with negative energy. Everywhere.
When
I
you say
went.
super controlling, what are some examples of that?
Didn't want me to do music.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't want me to hang out. Didn't want me to go outside. Didn't like any of my friends. Kind of isolated me a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
even from family a little bit.
When you
But at the
say
end of the day-
when you say didn't want you to go out, do you mean like bars and clubs?
Yeah, but he also didn't want to go out like with me either. Like he really didn't enjoy outside either, but I did. So
When you're saying outside, you mean like out partying?
yeah, like
basically?
even just like doing stuff like
going for
let's
a hike.
say like I want to take a trip, or I want to like we've
Okay.
taken trips and we went to the clubs. He loved the strip club.
He loved the strip club.
So
Or-
crazy enough, I love the strip club as well, and I introduced him to the strip club. However,
Did you used to dance?
no,
Oh, okay.
never danced, but I love girls as well. I'm bi.
Oh, okay. Your orientation?
Bi.
Bi? Okay.
Yeah. I want to marry a man, and I like girls for poly situations.
You like women for poly situations?
Yes.
Okay.
I
Have
don't
you
know
had
if I
that
could.
before?
Yes.
Okay. Have you, because you said you were living together with your ex,
Mm-hmm.
have you ever lived in a poly situation?
For about 2 months.
What was it? Like, what was the arrangement?
Well, it was me and my ex, and then we brought in a friend of mine,
Mhm.
and it was pretty good. Except on his end, he kind of got jealous, low key. So we were spending a lot of time together, me and the girl, and then he didn't like
Mhm.
that. He didn't
Okay.
really like her too much in the first place, but
Can I ask why you said you want to marry a man?
yeah, because I do believe in having a man that's like the leader of a household, but I also like want me and my girlfriend or my like I don't know. I'm not sure if I do the wife situation. Maybe for the right person, but I'd like to have fun. I don't want to be stuck to one person for the rest of my life. And
so then what's the point of marriage? Like, what do you think marriage is for?
Well, I think that is sharing a life, a partner.
Okay.
But if you're sharing your partner, then what's the point?
I feel like if me and my partner are locked in enough that and there's nothing that could shake us, another person wouldn't be able to affect that.
What about kids in a situation like that?
So this is what I think about as well. I'm not opposed to living an alternative life and explaining to my kids. And I feel like at the end of the day, you have your family that comes in, no matter if you have like an auntie or uncle or somebody that comes in and has influence. So it's like, as long as the influence isn't negative, I think it'd be okay.
Okay. May have some follow-up to that later, but...
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm still figuring it out, so...
Relationship status?
Yeah, I'm married. I've been married for 4 years as of like 2 weeks ago, and my longest relationship is with my husband. We've been together for 7 years.
7 years. Okay, so were you guys high school sweethearts?
We were.
Okay. And let me just check my notes here. But you have dated other people in the past, right?
Yeah, I have. So, I mean, my husband was like my first serious relationship, but I definitely dated and kissed other guys in high school, but I was never in like an official relationship with anyone. And my lifestyle before I met my husband was also very different.
What? Are you Mormon?
I am a member of the Church of Jesus Christ. Yeah. We actually don't prefer to be called Mormons.
Right. It changed.
Well, it's a derogatory term that was actually given to us by people.
Wait, is it?
Yeah, I mean, it was given by people who persecuted like the early saints of our church. So we prefer to be called like
Mormons self-identify as Mormons?
I mean, yeah, we kind of accepted it at some point. Like we were like, yeah, you can call us Mormon. Like we're Mormons, but we don't like to be called Mormons now.
Now.
Yeah, we don't.
When did that? I feel like
2018.
Mormons called themselves Mormons.
2018.
That was the switch?
Yeah.
Are you aware of this, Rachel? The
No.
switcheroo? Okay.
No. I mean, I hear them call themselves LDS or...
Yeah,
Are
that
you
is
like
a
mainstream LDS or like fundamental or...
Oh, no, I'm like Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, so not fundamentalist, nothing like that, yeah.
Okay. So, is it a slur to call somebody a Mormon?
I mean, define slur, it's just like...
You said it was derogatory, I think
yeah,
was the word.
Yeah, the word I used is derogatory.
Derogatory.
I guess I would just say, like, it's not a respectful term to us because we just believe that we are members of the Church of Jesus Christ, and so we prefer to be called members of the church, or LDS as well. But yeah, we want to identify ourselves as disciples of Jesus Christ, and we feel like as people were calling us Mormons, it was kind of taking away the fact that we follow Jesus Christ, and so we wanted that to be identified.
Okay, cool. So, but you said something along the lines of you didn't always used to be, or you weren't always the way you are now.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah. So I was baptized into the church when I was 8 years old, but I went in and out of activity a ton. And for the most part, I really wasn't active. I had great examples in my life, but it wasn't something that I really wanted to adhere to. And when I moved in with some family in high school, my husband lived 2 doors down, and he was a member of the church. And he just befriended me, and I just saw a light in him that I didn't really see in other people, and I just appreciated his example. And so we were really good friends for like a year and a half, and then he kind of confessed his love to me, and I was like, you're my best friend, like don't want to date you, don't want to lose you that way. And he made it out of the friend zone.
Nice. How did he do that?
Good
Like, what
for
got him out
him.
of the friend zone?
Yeah, I think just being a
Yes!
friend to me.
That's awesome!
Good for you, buddy. Okay.
Yeah.
So, when you say like you were different back then, or were you like more in terms of politics, you were more liberal?
No, I
Or-
would not say I was liberal. I'd say that I just didn't have I didn't have a direction, so I wasn't like sure where I was going or what my standards were, but I didn't do anything like severely bad. I just didn't know what was important to me at the time.
Did you go to BYU?
No.
Okay. Wait, why did you laugh at that?
Because like there's this whole BYU is in Provo, and there's this whole like Provo girl thing, and like
what's that? What's a Provo girl?
Oh man. And obviously not everyone who goes to BYU is a Provo girl. I don't want to like say that.
What is that?
But a Provo girl is just like a girl that claims to be so virtuous and good, but is hiding behind the standards of our church.
Hiding behind the
like
standards.
they claim to be church members, but they don't act that way, and they're mean.
And they're mean?
Yeah.
Mean. They're mean. Okay.
Yeah.
Isn't there like, in order to go to BYU, don't you have to take like certain, like a purity pledge or something?
No, you have to agree to the standards of the university. Like it's a private university, so you have to.
Well, you can't like you can't be in the same room as a man.
So depending on like and no, like they have
or
like co-ed
a
classes.
Bedroom. I mean, you can be in the same classroom, but you can't like go over to like a guy's dorm. I think, right?
You can. You just can't like be in their room and sleep with them and yeah.
Don't they do some sussy stuff like the soaking and whatnot? Like isn't there some weird workarounds?
Yeah,
you know?
so there's soaking, and there's also a
is that an LDS thing?
I mean, I think that
a Mormon thing?
Like it's been claimed in Provo. I don't know if it's like
soaking
an LDS thing, but I think there's people of religion who also do it because it makes them feel like they have like this out, but it's basically you are literally having sexual intercourse, but it's like
if you don't thrust, it doesn't count.
Yeah, for a scenario, it'd be like you'd go to your friend and you'd be like, "Can you move the bed for me?" type thing.
Does that happen? Is that actually a thing?
Yes, it is a thing.
So
there's people like who would also drive to like, because we don't believe in having sex before marriage, and so there's people who will like drive to Las Vegas and get married, have sex, and then like get it annulled. Wow. But it's like God knows your intent, so you're not really cheating anyone but yourself. But yeah, the derfing thing is, or the, what is it?
Soaking.
Yeah. There's a lot of weird terms.
So my understanding of soaking, just for the audience viewers or the panelists who don't know what that is, it's a sexual practice. The man inserts the penis into the vagina, but there can be no subsequent thrusting.
Nothing.
Can't be there can't be thrusting.
Else,
that's
like,
why
somebody can move the bed.
That's why it's called soaking. But
Gross.
Someone else moves the bed for you. It somehow is okay.
Good times. Okay.
Yeah, it's weird.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say it's
The third
not.
person moving the bed, I think, is the weirdest.
Right, like who would you trust enough?
That's a lot of work.
Yeah, that's.
How long do you have to do move the bed for?
I don't know.
However long it takes.
That's crazy.
That's a
Probably a
workout.
lot longer than regular intercourse.
Good times.
A bigger workout for the person not involved. Though.
For sure.
Yeah.
Okay, and then what about you?
I am married. I just celebrated 2 years the other day, and that's my longest relationship.
How long were you dating before? Wait, you've been married for 2 years?
Yeah, married for 2.
How long were you dating before you got married?
I think we were dating for about 6 years.
Okay, so together for like
Yeah.
8 years total.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's your longest relationship. So you've been together from like 24 to 32, basically?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. All right. How did you guys meet?
Surfing.
Surfing, C Street?
Yeah. He was in my hood, and I'd be like, "Who is this guy?"
Okay, nice.
So.
How big was it? Was it like ankle slappers? Like it was a pretty shitty day?
It was a pretty shitty day, probably.
So he's like, fuck, all right, I'll just like hit on a girl and.
I
you
approached him,
went up to him.
actually. Well, I had a friend introduce us, and my friend didn't want to.
Wait, hold on. So okay, you were out surfing with a girlfriend.
No, just by myself.
Oh, but you said you had a friend introduce
Oh,
you,
well,
or?
like, surfing, it's a community.
You know each other, yeah.
Yeah.
You see the same people at the same spots. Yeah.
And then I noticed my friend talking to my husband, and I was like, hey, he's cute. Make it happen.
Was your friend a female friend or male friend?
Male friend.
Male friend.
There's not a lot of females.
Yeah, there's not a lot of
that surf.
female surfers. So he was talking to your now husband, and
Well, he didn't want to introduce us. He was like trying to like.
wait, your
friend. My friend's like, you don't want to date him.
Why is that?
I think my friend liked me.
Oh.
Yeah.
But you didn't like him.
No.
But you liked his friend.
Yes.
So he introduced you anyways, though.
No, I was like, step aside. I got this.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you paddled up to him?
We were all hanging out in the parking lot after
Oh, it was after
surfing.
the surf. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But he's surfed in like at C Street for a very long time, and I've just never really had the courage.
Longboarder or shortboarder?
Well, we're both. He grew up shortboarding, and I turned him to the dark side, and he's a longboarder now.
Oh, okay. All right.
So yeah, we're hanging.
Twin fin, tri-fin?
He
Quad?
does it all. Me?
Yeah,
Or-
him.
He surfs it all. He has a fun little like 5'8" fish
Okay.
that he likes. And then
Does
now,
he what's that? What's it called? Kneeboarding? Spoon? Does he spoon? Does he got a spoon?
I mean, I spoon
What's that
him.
fucking guy?
Just
No,
kidding. No, he boogie boards sometimes.
He's a
Only when it's like
he's a sponger?
no.
Damn, bro, you gotta divorce this guy. I'm sorry. It's over.
No. Listen though, only when it's like insane barreling, you can't fit into the barrel standing up on a board. He'll pull in with a sponge, and
Okay.
he'll like that's the only time he'll be on a boogie board.
Wait, what's that like the wedge? Does he ever surf the wedge? Is that San Clemente?
That's Newport.
Newport. Because like that's you don't want to really. I mean, you
No,
can surf
you
it,
can.
but it's mostly like
I don't know if
spongers.
he has surfed there, boogie boarded there.
Okay.
We don't really like.
But he'll
living
go
there,
out.
yeah.
He'll sponge like on just a big day. Okay.
Yeah.
So, what was your opening line?
Actually, okay. So we meet in the parking lot. I don't really like try to do it. I'm just like, hi, introduce myself. And it turns out that we lived on the same street.
Mm-hmm.
And the street that we lived on had an HOA, and him and his buddy are fishermen too. So they had a boat in the driveway. They would always get yelled at, and there was like drama in the HOA. Like these guys always have their boat in the yard. And so I drove by and I screamed out the window, like, get that boat off the driveway. And it freaked him out, and I felt bad. So I just whipped back around and I was like, hey, I'm just kidding. Let's go surf. That was a joke. And I was like, can I get your digits?
All right,
And it
and the
worked.
rest is history.
Yeah.
And your friend tried to warn you off of him, though? Like,
yeah.
how so?
Said that he's like, does drugs and stuff like that. And it's
Does
like,
he? Did he?
Not at that time, no. It's furthest from the truth.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
he's a very good man.
Okay. Good times. Good times. And, well, Rachel, what about you?
Well, I've been married to the most based, handsome Chad of all time for over a decade now. Definitely my longest relationship, 17 years now. He's been the guy for me. So,
All right.
yeah.
And you guys have some kids. What about you? Do you guys have kids?
No, not yet.
Planning to, though?
We're thinking about it.
Thinking about it? Thinking about it?
Thinking about it.
Does he want kids? Because you're 32, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
TikTok.
Yeah, we are talking about it. He has a lot of hobbies that keep him like very occupied, and I also enjoy hobbies, and it's tough to do with kids.
Definitely. Well, I mean, with surfing too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of like, especially if that's your passion. If you have kids, that's going to complicate
Absolutely.
the whole surfing thing. So, I kind of get that. Is he a professional surfer or?
He's not. I am, but he is obsessed with fishing. That is his first love, and I think I'm his second.
Okay. Kids?
No kids currently, no.
Planning to?
Definitely.
Do you know how many you want?
An even number, probably 4. We'll see.
Even
Whatever
number.
God gives me.
Okay. All right. Cool. Sorry, guys. I'm getting a text from Madison here. All right. So we're going to read a couple chats here, then we'll get into some topics. Pull that back up, Nick. I'll read it. Actually, let's have the opera singer read it. Go ahead.
Just got out of the mines and used my hard-earned money to tell the strumpets to stop strumpeting around. Jesus can and will forgive all strumpet actions. The spiritual warfare is very real. Protect your heart. There are very real consequences to being a strumpet. Lol.
Lol. Yo, yes. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate you helping me repopularize the term strumpet. It is a war effort. So thank you for the super chat, man. Really appreciate your patronage.
Where does that?
Working hard. He got out of the mines. The mines.
Damn.
What are you mining, dude? Gold, diamonds,
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin.
World of Warcraft mine.
And then we have Anthony Thomas Hale, longtime viewer of the pod, to miss a few abortions. Unless childbirth was life-threatening, which I doubt, what could possibly make you have to end life? Grab your popcorn, folks. If you want to respond to that, you're welcome to.
Actually, I was born with a heart murmur, so, you know, people don't know everything, but...
Word.
Wait, I'm a little confused, though. You were born with a heart murmur.
Mm-hmm. It could
Your
have been,
point?
It could have been life-threatening because there's a lot of things that can happen during childbirth, but also just the fact that I was forced to, so.
Forced to, like, by the guy, or?
Yeah.
Well, how did he force you?
He just didn't want me to have kids with him, and he just was screaming at me, and basically, like, every time just drove me there. Even, like, the last one, I, like, tried to just keep it, like, a secret, but I couldn't.
And then you got back with this guy even after that?
Yeah.
Oh, girl.
Yeah.
Why?
I couldn't give you a real reason that makes sense.
Yeah.
Why didn't you decide to just stop telling him if he was like, why didn't you decide, I don't need to tell him, I can get my resources and raise this baby?
At one point we were living together.
Mm-hmm.
My body's like very sensitive, so it was like at that point it was like we just both knew like something's up.
Do you not have family that can help you or that you could move in with?
I mean, I stayed, well, actually we stay together now, but at that point it was like no, and then my family's not like the most financially stable people, and my mom is also the type of person, she's like, if you bring a child home, like you are definitely like taking care of it. It's not the village or whatever. She's like, I'm not doing none of that, and especially if I'm not stable myself yet. She's like, absolutely not. She kicked me out at 17, so yeah.
Word? Did you have a follow-up on that, Rachel?
Well, I actually had a really similar thing. My mother is completely uninvolved, wants nothing to do with being a mother or a grandmother.
But my mom's not uninvolved.
Oh, yeah. My parents were like, nope, no, we're not helping. If you have kids, it's on your own, but I have 5, so. And it wasn't always easy, but
Yeah.
if you want to, you can do it. But I kind of wonder why so many girls are willing to do the thing that makes babies with guys that, and repeatedly the guy doesn't want babies, like.
Yeah, honestly, I really can't give a straight answer for that. I feel like before I got involved with this person, my ex passed away. So I kind of, when I met him a few months after that, I probably should have taken more time to grieve. I feel like I never really allowed myself to grieve. I don't really handle that stuff well. I kind of just put everything on the back burner when it comes to emotions and things until I do blow up, which is not healthy, and I am aware of that. But I feel like I just latched onto him, and I felt like I needed him at a certain point, and I still feel like sometimes if I'm being honest with myself, I do feel that I need him in certain aspects of my life. And really, I don't, but I do.
Well, I think you probably really do need and benefit from having like a strong, good man who can lead you in your life, but this doesn't sound like that. Yeah. So like when you're dating or when you're choosing a guy, like what are you thinking about marrying somebody who's going to like be there through thick and thin and take care of you no matter what? Or are you just kind of going for whoever's cute and funny? Or like, what are you thinking of when you're choosing a guy?
I feel like right now, I just haven't been making like good decisions when I'm thinking about choosing men, obviously. But I feel like for the future, I do want to get married and have kids and stuff like that. But I just feel like this generation is so like messed up, and I feel like I could just have stayed true to me and not fed into all of the toxicity, but I feel like I allowed it and have continuously been allowing it to mold me into someone else. But also I want to add that my mom still is a good mother. I love her. We were just going through a lot when I was younger. I was very rebellious, but that's my best friend.
That makes sense. I was going to ask, actually, when you say you were rebellious, do you feel like you end up with these guys because part of you is trying to do the strong, independent woman thing, like, I don't need a man, I can do it myself, but at the same time you want somebody, so you end up with a guy who is okay with you being strong, independent, single woman, who also turns out to be the kind of guy who's going to freak out if you get pregnant and not want to commit and all that?
I feel like you have a really good point there. I don't feel like I ever thought of it like that. Yeah, because even when I was like being very rebellious, I was just always, I just don't like rules, I guess. I don't like for there to be like any rules on things.
You like beta men?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. If you want the kind of guy who's going to handle business, he can't also be the same kind of guy that's going to constantly let you step on his dick.
Yeah.
Literally.
Dick stepping.
Yeah.
Literally.
Dick stepping.
Yeah.
She can tell you, I'm kind of.
I'm holding my tongue,
bully.
guys. It's not my story.
No.
It's not my story.
Throw her under the bus.
Yeah.
Tell us.
Go ahead and get into
Listen, I can't talk because my must be kind of messed up too. But I will say I'm 4 years older, and to experience the things that she goes through, I'm like, you're just young. You're just young. But I feel like you really do need to understand that you deserve better and stop being comfortable, because at the end of the day, it's just being comfortable at this point.
Yeah.
I get really annoyed with the "you're just young" thing, because you're pretty close to the same age, and I don't know if that's like the best, like you felt like accountability, I think also is like,
For sure,
like needs to happen as well. And there's a lot of people who are young.
What I will say is that coming from, we don't exactly come from the same place, but I have an understanding because when I was her age, I had a similar mindset. So for me, it's just like, that's how I thought when I was younger. So it's like, I give her grace, but at the same time, I do step in and be like, you need to take accountability. I'm like, you literally made this happen. You allowed this to happen. So, but I understand.
To allow it to happen.
I mean, I was just going to say, we are definitely allowed to make mistakes, and we should be making mistakes. But yeah, we need to have that awareness as we're making those mistakes. And then that's when I think it's okay. It's if we're making those mistakes and repeating those mistakes when it becomes a problem.
Yeah, repetition builds habits, whether it's healthy or not. So.
Word.
Can I ask, do you regret the abortions?
Yes and no, because I don't think that I should be having children with a man that doesn't even want to take any type of responsibility. I would like to be in a household with, the healthy family dynamic. I would like that, but
Definitely.
I do understand that people have their beliefs, and it, like I said, it wasn't really something that I wanted to do, but I had to, and I regret it, and I don't, basically.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that children do deserve to be born to like a mother and a father who love them and will give them everything that they deserve. But I do think that consequences have actions, and I believe that if you're having sex, then you should be willing to accept the consequence that you could conceive a child with that person. And we shouldn't have sex with people we don't want to have kids with.
Yeah. And I wanted to have kids with him initially.
Yeah.
But it just didn't work out that way. And once I had never seen him blow up like that until that situation happened, and then it obviously happened again. So it just.
So what was your first red flag with him, and how early did it happen in the relationship? Because you were together for 4 years. So when did that red flag appear, and why did you ignore it?
First red flag was when he was sleeping in my bed at my house, and his phone kept going off, and I already knew the phone password, so I went through the phone, and I seen him talking to multiple people, but it was just this one person that I was just like, okay, this one is like serious, you know? And it ended up being his ex-girlfriend that he claims is not his ex-girlfriend, but you guys were dealing with each other seriously, so it's obviously that. And I figured out that he was driving her car. That was her car that he was driving and stuff that he was paying on. She had ended up moving away to another state, and so he was like paying, I guess, on the car.
Can we arrive at the point here?
But yeah, that was really like the first red flag.
Oh, okay, so just him cheating, basically?
Yeah.
Okay. And when was that in the relationship? Because you were together for 4 years. When did that happen?
4 months in, I'm
Oh my
sure.
goodness. I'm so sorry you stayed with him.
And that was after the first abortion. Yeah.
Can I ask something? I'm not saying you were wrong for doing what you did at all. Just a general question. At those clinics, you know, they are supposed to ask, are you being forced into this situation?
Mm-hmm.
Did they ever ask you that?
Yeah, they always did, and I always told them no.
Oh, girl.
Yeah. Just out of fear. So,
Sure.
yeah.
Fear is a very strong motivation.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Okay, we're going to get to one of the chats that came in earlier. He asked, what are red flags y'all have ignored in the past that you absolutely shouldn't have? We'll start with you. We'll go around the table. So what are red flags you've ignored in the past that you absolutely shouldn't have? Go ahead.
Well, I feel like I touched on it, really, just going through the phone and seeing a bunch of things like that should have just been like, okay, like, no. Immediately, I should have just been like, no. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, the fact that I started out as the other woman in the first place, that's a big one.
I would say love bombing and then not taking accountability during arguments. I was like, I'd be gaslighted and I can't argue with crazy, so.
I'd say just being the rebound girl. Yeah.
I'd have to say somebody who doesn't have their own interests and hobbies, and they're kind of like clinging on to you, and you're their hobby. So,
I would say a guy who's willing to let me take responsibility and be in charge of everything and wear the pants and like pay all the bills and be the grown up. Did that when I was really young, and that didn't turn out well. So, yeah.
Yep.
Rachel, do you have a question for them? If not, I got one.
Go ahead.
What do you think are your own red flags? Really cool.
You want to start with you and go around?
For me, coming from not being a healed person, I feel like
Close to like this.
I have definitely done my fair share of damage, and I feel like I always have to one up someone. I don't like losing. I'm an Aries, so I just don't like that. I feel like that's a really big thing, because you could just be a bigger person and just walk away, because silence is really the best revenge.
Okay.
I want to say just that I'm stubborn. You know, I don't always want to admit that I'm wrong. Granted, I'm working on that. You know, I want to be better so I can be better for others.
I get comfortable really, really fast. So if there's something that's negative in the relationship, I can get used to it, because I'm like, okay, it's not that serious. It's not that serious until I blow up.
I'd say I have a difficult time asking for help.
Maybe I have a temper. And I've been working really hard to make sure that I think before I yell.
For me, it was never like promiscuity or anything like that. I never did that. But early on when I was younger, I was like really willful, and same as what all you guys are saying. And I think the takeaway from that is that especially all of us who are born in this day and age as women, We tend to be really willful. We're taught that we should compete with men. We're told that we need to not let anyone control us and not let anybody tell us what to do. And so we feel like we do have to constantly one-up the guy or whatever. I did that too when I was younger. And good wives are not born, they're made. And it was something I had to work on. It was something that I worked on with my husband's help. And we can maybe get into that later. But yeah, I had all the same issues. I had a temper, I was willful, I was competitive, all that stuff when I was young.
So did you guys, was a second question asked?
Yeah.
It was, what are
our red flags? Yeah.
Red flags? Okay. I had to get up there for a second, so I missed all your answers. But we have Panda Dan. Ming, it's Dan from First Point. Awesome you're on this pod. Can you get an autograph from Rachel Wilson for me? I loved her book, and she's an amazing debater. Good luck, Ming. See you at Malibu.
Nice.
See ya.
Nice.
Hopefully we'll get some South Swell soon.
You ever surf Leo Carrillo? Secos?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good spot.
It's okay.
It's actually a really crappy break. You should never go there.
Well, the problem is like it's got that rock, so it's like there's one takeoff spot, and like
Yeah, the rock is really dangerous. You shouldn't go there.
definitely shouldn't surf Secos.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's like if there's more, it suffers from like crowd issues because there's basically one takeoff. So if there's more than like a handful of people out there, it's just it's fucked. It's fucked.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Rincon's better. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Everyone go to Rincon.
Yeah, go to Rincon. All right, cool. I'll answer the question too, I guess. Let me find it. What are red flags y'all have ignored in the past that you absolutely... Ooh, okay. She was a feminist.
L.
Ignored it. Long time ago. Speaking of which, who here considers themselves... I should have maybe asked this first. Who here considers themselves a feminist? So we'll start just one by one. What about you?
I consider myself a feminist.
Feminist? What about you?
I mean, what is a feminist anymore, if we're being
Rachel?
honest?
Feminist is somebody who believes in egalitarianism or equality between men and women.
I mean, yeah, within...
Is that the charitable?
That's the charitable one.
Sure, I mean, within that definition, sure.
Okay.
Now I want to change my answer because I feel like that is depending on what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Financially, physically, like what are we getting at? But I'm going to just say I'm 50-50 on that.
No, I'm not a feminist.
I'm not a feminist either, but I do want equality in sports, though.
Equality in sports?
Yeah.
Meaning, like...
Paid the same, or?
Not paid the same, but...
Like co-ed?
I'm very on the fence about it. But as an athlete, I want to be able to make a living doing what I like to do too, and it's really difficult as a woman.
So it's more the financial aspect? Because I was wondering how you feel about the transgender folks who want to compete in women's sports and things like that. How do you feel about that?
I think that we have divisions for a reason. We have a women's division and a men's division for a very specific, and we should have that.
Yeah.
Well, I have some questions on that one. So you said that you want equality in sports.
Well, not equality, but I just want more visibility with women's sports, maybe.
You want more visibility. So what is it? What would that look like?
More opportunity for us.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Well, I feel like, at least in surfing, and I'm sure it's similar in other sports, you are either maybe the top 3 in the world, and you get a lot of spotlight and you get a lot of attention, or you have to kind of show your body and use that to gain followers and income. So it's just tough in this industry to make a living.
Okay, so so when it comes to surfing, right? And when you say you have to be top 3, you're talking about like the women's professional surfing.
Yeah.
Okay, and so do you think that because one component of surfing, you have sponsorships, but you also have competitions, and typically the person who places the best gets paid more. I
Yeah.
don't know what it is in women's.
It's
I
the
remember
same.
last time I used to watch at least the men's surfing, the first place for like the top surf competitions would typically be like 40, 50,000 for the winner. That was a long time ago though. Maybe
yeah,
it's
that's
increased.
probably with shortboarding too, and I'm a longboarder, so I've.
Oh, it's probably even less for
Oh yeah,
longboarding.
yeah. So I really stabbed myself in the foot, or shot myself in the foot there with being a longboarder, because there's really no attention with longboarding.
Let me ask you a question. So on a good day at C Street, surf spot in Ventura, how many people are typically out at a given time? 100, would you say? 100 surfers on a good day?
Maybe 50.
At C Street? Because you have
Just
like...
in the cove or
Well, there's the Cove, and then there's like, was it First Point? What's it called?
stables?
The
The point?
Point.
Middle lot? The
Sure.
whole.
Well, there's you got the pier, and then
Mhm. That's the cove.
I would argue on a good day at C Street, there's going to be like, there can be 100 people at the Cove even.
Sure.
Okay, so how many of those are men typically? Like if there's 100 people out, how many
Probably
women?
90% or more.
Okay. All right. So, and so would you want, for example, women's longboarders to be paid the same as women's shortboarders?
Yeah.
Even though there's like kind of less viewership and demand for watching longboarding compared
Yeah,
to...
I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you with every other sport but mine.
Well, that's
so it's like,
a little...
I know.
That doesn't make sense,
I know
though.
it doesn't make sense. And I think since I'm so close and personal, and I've been doing it for a very long time, it's hard. But I hear your side, and I agree with your side a lot. And it's just frustrating trying to...
Should women longboarders be paid the same as male shortboarders?
I think if you're competing in the same event, which they never would be, because you never, like a pro event, they would never have longboarders and shortboarders at the same event. But if you are competing in the same event on the same, actually, let me think about that. If you're, okay, so for example, I watched the Pipe Master Pro, and I definitely think whoever is surfing pipeline, when it's huge, they definitely deserve to get the pay that they get, and which is a lot more than longboarders, because that is like you're risking your life. So I don't think we should get paid the same as somebody who is literally dropping in onto like reef breaks, and it's life, they're risking their life. So depending on the situation.
Well, let's even assume that the women's competition, like it's, you're saying within the same competition? Let's just assume that the women are even surfing bigger waves and the men are surfing like head-high trestles, right? Even when the men are surfing head-high trestles and the women are surfing like overhead, some Hawaii break or something, there's still going to be more viewership for the men's competition, even in
there
surfing.
Will be. Yeah.
So, I mean, wouldn't the argument just be that, well, there's more viewership there, that means there's more sponsorship dollars. The sponsors, whether it's Quicksilver, Billabong, Rip Curl, whatever the surf sponsorship is, they make more money from the men's competition, so they have more money to
So
put
there's definitely
towards.
more viewership, but women sell way more things. So there might be viewership, but women longboarders or women surfers, we are able to market ourselves in different ways, and we should be getting, I think, more views.
I'm going to put you, yeah, perfect. All right, guys, we got two. Maddie, you want to take your seat back here? Grab the hat. Continue with your point, then we'll have our new guests introduce themselves.
I don't really have a,
Oh, okay.
that was kind of it. I've been wishy-washy with this for a very long time, and it's hard for me to like, because I hear what you're saying, the viewership,
Sure.
I get that,
Okay.
but there's, yeah.
Okay, well, moving on then. Can we have you guys introduce yourselves? So name, age, occupation, and where you're from, starting with you. Oh, yeah, and we do, since you guys are just joining us, we do need you guys speaking up close, as close to you can as to the mic, like that close. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jada. I'm 18 years old. Sorry. I I came from Guam. My dad's in the military, and now I'm a college student at UC Santa Barbara.
What are you studying?
I'm a pre-bio major.
Pre-bio, okay. And you said you're from Guam. Were you born there?
No, I was born in San Diego, but we had to move a lot because...
He was in the military?
Yeah.
What branch of the military? Navy?
Yes, Navy.
Okay. All right. So you've spent some time on Guam?
Yes.
Like high school or something? Or
Yeah, about 3 years.
Okay. How far? Like that's... What's the population? It's like 50,000 or something?
I think about 100,000.
Oh, 100,000. Okay. All right. All right. And you?
Hi, my name's Anusha. I'm also a first year at Santa Barbara, UCSB. I grew up in Sri Lanka, but I moved here from Sacramento.
All right. What are you studying at UCSB?
I'm also a pre-bio major.
Pre-bio. Okay. And then we're going to ask also both of your current relationship status. So are you like single, talking stage, situationship? Starting with you.
Okay. I have a boyfriend. We've been together for about 2 years. So we got together in junior year.
Can I have you tilt your mic down a little bit?
Yeah.
Perfect. 2 years. Okay. And you said you got together, what was that?
In our junior year.
Of high school.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What about you?
I'm single.
All right. Have you ever been in a relationship?
No.
How long I was going to say how long have you been single, but your whole life then?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, we'll say single for 18 years. And then let's see. What's the longest period of time that have you been on a first date, for example?
No, I haven't been on a first date or anything.
Huh?
No.
Do you party at all on the weekends?
A little, yeah.
Okay. What's the extent of your dating experience?
Well,
Like, have you had a casual thing, a fling, anything like that?
well, this summer I was in Sweden and I went out a bit and like I kissed some guys, but like that's about it. Like
Some hot Swedish dudes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Blue hair, blonde guy. What? Okay. And you're a freshman at UCSB, correct?
Yeah.
You haven't done like any partying because UCSB is #1 party school, right? So
yeah, I mean
no partying.
we've gone out a bit, we partied a bit, but
Any frat boys
no, not really.
here and there? Nothing. Okay. So at least here in the U.S., nothing.
Not really.
Like even like a one night hookup. Nothing. Okay. All right. Are you on any dating apps?
No.
Sexual orientation?
Straight.
Straight? Okay. All right. Are you looking for anything, or are you kind of just focused on school right now?
I mean, I'm not like closed off to it or anything, but like I'm not like actively looking.
Okay, cool. Great. Well, welcome, guys. Thank you guys for joining us kind of midway through here. So getting right back into it, I'm going to pull up a super chat that came through. We had Darren Jones. Could I have you read this one?
But me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The glory of God is that he lives and creates life. The peak opposite is to have his own creation, to kill itself and deny his best feature of creating life.
Okay, Darren. All right. Thank you, Darren Jones. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Twitch.tv/whatever. Nick, if you're able to pull up the thing in the Streamlabs, yep, go there, guys. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. And if you can, guys, I don't know if any Twitch Prime in the chat? Okay, thank you guys, appreciate it. So we were going around the table. I think we were just asking like on the feminism thing. I think we ended with you, then we started talking about surfing differential in pay in surfing. Would you guys consider yourselves feminists?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, Rachel, what about you?
No, I would not consider myself a feminist.
Why is that?
Because I think that patriarchy is the natural order of things and it's inescapable. And if you want to try to be a feminist, you're going to have a really hard time because it's simply not actually possible for us to have anything besides a patriarchy. And we can get into why that is if anybody wants to.
Does anybody have any qualms with
Can you define patriarchy for those that don't know?
Sure. Yeah, patriarchy literally just means rule by the father.
Awesome.
So it just generally means men are the rulers and organizers in the home, in society, in the church, in the government.
And this has I mean, we're dating talk show, but this
Right.
absolutely has implications when it comes to dating, gender roles, that sort of thing. Someone who's a bit more feminist might prefer a bit more of an egalitarian relationship, 50-50, that sort of thing. So, or at least that's what it would appear to be. She's for patriarchy. Hot take from Rachel here. Does anybody here object to Rachel's position?
So I don't know if I object, but I want to bring up a point. Does everybody know who Lilith is?
Yes, she's in my book.
I love this. How do you feel about, period. How do you feel about her?
Lilith?
She's a demon, so
She's
I
one
think
that-
she's
yeah.
a vengeful goddess figure. Feminists love her. She tends to be a feminist icon because she takes vengeance on men. She sometimes SAs them in their sleep and then murders their babies, the offspring.
fuck?
Yeah.
Is this like, I don't know, Diablo 4? Is it Diablo 4? Is that the one from
Diablo?
Diablo?
Yeah.
The game?
Yes.
Yeah.
She's kind of hot, not gonna lie.
Yeah, she bites men's heads
They're
off pretty
always
much.
hot.
So.
Yeah, they're always hot.
But basically, the idea behind her, I guess, was that she was the first. I like the story about her. But now it's funny. Let me just say this. She was there before Eve. It was Adam and Lilith. She's made out of the same stuff as Adam. And she was like, why do I have to submit to you if we're made out of the same stuff? And then she left the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, she would not get underneath Adam.
Yeah.
And so she flew off into the sky and then down into the ocean, and they tried to bring her back. And there's like a whole lore behind it. They think that the legend was actually like post-Christianity, more of a like first few centuries after Christianity, Judaism type of a lore where it came from. But depends how you feel about that. But why do you think that she's cool? Like, what do you like about her?
So I'll say this. One, I have a song called Lilith. It's actually, there's a music video and everything. But I actually do feel different about it now. I'm kind of going through this phase where I was in my toxic relationship and I was in a stage where I wanted to free myself. And like, I understood that, like, why am I submitting to someone that I don't feel is a leader? I'll say that. But now that I think about it, it's like there are men that are leaders. And if you put yourself in that position, it's a different woman. But the woman that I felt that I related to was her because I was in a situation where I'm like, I shouldn't submit to this man.
Why did you not want to submit to that guy? What was it about him?
He didn't feel like I didn't respect him enough.
Why?
Because he was almost like full of air. I'll give you that. Where it's like he felt as though he was more respectable than he actually was.
So do you feel like he wasn't responsible, or he didn't have his stuff together, or like
that? Just kind of flying off the rails all the time.
Oh, not in control of his emotions.
Yeah.
That'll dry your panties up quick.
Very much so. I said, I'm gonna leave this garden. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I felt that.
Because why? That's like female energy, right? A guy who is not in control of his emotions and he's up and down and all over the place, kind of like we are.
Right.
It's not a
It's
good
feeling like we're
match.
made out of the same stuff.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah. So that's why we say no simping, boys. Don't do it.
Let me ask this question from a dating lens. So would you, I think most of you identified as feminist, if I recall.
I said 50-50.
50-50. I think you said yes. Yes. I think no. No? Okay. And then yes for you two. Would you date a guy who is not a feminist, starting with you?
Yeah.
Wait, into the mic, please.
Sorry. Yes. Just hearing like the definitions that you guys have for it is like making me think of it differently, because the definition that I had was literally just, I just don't want to conform to having to listen to somebody that is not going to listen to me, or like allowing somebody to lead that isn't actually a leader but just feels like they're a leader, you know. Like, I want to still make my own decisions and stuff like that, and have like a brain of my own and not be like a brainless bimbo. Like, that's what I was thinking it was. But
okay, so what made you feel like it's a different definition? Like, why do you feel like that might be different now?
Well, I do understand that men are leaders. Like, I have a really healthy relationship with my father. That's my best friend. And then just the things that I've been through, just putting it into perspective, like, that's not somebody that I would want to allow to lead me. But if I found somebody that was a leader, then I would allow them to.
Wait, did you say your dad is not somebody or he is somebody?
No, he is. I'm saying just like the things that I've been through in like relationships and stuff. Like, if I found somebody that was actually a leader, then I would like.
So what kind of qualities, like what would you be looking for in somebody who you felt was worth like submitting to?
Someone that would be able to like take care of me in the aspects of emotionally, and take care of things like rent and stuff like that, and not feel like they want to go 50-50 with me. I'm not into that at all.
So this is a common thing I've seen, and I want to ask you guys, do you guys think that what you want, would you say what you want is you want the man to lead when it comes to doing difficult, dangerous, dirty things, paying bills, dealing with really awful situations, then he can lead. But if you're just in your feelings about something, you just want to do what you want to do, then you don't want him to lead. Because I feel like that's a really common thing.
Okay. Well, I feel like, see, for me, like, I'm a singer, so I'm always out, like, I'm networking and stuff like that. So I feel like I just have to be with somebody that would also be okay with me being out a lot and stuff like that, like, and just supporting the things that I want to do.
So if you had a future partner that asked you to give up your singing and like raise your children, would you not do that?
I mean, I would still raise my children, but I wouldn't give up what I love to do for anybody.
Okay. Could you still sing though and not be trying to like necessarily make money in it? Like, could you sing for yourself, for your family? You could sing at church, you could sing on Instagram, but maybe not be out at clubs networking all the time because you're at home with your kids?
I feel like when I really make a name for myself, I wouldn't have to really network like that all the time, but I feel like it's just certain things that I'm just not willing to budge on. I just feel like my life is still going to be my life, and I'm going to take care of the things that I'm supposed to take care of. But like, if my partner doesn't want me to do something that I love, then I feel like that's not the person for me.
So do you not believe in like sacrificing in a relationship or anything like that? Like, do you feel that the person that you meet, how do I phrase this? Are you selfishly driven? Like, is it everything that you care about has to come first, or would you sacrifice in a relationship?
It just depends on what is being sacrificed, because I understand that in a relationship there is a lot of give and take on both ends. So, but for me, it's just when it comes to something that genuinely makes me happy and stuff like that, like there's going to be late nights where I'm in the studio and you're probably not even going to believe where I am or whatever, stuff like that, like that happens, and I just feel like I'm not going to budge on certain things.
So you just told us a whole kind of story about what your life's been like so far and what your relationships have been like so far, and it's been super volatile. You've had, would you say it's correct to say that you've had like no stability, no sense of peace, predictability, calm, like continuous like predictability in your relationships? It's been very all over the place.
Yeah, pretty much. I feel like the only real good relationship that I did have was my ex that passed away. So, and I feel like I was able to submit to him in ways like he took care of me emotionally very well and stuff like that. But we were young, like really young. There was no way that we could take care of each other in any other way and stuff like that. We couldn't see each other all the time and things like that either. Like, we're both in school.
So you realize that if you get the kind of guy you're saying you want, the kind of man who is going to create stability and continuity in your life, predictability, he's going to handle the business, he's going to pay the bills, he's going to make sure there aren't people coming in, because you seem like a very sensitive and kind of emotional type of person, which is fine. You're a woman. There's reasons that we're like that. If you're going to be a mother, that's a good quality. But that's why you need a man who is like strong, steady, stable, and going to provide the stability. You realize he can't do that if you're going to say to him, I just feel like I need to be able to do what I feel like is going to make me happy. If you are chasing that, you're never going to have that stability and that continuity that you've been looking for, right? Like, if you're chasing feelings, he's not going to be able to, you're going to constantly be butting heads with him, and you're not going to be able to have that.
Well, could I interject for a second?
Sure.
I find a lot of men have a lot of feelings too. I mean, not to say there aren't strong men, of course there are. But you know, I mean, I dated a man who was not a feminist, and he was more in his feelings than he liked to admit, I think. And it showed. And
how did it show?
I mean, he was insecure enough that he sought validation in other women. So.
Okay.
Wait, so it's not good to be an emotional man then?
Well, I mean, because he didn't express that he was insecure, that he would bottle them up and not communicate to me what he was feeling, and then we'd argue, and he still wouldn't express all those things until something had already happened.
Now, did he tell you why he didn't express his feelings to you, of like whatever the dissatisfaction was that he said made him cheat? Did he tell you why he felt like he couldn't talk to you about it, or?
I mean, I would ask, and you know, he'd be like, well, I didn't feel validated because he's like, you're not giving me enough compliments or something. Like, I'm like, I feel like I give you a lot of compliments, but you know, I'll try more, and it still didn't stop things from happening. And that, of course, that conversation happened after he had already like done something. And so these are conversations that need to happen beforehand.
So what it sounds like to me is that he didn't have strong enough boundaries to begin with, because if he was like a man who had strong boundaries, like my husband, if he was not happy, he wouldn't just like go cheat. He'd be like, this is what I expect, and this is what my needs are, and if you can't meet that,
he would. He did. He gave me a bunch of boundaries and morals, as he put it, and I would either abide or compromise on them, because you know, I believe that we need to have those conversations. But then he's like, whatever moral I set for you is also set for me. But then obviously these things happened.
So what was it that he came to you and said, this is my boundary, that you felt like some of the things you respected and other things you compromised on? Like, can you give me any specific examples?
For example, let's see. He didn't want me to go out to the clubs with friends or whatever. Not that I was ever a very partying person. But because I did it maybe once in a month, he was like, that's too much. I'm like, well, I'm going to be surrounded with friends. He's like, I got to be there. And then I'm like, okay, hey, do you want to go with us? And be like, I don't want to go. And I was like, okay, well. And I'm like, well, then can I go with the friends? I'm like, no. And so one time he was like, okay, you can go this one time. It's just stuff like that.
Okay.
And another time, he didn't want me to hang out with this guy friend I had for a very long time. I mean, I knew for 10 years, and I knew he wouldn't do ever anything. I mean, he's more into guys than he's ever into women. And
wait, he was like, like he was homosexual?
Yeah. He's bi.
Okay.
But he is definitely more into men. So and I was like, hey, I'm gonna hang out with him. I even, communicated with him beforehand. I'm like, you gave me permission to hang out with this person before, so I am now communicating to you. This is someone I'm going to hang out with today. And he got really upset by that. And I was he's like, well, you didn't say it would be at, you know, their place. I'm like, yeah, but all their siblings are there. So, I mean, like, did he say you hanging out with other dudes, regardless of their sexual orientation, is a deal breaker for me? Like, did he tell you that? Well, we, you know, went through my friends list, and I was like, well, how do you feel about this person? How do you feel about that person? And I'm like, how do you feel about new people coming in? So we'd have those conversations. So if he had said that, if he had said, look, if I'm going to be in a relationship with you, I don't want you hanging out with dude friends without me. Like, if it's couples and we're hanging out together, that's fine. Or if we're in a group and there's guys in the group, that's fine. Yeah. But I don't want you to, like, go off with your guy friend. How would you have reacted to that? I mean, I'm not going to lie. I didn't like it. I didn't. But that was one of the compromises. So do you think you'd be attracted to a guy who had no problem with you hanging out with other dudes? Do you think that you would still be attracted and, like, want a guy like that? I don't think I'd do it again. Because, you know, I know the friends I've made, and I've not had a problem.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I feel like it all just comes down to trust. Like, if you and your partner have an understanding of, like, you wouldn't be doing anything if I'm not there, I'm not going to do anything if you're not there, or just like that understanding, it shouldn't be an issue if you want to hang out with your friends. I think that's lies that women tell themselves so that they can do what they want, to be honest. If I trust you. Because if you're in a committed relationship, and if the purpose of the relationship is eventually marriage, which seems like you guys, even though you have very loose, like, boundaries about relationships, like you're very open and you're really modern about things, like, everybody kind of says they want to get married at a certain point. So it's like, you're all saying, I want a strong man who's going to lead, who's got his shit together, who isn't in his feelings, who has, you know, if he has a boundary, he's going to be upfront, he's not going to violate it later. Yeah. But then on the other hand, you're like, but I also want him to let me hang out with my guy friends, and I want him to be okay with me dabbling with women, and I want him to let me do what I want when I want. Do you see, like, where I'm going with it? How it sounds like you guys kind of want the strong guy who's going to hold it together, but you also want him to, like, let you do whatever you want. Well, let me ask you this. Why does a man, you know, not wanting you to hang out with a guy friend equate to a strong man? Why does that make them a strong man? Why do I need a leash? Well, it depends. Do you want him hanging out with women when you're not there? I didn't care if he communicated. Yeah. Now, okay, I hear what you're saying, but I pay attention to what women do, not what they say. So if you say, I'm fine with my boyfriend going off and hanging out with his girl who's a friend, it doesn't bother me. What I'm hearing is, that's not a guy you really want. That's not a guy that you're actually into, who really, like... Maybe you're speaking for yourself, but that's not for me, that's not what happened. I loved him. I wanted a whole future with him. But not enough to not hang out with the guy friends. Right. But not enough to remember, I compromised. I didn't hang out with guy friends unless he said, this is okay. And I even went out of my way. I'm like, hey, meet them, assess them for yourself. Right, I agree. And yeah. Oh, I have a question. Yeah. So you said that your most recent boyfriend cheated on you. I'm curious, did he cheat on you with a woman or with a man? Because you said he's bi, right? No, that was the friend. Wait. The guy friend I have, that's not my boy, or ex, I should say. Oh. Yeah. I thought you were dating a bi. It sounded like you were dating a guy who's bi. Okay. You're supposed to hang out with the bi friend. Okay. Yeah. All right. Never mind. Go ahead. Continue with your. So yeah, I mean, we compromised, and so, you know, I was even saying, hey, meet these friends, assess for yourself, tell me who you're comfortable with, etc. Because I don't want to be disrespectful. You know, I get we have our differences, and I want to respect that. But, you know, and he said this person in particular was okay. And so I was going to hang out with them. And then he got upset. And then I get a message from him saying, wait, why did he get upset? I don't know. Was it the case that you kind of pushed and pushed and pushed until he accepted and he was like, fine, you can hang out with the one guy, I guess, because he's mostly gay? Like, was it kind of like that, or was it... or was he like, oh no, Joey is fine, hang out with Joey all you want, and then he just randomly got upset for no reason? No, I mean, this was something we agreed to for a long time, and it finally came down. And mind you, the whole hangout that was supposed to happen was supposed to be kind of just professional. I was helping him with a film project. And yes, it was going to be at his home, but he has this home with a bunch of other siblings, and it wasn't just going to be him. And I wasn't going to his room. I've never been in his room, actually. And
So why did he get upset is what I'm trying to
Because
ask.
he wasn't aware at the time that I was going to the apartment. Okay, sure, I didn't say that. But, I mean, I explained the situation to him, and he was still upset. And then he was like, okay, you know what, I'm going to hang out with a friend. I'm like, friend, define friend. And so he said it was a woman. I was like, okay, what's her name? And her name is Hannah. And then I was like, I've never heard you mention her before. And he's like, oh yeah, I met her yesterday at Journeys. She was helping me buy a shoe. I'm like, and suddenly this is a friend you're gonna hang out with one-on-one. And he's like, yeah, you shouldn't have a problem with that. You got to hang out with your friend. I'm like, that's different. That's a total stranger. You don't know her. I don't know her.
So it sounds to me like he was trying to give you a taste of your own medicine so you could feel how he was
But it's
feeling.
a total stranger that he had never even really met.
Maybe it was, but I mean, statistically, you're more likely
Here's the
to
thing.
cheat with a guy who's your friend.
Sure,
and men know this.
I understand
They
that.
know
True.
this, yeah.
I'm not going to disagree. It's if you know someone who's familiar, it does make it easier.
Yeah.
You know, but in this case, yeah, it was a total stranger, and I know he was trying to give me a taste of my own medicine, but you know, it's a completely different situation. I know my friend for 10 years. This is someone he met yesterday, and this is someone that we had a communication about. This is someone we never spoke about, never even knew, and so it's those kind of things. If that makes any kind of sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. I feel like it's a situation that completely could have been avoided, though, and I think that if you are trying to date someone seriously, you shouldn't be hanging out with people of the opposite sex, period. It doesn't matter.
I will say I personally have never hung out with a guy friend one-on-one when I'm in a relationship. I don't do that. But what I will say is that if I have a guy friend that I knew before my relationship and I introduce them and we hang out together, I think that is fine. I'll say
Well,
that.
let's continue going around the table. So would you date a guy who's not a feminist?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think I would.
You wouldn't. Okay, what about you?
Could you go explain what a feminist is?
Well, I mean, didn't you describe yourself as a feminist?
Could you explain a little?
Well, okay, so that I would argue that the most charitable at least the most charitable definition I would give feminism is it's a woman's advocacy movement.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most charitable definition I give it. I don't even believe it's in the most charitable form. It's a movement for equality. I think it's a woman's advocacy movement.
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think it has any interest in equality, though.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's women's advocacy.
Both of you guys
The reality, but that's me being charitable. I would argue the reality of feminism is it's something along the lines of women's advocacy steeped in conspiracy theories, and there's bare minimum like some degree of male bigotry, bias, even misandry, hatred of men. Yeah, that's my more accurate sense of what feminism is.
Okay. Can I change my answer? I don't think that I'm a feminist.
Oh, okay.
Good job.
I'm noticing a pattern. Are you noticing a pattern? They all say they're a feminist, and then when we further define, they're like, no, I don't want to identify with that, right? But then when we get probing questions going, we kind of find out that they are feminists. So.
Let me ask a couple questions that could perhaps help with this. So, you've got a boyfriend over here.
I do.
With him, or just like if you were ever to, go back out there and date, who do you think should pay on a first date? The man or the woman?
Like the very first date?
Yeah, first date.
I mean, I guess if he's taking you out, then he could pay for it.
Then
But
the guy.
like throughout the relationship, I feel like it shouldn't just be him.
Okay, so first date should be the guy. What about the first few dates?
I would split. I would offer, like when we were first starting to date, I would like, if he pays for the dinner, then maybe I'll get dessert. Or, like,
Okay, so we would pay for 80% and you would pay for 20% of the bill? Typically, if my understanding of eating out, dessert is typically going to be a fraction of the, maybe it's $5.
Or, like, it doesn't have to be like dinner and dessert. It could be like, if we're going to the movies, then he could buy the tickets, or then I'll get the snacks.
With your boyfriend for the first date, did he pay for it?
I'm pretty sure he got the tickets and I got the snacks.
Okay. What about you? If you end up on a first date with a guy, would you like him to pay, or are you okay 50-50?
I'm okay with 50-50 for like the first date. Yeah.
What about dates beyond the first date?
I think it would be like, it shouldn't have to be like exactly 50-50, but I'm okay with like, you like if we're like more serious about it, like, we just kind of like pay for each other, and it's not like something like super like strict, I guess. Like.
Okay, he gets one, you get one.
Yeah, kind of
okay.
like that.
What about you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely what?
Pay on the first date.
The guy should pay on the first date?
Yes.
Okay. What about you?
Yes, the guy should pay on the first date.
The guy should pay on the first date.
I don't think so. I mean, look, if they're asking for, they're like, I want to take you to a super expensive restaurant. I don't have the money for that. I'm going to communicate that. And if they're like, okay, then let's go somewhere cheaper, cool. That's fine with me. I don't care.
Okay.
But I will split.
That's fair. Okay,
Yeah.
so if he's asking you somewhere expensive, then yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you? Who should pay?
Men.
Men should pay. Okay. Didn't you say you were a feminist? Feminist. Not a
said
feminist.
50-50.
Hey,
Not
I
a
said
feminist.
split.
Feminist.
50-50.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
Here's another question that we can kind of figure out here. Should women be drafted? This is an
into the
efforts
military?
to figure out if you
Yes.
guys are feminist or not. Should women be drafted in the military?
Like, by drafting, do you mean like when you turn 18, like you're automatically?
Okay, yeah, so
drafted?
men have to register for the selective service. Currently, there's not a draft in the United States, but all men in the United States at 18, in order to be able to vote and have other benefits, they have to register for the selective service, which would then make them subject to military conscription in the case that there was a military conflict which required a draft. So do you think women should be subject to selective service draft? Forced?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Okay.
I wouldn't even trust women to like fight for our country unless that's like that's their thing. You know, like if you're like that type of woman that you feel like you're stronger and stuff like that. But I just feel like no.
Okay. What do you think?
well, hold on. So you think they should be drafted based on how they feel?
No,
About-
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying if like willingly, if you just want to.
She's saying if they want to
Let's
volunteer.
not-
No, just really
It's not a
want to
draft,
volunteer.
though.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
they want to volunteer, yes.
Yeah, but then that just defeats
Which
the
is-
purpose.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
Right. Well, that's what we currently have.
yeah, but I guess we should be drafted because I mean,
Okay. All right.
I mean, plenty of men don't want to join.
okay.
Plenty of men. Plenty of men. Plenty of women. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
If we gotta do what we gotta do, I mean, yeah.
Now, here's the interesting thing. You guys both have different opinions on this. I still don't know which is actually like the actual feminist position, because we'll have feminists who will argue. It's actually, we had one last week with Andrew,
Yeah.
who said, well, it's not equitable. It's not equity for women to be drafted. That's a whole nother thing.
Interesting.
But what about you?
No.
No? Okay.
No, women should not be drafted.
Should not be drafted,
No.
but they should be paid equally in sporting events.
No comment.
Okay.
No,
They shouldn't be drafted?
I don't think so.
Well, hold on.
Okay, so everybody except Anza
Yeah.
said women shouldn't be drafted, but y'all want to be equal? So wait a sec. How are you equal if the men are the ones that have to fight and die to defend the country? The men are the ones that build and maintain all the infrastructure, right? Like none of this stuff in the studio is built or maintained by women. Do you know that like 90% of infrastructure jobs are still held by men? And that if you look at the top 20 jobs held by women now in 2024 versus 1924 are almost the exact same. So women have had 100 years to do whatever they want, and they still do the same 20 jobs they did 100 years ago, other than we switched out farm labor for HR work. But other than that, we're secretaries, nurses, daycare ladies, early childhood education, administrative assistants, retail workers, all the same shit that we were a century ago. So if the men are the ones tasked with every time there's a natural disaster, they have to go out and rescue people from the fires and the floodwaters, and every time there's a war, the men have to go and fight it and defend the country, and anytime there's a criminal who needs to be violently arrested, it's going to be a man who goes and does that, not a woman. Where does the equality come in? If we're doing the fluffy jobs, you know, we're all singers, we got a lot of singers and musicians, which is cool, it's great, I love music too. but y'all ain't like rescuing people and doing the heavy lifting or the dirty or the dangerous jobs. Like, who collects the trash? Men. Who does all the steel working and oil rig work and all of the like sewer cleaning? Men.
Tower making.
We have a video on this, Rachel, actually. Nick, remember that video we were looking at yesterday? I think it might still be on one of the tabs. Let's watch this.
Is it audio?
No audio. No audio. Go ahead.
Oh, there's no audio on it.
Yeah, go ahead. Are you ready to work on an oil rig? All right.
Come on, feminists, get in there. You can do it.
Those are some roughnecks.
Come on, ladies. Anyone?
definitely not strong
Andrew had to
enough for
do
that.
stuff like that back in the day. They'd lower him
Underwater
into
welding, I
not
guess.
not
Or-
underwater, but they would lower him into these tiny little horrifically frightening spaces to do extremely dangerous stuff.
I'm claustrophobic.
I really feel like
Yeah.
women should just have the choice to do it if they want to, because I know some women that can handle it.
They do have the
Yeah.
choice, and they're
That's-
not.
They
doing
do,
it.
and they're not
doing it.
They
That's
don't
fine.
want to.
Well,
this
I mean,
this
that's
is the
fine.
big secret,
Yeah.
right? Is that women don't want to do any of this dirty,
So-
dangerous, scary stuff. They don't want to.
Well, yeah, but is that just what we've been raised with, the culture
No.
we're surrounded by?
No, and I have data to back this up. So
Okay.
if you
Oh, is there more, Nick? Just let it play.
yeah, we'll just let it play. So back around the time of suffrage, we're talking like 1850s to 1920, roughly around there when the big suffrage movement was happening. Did you guys know that most women were completely against it? By all of the referendums that they would do where they would let women vote on whether they wanted to vote, only about 4% actually had any interest in voting. And they actually had really good reasons for this. There was much higher membership in anti-suffrage groups than pro-suffrage groups. And these groups would do public debates. They would do written debates, newspaper periodicals where they would go back and forth and debate these things. And the women who were against suffrage said, look, the primary purpose of government is to protect persons and property, okay? Why task women with that when we're not really capable of doing that, okay? We don't want to have to be drafted. We don't want to have to do jury duty. We don't want to have to be a political bloc, because back then women had advocacy groups for things they wanted, but they weren't a lobbying group. They didn't have like voting rights, so they weren't able to be as easily politicized. They felt like they had a moral high ground to ask for things like, we need more parks, we need better schools, we need clean air, whatever it was. And that if they became just another voting bloc, they would be involved in dirty politics, and they didn't want to do that. They felt like somebody has to be morally neutral and not involved in politics. So, given all of that, do you guys think that women can protect and defend persons and property?
Sure.
Okay,
I mean,
how?
well, first of all, I want to go back to the fact that for a long time, women weren't allowed to own property, or at least not without being married. And so,
Actually, it was the opposite. It was once you got married, you generally, whatever belonged to you belonged to your
sure,
husband,
but then usually the woman is still living with the family.
Right,
and
but why would you? So think about
Yeah.
why.
Why would you wanna live on your own?
Why do you think women didn't own property?
Well,
do you think it was just the patriarchy, like just
No, I'm
hated
not
the
saying
women
that.
and
I'm
they
not
just
saying
wanted
that.
to put their boot on their neck and keep them down?
I
or-
generally don't think that.
Okay, what do you think?
I generally think it was just a matter of the times. Like, because it was, I mean.
So do you think there was a reason, though? Do you think there was a logic behind not letting
I think it
women own
worked for
property?
back then. I think it worked for what it is at that point in time.
No, I don't think you understand what I'm
Sure.
saying. So
Okay.
if you're a woman
Yeah.
and you own land and it's 1802,
Mm-hmm.
and bandits or cattle robbers or Indians come and they say, we're taking your land,
Yeah.
what are you going to do about it?
But that's exactly my point. That worked for that time.
Okay, what's different now?
We don't have that as much. I mean, it depends on the neighborhood, of course. I mean, it depends on the community,
Okay,
et
so
cetera.
if you own land now in 2024 and you have a squatter who comes and squats on your property and you need them removed,
I did
do
that.
you call ladies to come and physically remove them, or are there men who come and physically remove them?
So I had a subleaser who I needed to get rid of, and I did all of it. My landlord didn't do anything.
Okay, what'd you do?
I went to the court, and
Okay.
I got the papers. I took her to court. I won.
Oh, wait, it was a woman squatter?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, okay, but did you physically remove her, or did cops come?
Well, did she willingly, after the judgment from the court, she willingly left?
So, okay, the lease was up. She refused to leave. And so, I got the paperwork. I gave her the 3-day notice to vacate, which is the proper way to...
Right, you're going through the eviction process.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so then, and she was still like, that's not right. It's totally illegal, even though I got it literally from the courthouse. And so then we're like, okay, let's get the proper eviction papers. Mind you, we still had the papers escorted by cops.
So did you both went to the court and there was like the eviction trial?
Yeah, and we did.
Okay.
Well, I mean, not the eviction trial.
So
She did leave within the 5 days of receiving the eviction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But, so let's say she stayed there, right?
Yeah.
Because I think this is what Rachel is getting at. Let's say she stayed there, you even won the eviction case,
Yeah.
the judge did an order, I don't know, typically after the eviction, I think they have another period of time. It depends on the state.
Yeah.
It can be 10 days, 30 days, whatever it is. And then the cops will come after a certain period of time and then forcibly remove the person. I think what Rachel's trying to get at is who's going to forcibly remove the person, whether man or woman, if they were, even after getting a judgment from a court, they still refuse to leave.
Right, okay. So in this case, because she left within the 5 days, I didn't have to have the sheriff remove her.
Right.
But, at least when I was giving the papers, the cops that were there were men and women. Yes, primarily men, but there were women.
Right,
who's to say there can't be more?
Well, you're talking about the process server? So you served her with the...
So it was my mother who served her, but because of the threats she was making, we had her escorted by foot patrol.
And that was not like a bunch of strong, independent women who marched.
It was a man and a woman.
Okay. And if it had just been a woman, do you see what I'm getting at? Do you see who defends our national borders? Not a bunch of feminists, right? The use of force is still always going to be men.
Of course,
when you come
men
down
are taller and bigger. Of course,
Yeah.
they're gonna have that physical. Well, I always got it. I always understood.
Right.
Going back to the sports things. The men are gonna be able to do things that women just physically can't. But
So, when we talk about equality, the only equality women have is the illusion of equality granted to them and provided for them by men.
Sure. That's why I think it depends on the context when it comes to equality, personally.
If you have to appeal to men and say, men, let us be equal. We demand equality. And the men go, fine, we'll enforce equality. Is that really equality?
Well, that's why I think it depends on how it is being handled. Personally, I think
so. It's up to the men, basically. It's always going to
because they're already in that position. If we could flip it, and then they'd have to ask us, right?
Okay. So you think we could put women on all the oil rigs, and we could put women in the Senate, we could put women in the military as generals, we could make them sheriffs, and that would work out fine?
Yeah.
You think so? Okay.
Here's the thing. For example, I remember watching this one show. I think it was called Stars and Stripes, and it took a bunch of celebrities and put them in the position of military. It had men, it had women. The person who ended up winning was the skier Peekaboo Streets, and she was a woman. She beat out Sarah Palin.
That guy.
She ended up beating out Sarah Palin's husband.
This is a reality show.
Where's this going? Where is this going?
Well, for example, she ended up winning. She was but they were all put in position of military, and she ended up winning. It was a woman.
So, do you think that men and women are the same?
I don't think they're the same. I don't. I think physically there are differences.
Okay. Just physically though, you don't think that men have certain strengths and women have certain strengths, and they each have different divinely appointed roles in existence?
I'm an atheist personally.
Okay. Do you think that they have appointed roles in society in order for society to be mostly successful?
I think that's how it's come to be.
So can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
Do you think that women are happier today, or do you think that they were happier before all of this stuff?
I
That's a good
think
question.
Because it's proven that women are way less happier today.
Okay, but is that just the stats we're looking at now, as in those are the stats we're taking?
That's just ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, because for example, people like to make the argument that we're seeing a rise in autism. Okay, is it the fact that there's a rise in autism, or did we just not take into account the fact that we didn't know what it was before?
Well, so
I think people know
I
what
can
happiness
actually
was.
explain this because it's my area of specialty.
Sure.
there's surveys that were done, like very large scale surveys that were done in the 70s, and then again in the 90s, and then again in the early 2000s. So the first one that came out was called The Paradox of Female Happiness, where when they surveyed women all over the West and asked them if they were, what their satisfaction levels were, a ton of different metrics were used. In the 70s, pretty good, pretty happy, not a lot wrong. By the time we get to the 90s and they repeat the survey, women are declining in happiness in the places that they have the most freedom, the most egalitarian society. So the places where women have the most equality are the places where we see them not only reporting that they have higher levels of unhappiness, but also we see a rise in alcoholism, fetal alcohol syndrome, depression, anxiety, prescription drug use. Every metric they look at, women are reporting that they are less happy. Now, there's a lot of reasons we could talk about why that might be.
Sure.
But I think people don't understand that when women are trying to be equal, it makes life pretty impossible. You end up thinking you can have it all, do it all, be it all. Your expectations are wildly high, and you expect that you're going to be able to have a husband and a family and a career and do whatever you want, but also have a man who's going to take care of stuff. And these things all contradict each other. These things do not mesh together well. On top of that, women are more emotionally volatile. We have a hormonal cycle every month that, fluctuates. We have pre-menopause, we have postpartum, we have a lot of ups and downs that men don't have.
Why does that make us more emotional? Because and I'm genuinely asking.
Of the literal hormone
Well,
in your
hold
body.
on. I know. But for example, let's look at history here. So much war has been caused by men.
Well, I have something for this actually.
Yeah.
So they looked at monarchs, for example, kings and queens, and they actually found that queens were just as or even more likely to wage war than kings.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing. I think there's some real messed up women in history too, truly.
No, but they did an analysis here. I'm not just saying there were some queens. They just comparing all of the. I don't know if it was the English monarchs, the British monarchs. I don't recall exactly the specific details of this analysis they did, but they did find that queens were more likely to wage war than kings.
Okay.
Just wanted to put that in there.
Sure. Are we looking at it statistically as in, let's be real, there were probably still more kings in history than there were ever queens that were really in charge.
Per capita.
Okay,
right?
so it is per capita.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't speak to that personally.
So
but
why would we think that men are going to start more war if women are more emotionally volatile and less rational and less logical on average?
Well, maybe
than
we'd
men
know
are?
that if we were taught more about those women as well. Because personally, I'm just going to be honest with you. How many women in history can we actually name?
A ton.
Well, talking in that specific position to cause a war.
I'm an Orthodox Christian, and we have tons of different queens and princesses and women who were in various leadership positions and waged horrific war on their enemies. And things like that,
it's just usually, we see, queens that are just with a king. Yes. Oh.
You're getting
sorry.
Well, that would be. I could give you that, except that in the modern age, we have a whole bunch more data that proves that this is not the case.
Okay.
For example, when you look at juvenile correction facilities or women's prisons, so we were just talking about how men have the monopoly on force.
Yeah.
So men in male prisons, things like that. Generally, men grow up using physical force. And when they're little, they do rough and tumble play with their dad, with their siblings, with their friends, and they kind of learn where the boundaries are of how much can I beat up my friend before I go too far and actually cause harm? So they tend to learn that young, and it has an impact. Women don't have those same experiences. So what we see is that when women do have the monopoly on force, for instance, when you are a female guard in a juvenile facility or a female guard in a women's prison, the women guards are far more likely to be abusive, and the abuse tends to be worse than men. And
I have heard that.
They do think it's partially because of our emotional volatility, our hormonal fluctuations, and also just because women tend to be more likely to be on prescription psychiatric medications, have mental illnesses, and just be less used to knowing where the boundary is. So when women lose their shit and get physical, they tend to escalate to a point that's a lot worse than what a man
can I
would
ask
do.
then, is some of this may be because, also we hear a lot that women don't get the resources they need in the medical field.
You mean like mental health wise?
I'm not talking necessarily mental health. Like for me personally, I took years to get diagnosed with a chronic illness.
Okay.
And there's a lot of that. And there's also not as much like research on women in medicine. Again, going back to autism.
How does that relate to like the violence?
I think I kind of know what you're talking about a little bit. I'd like to offer up a bit of a rebuttal.
Okay.
So I think you're talking perhaps about how there's less testing of certain drugs on women, or like less things are tested on women. My rebuttal, though, there would be, well, one thing that's a concern is if you're testing an experimental drug on somebody, if the woman happens to be pregnant but she doesn't know it, there could be ramifications there when it comes, because, for example, some medications are not recommended if you're pregnant, for example. So if you're testing something experimental, the woman doesn't know she's pregnant, obviously it could be very rare that, she's happened to be partaking in a trial and, she's pregnant. That could be one of the justifications for why they're more inclined to test things on men. There's also like this component of, well, women, when women's hormones tend to shift a bit more throughout their cycle. So I think it's better to test on someone who has their hormones are a bit more level.
I get this.
But the other thing is, it's not clear to me if it's some privilege to
have to be tested on
have like experimental drugs tested on you. That seems like it would be a negative, like men are so desperate for money and resources that they're willing to have experimental drugs tested on them. I think if it was actually the reverse, if it was 100% women where we were testing drugs on them, there would be a huge outcry from feminists saying, wait, why are we like subjugating women specifically to this drug treatment? That seems like...
I get what you're saying. I mean, I personally wouldn't be opposed to that.
Okay.
But
if it was 100% women?
Yeah, I honestly think it's kind of necessary. Because...
Sure, but I feel like feminists would just argue and be like, hold on, this is like, look at how, this is unfair.
This
like, why are women
You're not going to hear that
on?
from me personally.
Okay,
but,
all right, well, that's fine.
No, I mean, for example, this is a more minor thing, but like, okay, why has, recently, when they test like tampons or pads, it's only now they're using real menstrual blood rather than like water or
But how does...
It's different.
I just wonder how this gets back to what we were debating, which was why can women defend persons and property?
Yeah, to tie back to that.
If a hurricane takes out half the eastern seaboard, are the women going to get out there and get the power lines back up and put the sandbags out and rescue people from the floodwaters and rebuild everything?
I mean, I would certainly hope so.
No, they can't. They can't do it. They can't do it.
Ben George donated $200.
Yo, thank you, Ben. Appreciate it, man.
So you claimed men are more dangerous and advocate for women, yet want examples of powerful women abusing power?
No.
Use Google image search for teacher arrested for essay. 90% are images of women in power.
I agree. I agree. I mean,
there's definitely a lot of that. A couple quick things.
Yeah.
Rachel, you were talking about like, how aggression tends to manifest, especially young boys, for example. I don't know if you're kind of familiar with this, like how men's aggression, especially at an early age, tends to manifest itself more in the physical realm. Yeah. But isn't it the case that women's aggression will manifest? It might not manifest itself in the physical realm, but it will still manifest itself regardless. Reputation destruction.
Yeah,
for example.
Women use subterfuge, manipulation, gossip, that sort of thing, because, right, if you can't use physical force to get your way, those are the things you're going to default to. So.
I mean, that's something we see in history as well. I mean,
I have a question. Sorry.
Wait, one more thing. Also, when it comes to like physical, I don't know, were we talking about like violence at all? I don't know if that was kind of
we
a little
were
bit
like military, and then
So, I mean, what do you think about this? So, I mean, you were saying, well, men throughout history have been a bit more violent. So I saw this, I've seen the stat a couple times. So if we're looking at heterosexual couples, lesbian couples, and gay couples, we actually find that, for example, gay couples, so two men in a relationship, the rate of domestic violence is actually lowest amongst homosexual gay men. It's in the middle for heterosexual couples, and the incidence rate of domestic violence in lesbian couples is actually the highest.
Okay.
So that's an interesting thing, because when you have two men, you would think, well, men tend to be more violent. Why is it then that when you put two men in a relationship, the incidence of violence, domestic violence, is the lowest?
Okay, can I play devil's advocate?
When there's two women together, it's the highest.
Okay, can I play devil's advocate for a second?
Go ahead.
Okay, so we like to typically, I think, make out anyone who's, let's say, gay to be, well, they're more feminine. And then we look at women who are lesbian and we're like, well, they're more masculine. So is that what in the brain, what's making that happen then?
This is similar to what I wanted to ask. Do we believe that...
I mean, that's a fair question, but go ahead.
Like every female... Well, first of all, women and men, we both have testosterone and estrogen, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it can be imbalanced. So I feel like it depends on the person, and we can't like box everything in.
Sure.
Well, yeah,
Going back
but
to
we
health.
can take a look at statistical averages, and another important data point is that although when men tend to do domestic violence, the damage can be greater, women are more likely to initiate domestic violence than men, and men are less likely to report it than women are.
Because they're less likely to be believed.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the draft really quick.
Yeah, go for it.
I wanted to go back to you two guys. I think both of you said no, women shouldn't be drafted. I was just curious, why not?
I think because there's a difference between men and women. Because men are, physically stronger, and like,
Sure.
I feel like, I don't know, if you enlist everybody, then.
So can I ask you a question, a follow-up on that? So you say men are physically stronger. Do you think then, if that's the case, if women shouldn't be subject to forced military conscription, should women be barred from volunteering for the military?
No, I think.
Well, why? So why are they barred from forced military conscription, but they're able to volunteer? Because it occurs to me, like, for example, in peacetime, or in wartime, there could perhaps be a greater need for more soldiers. Whereas in peacetime, do you need them?
Women just join the military so they can get free college.
Oh, wow.
Wait, so men are stronger. That's
Even
why.
though that benefit isn't really even happening anymore.
And then what about you? You said women should not be drafted. Why is that?
Well, when I said it was for the same reason that like men are physically stronger, and I was for what you said about like volunteering. I feel like the women who choose to volunteer would be physically strong as well, but like.
Oh, were you going to come in on this? Or?
Okay, well then, yeah, I'm not going to deny men are physically stronger. That's just a thing. But then, you were saying how, women have to use their brain because they got to make up for what they lack in strength, right? So then who's to say that the brains can't be used in situations in the military as well?
Well, that would be a great point as well, except for this thing called greater male variability, which if you look at, you can look at a number of different metrics. I was just on Timcast and we were talking about grip strength as an example,
I saw that.
but you can do it with IQ, you can do it with all different measures of aptitude. And what we see is that women tend to cluster around the mean more than men. And there's this small percentage of men and in anything that are so much better at everybody else that it's like not even close. So as a woman, if you're trying to be a CEO, a general in the military, a strategist in the military, trying to be a police officer, a detective, anything like that, you're going to have to compete with this tiny top tier of men that is going to be so far ahead of you that the odds of you beating them are very, very small, which is why even after 100 years of equality, we don't see a lot of women at the top of these highly competitive pursuits, like being a CEO, like being a 4-star general in the military, like being the president, things like that. So it's one of the differences that makes it really tough for women to compete. So even if you're very smart for a woman, you may not be able to compete with that top tier of men. Statistically.
So you're saying men are just naturally smarter?
Well,
I'm
you
saying
mentioned
that
the
the
variability
top,
thing, right?
yes,
Nick, can you pull that up? We'll just look at it. So there's this, this is like, Nick, can you make it smaller, please? Yeah. And then I'm also going to find you just the article. Hold on. I'm sending that to you in private chat. Pull that up, please. Get it quick if you can. So it's this idea that I think isn't it even the case that women are on average smarter?
Yes.
Or is it?
There's more of us that are in that middle gathering around the mean.
So I'll read this really quick.
Okay.
But the men who are smartest are way ahead. Generally.
The variability hypothesis, also known as the greater male variability hypothesis, is the hypothesis that males generally display greater variability in traits than females. Pull that one back up, Nick. The chart. Just click on it.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, what they're saying is that there's more stupid men. There's there's a lot more dumb men.
Sure.
But there's also a greater proportion of really, really smart men.
Okay.
But then there's more women who are in the middle.
Right.
Okay, then that kind of goes back to my point, though. Then if there's more women in the middle, then what's the harm then of actually? Because that means we're having greater odds of having smart women than we are. We're risking more by having a.
I'm not saying smart women
IQ.
can't do smart girl things. I'm a smart woman who does smart girl things.
Clearly.
But when we're talking about who should be at the apex of society running things, generally men are going to have the monopoly on force, strength, cognitive skills, leadership skills, social skills. They're just that top bit of men are going to be so far ahead.
Okay, but going back to your point then how does that affect the draft? Because that's not the top tier. That draft is
but
just...
the draft is just you have to be physically capable, and you
Sure.
are a tiny girl.
I know.
If you had to jump in tomorrow and do the PT prescriptions that men have when
literally
they join
have
the
a booster
military,
seat.
yeah, you couldn't do it. And I'm a really strong girl. I've done powerlifting and weightlifting for years. I've got a 250 pound for 5 reps deadlift right now. I've got a 200 pound squat. But you put me next to a man who's my size that doesn't even train, and he's going to whoop my ass.
But for example, what if there's an emergency situation, when you're out in the field, I think I'm okay to say this, the more likely to see a man just kind of brute his way through it rather than think how can we problem solve this so nobody gets more injured or in a less risky situation, I should say. You know what
so
I'm
you think
saying?
that on average women are more strategic than
No,
men,
I'm not saying strategic, but I mean if we're looking at the mean average of the brain kind of thing, sorry, then wouldn't it be fair to say that they're gonna be more able to look at those situations better than the average we're seeing based off the graph you gave us?
I'm not really sure what you're asking.
So, in those risky situations, then if the mean average is that, the women are going to overall have a decent IQ, then they'd be more likely to handle those risky situations where we really need to think about it than, say, the average we're going to find.
That's not really how it works. And when you're entering the military, they test you.
Sure,
right?
I know
so
that.
If you're below a certain IQ, you're not going to be in the field doing certain things for that
Are you
reason.
saying that we assess risk differently?
Right.
And men do not take as much time to assess those risks, and they just jump right in.
Well, women are more risk averse, but usually in a military situation, that's going to be bad.
Well, yes. No, you want to be on your toes because, of course, you never know what's going to happen.
Women are very conflict avoidant, and on average, they don't want to be in the military.
Well, here's the thing then. Then why is there a problem having an equal amount, an equal opportunity for drafting men and drafting women then? So that means we're having equal risk takers and equal, maybe not risk takers. Do we want that fair bit of both?
So what you're telling me is, all throughout human history, armies have been made of men. Sure. And now, because it's 2024 and technology, we should put all of, look at the table of ladies here. You all are lovely. You're probably great singers. You're beautiful. But do I want you on the front lines fighting? No, I don't.
Sure, I get that.
I
see what you're
want
saying
women
too.
on the front lines. I'm a feminist.
So she
Send them.
all
You know what? I think we do total switch up. Men don't get get drafted, and we just draft with the women. Use the women as meat shields for a little bit. Soften the enemy up a little bit. Then the men can come in.
I'm not.
I think
something that's interesting.
Take care of it. We'll take care of it. The women soften them up.
I think something that's interesting is that you're saying we have equal portions of men and women entering the military, but then what you would have to do is you would have to separate those roles once they enter the military, and then then it's not equal anymore. So what is the point of doing that?
I do get what you're saying. Well, I mean, based off the physical stuff like we're talking about again, I think that would have to depend on the woman. I mean, look at some of the women in the Olympics; they could totally do it, right?
Could they?
Yeah, I mean,
like who?
I mean, those
first
are
of all,
also outliers as well.
Like 1%.
I know they're outliers.
So
but
we're like when we're talking about this kind of stuff, you have to think about in general, the women in general and bigger numbers.
Sure.
Olympians are.
I'm not denying that. I think, if anything, if we are going to have a draft with women, we need to. I mean, we all have to go through a physical, even if we're being drafted, right? So, I mean, we then assess. Okay, what can we best put them to?
Well, then, most women are not going to meet the requirements. And
it depends on the
remember
position.
that they've opened up all of the special forces to women for, 30 years now? 20 years, something like that? Not a single woman has been able to pass Navy SEALs or BUDS or, the different Green Beret training. Women just can't do it.
Well, and going along with that, I
Hmm.
wouldn't want them to lower that standard so that women could.
They
right?
do.
No, I'm not-
No.
I
But
don't-
here's the thing.
Oh, they have to
It
do,
is
like,
a
less
different
push-ups
standard.
and
It is a
whatnot.
different
Yeah.
standard. And this isn't just for the military. It's for police force, firefighters.
Yeah.
So I think for the military, there's a speed test in terms of being
it's a
able to
lie.
complete
None of it
a
is really
mile or I don't know
Right.
how long.
Right.
it is.
Yeah.
It's a lie.
Push-ups.
Well, this is the thing is,
these things.
women always will say, we want to be equal, so you have to let us do these things. You have to, first of all, if they have to let you, it's not equal.
Right.
Second of all, if they have to lower the standard for you to get in, it's also not equal. So it's all just this illusion, this silly illusion, and I don't want to. I'm sick of it. I think that
She's sick of it.
I think that in the not so distant future, a few generations from now, they're going to look back on this feminist experiment and go, "Whoa, that was a disaster. Glad we got rid of that," because it's simply not sustainable. We can't even keep going with it because birth rates have tanked.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So either
Tanked.
maybe it won't go away, and then humanity will just go extinct.
There will be a reset, and people always ask me what I think it'll be, and I think it's going to be painful and ugly. There's a couple ways it could go, but it's not going to be fun for anyone when it happens.
How do you
Whoever
anticipate
gets
it going?
AI first, we're in trouble. I don't know. It could be China. Who knows what happens? Okay. One thing related to this, just I don't know. Who's physically stronger, men or women? Starting with you.
Well, men.
I haven't denied it. It is still men.
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 Okay. All right. Just wanted to check here.
We have had some.
We've had some women.
some girls.
There are some weenie men, but it's
say-
fine.
And
There are
I'll
some
even
weenie
grant
men for
there are women out there who can be stronger than men.
Yeah, and there's
who
some
can
that
lift
be
more,
average,
who can
but
beat men up.
yeah.
But I saw that grip strength thing, and we've pulled that up before too. I mean, the vast majority of men are stronger than women. So, anyways, let's see. Let's get into actually kind of sort of related to the feminist conversation a little bit. I don't know if we'll linger too long on the actual debate of it, but I do at least want to get your answers. So the question is, after
Ben
this one.
George donated $200. Last one. Do the ladies believe in evolution? If so, men evolved into their role, because men have been primarily on the front lines and pushed mentally and physically. Join a SEAL team, ladies.
Okay, Ben George, thank you, man. Do you believe in evolution?
Yes.
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
I don't know.
What does the LDS
I
have
was
to say about
actually
this?
I was just thinking about that because we believe in Adam and Eve, and I have had discussions with family members about this, but I don't feel like I've ever gotten an answer, so I don't know.
Okay, what about you?
Yeah.
Yes. I don't.
Don't believe in evolution?
No.
Wait, aren't you a bio major?
Yes.
Rachel?
No, evolution is fake and gay.
Okay. Cool. Okay, thank you, Ben George. Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. Okay. So let's see here. We have, yes. Okay, man or bear? Would you rather come across a random man or a random bear in the woods? Starting with you. Go ahead.
Can you come back to me? I don't know.
Okay, we'll come back. Go ahead.
I'm like a man.
Man?
Yay.
No, come on.
No. Guys, let people answer. Don't try to force them. Go ahead.
Yeah, I give a man.
Wait, hold on. Did somebody pressure you?
No, I don't get pressured. I have my own thoughts.
You were thinking about the.
I was just gonna say, a bear. This is gonna sound crazy, but if I'm in the woods and then a bear approaches me and I did not have time to research a bear.
Wait.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200.
Yeah, thank you, Grid One. Appreciate
Songbird,
it.
feminism has failed you. Your lies to yourself are failing you. The patriarchy stands ready to help. Submit and be saved from your irrational thoughts. Be better.
Okay, thank you, Grid One Motorsports, man. Good to see you in the chat. Thank you, man. You were saying?
Let's say that men can be pretty unpredictable. I'll give you that. But I choose men. I would rather be in the woods with the man.
A man.
A man.
Man.
A man.
I'm still on the fence about it just
Just
because
you
I've
gotta
had
pick.
like
Got
weird
like
things happen.
instant.
I'm gonna say bear.
Say bear. Rachel, what about you?
Oh, a man.
Okay.
There's an article on my Substack where I go over the last 45 years of data about men and whether or not the primary risk to women is men, and it's absolutely not. Like unequivocally, not even close. Your husband or the man in your life poses like far less risk to you than you've been led to believe by propaganda.
What was the largest risk?
The riskiest situation for a woman is to be in a cohabitation situation with a guy that she's sleeping with.
Wow.
Whereas far and away the safest is to be living with your married husband and children, like by a factor of 12 times. And it was a major talking point of feminism in the 60s and 70s that men are these abusers, they're alcoholics, they're going to beat you, and so you have to be able to leave and you have to be able to cohabitate, or you have to just be able to remain unattached so that you can get away if he turns out to be a bad guy. But it turns out that when you take the primary person out of your life who has an interest in providing for you and protecting you, you actually put yourself at much greater risk, and you end up with the kind of guys who are going to pump you and dump you and be bad to you and treat you like garbage because they have no vested interest in long-term what's your best interest. So like the data's super overwhelming on it.
Why do you pick bear? Just curious.
I've just been through like a lot of things with men. I was assaulted as a kid, and a couple of my first experiences in like sexually was also that, but like in high school. So I just feel like I don't know. I'd rather be mauled than go through that again. But that's just based off my experiences, not just based off of statistics.
But okay, keep in mind, this is a random man or a random bear. So the random man could be, the overwhelmingly likely to either leave you alone or be helpful in some sort of woods situation.
I'm like, why are we both standing in the middle of the woods? Like,
I think you're overthinking
I
the
feel
scenario
like
a little bit, but
in the middle of nowhere in the woods, you're probably a serial unaliver.
No way, serial unaliver.
Hold on.
Well, you're not going to
Then
find
why
no
are you in the
victims
middle of
out
the
in
woods?
Yeah, the man's going to be in the
Maybe
woods
they want
because he's
vacation.
hunting
Maybe
or
he did too.
hiking or doing bro
well,
stuff.
here's the scenario though. So it's like a random man. So you, of the entire U.S. population, you're just plucking a random man out of it. So you can't even think of what are the motivations for him being there. It's like both of you just get plucked into the woods. But you are coming across, so you will come across a random man or a random bear. You will get into contact.
I'm just still.
So if you were to like roll the dice and you just randomly get put into a situation with a random man, what do you think is like the chance of any given man, a random man, having wanting to harm you in some way, wanting to assault you in some way?
So if Jeffrey Dahmer was in the woods versus the bear, what would you rather?
No. The question is what's the population of the U.S.? Over 300 million, 150?
Yeah.
So it's
So
like
you're
150.
basically statistically you're basically saying that you statistically think that there's a more chance that the man is going to be wicked and evil towards you.
I'm not even thinking statistically. I'm thinking personally. Like,
Well,
I'm
okay,
thinking
but
based off of-
sure, but it's a random man, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I was also thinking I could probably outrun a guy. I cannot outrun a bear, especially in their natural habitat.
Yeah.
I don't
There's
think
no
I could
way.
outrun either.
You're all okay. Well, that being said, a bear, we know for sure, will if we get too close, is gonna cause harm.
Let me ask you a different question.
Yeah.
Would you rather let's say you see a man at a campfire and then you see like a bear at a campsite who's like ruffling through some like food or something. Who would you rather go up and pat on the head 3 times?
Well,
The man
obviously-
or the bear?
Obviously the man.
Okay. Here's a different scenario. You're on the top floor of a burning building.
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated
Hey, good to see you, dude.
$200.
It's been a while.
If my wife was
Thank you,
hiking
man.
through the woods, alone, she's 5'4" plus 110 pounds, say I wasn't present, I would rather her come across another random man rather than a bear 100% of the time. Irrational.
Thank you. I'm so glad I'm not dating. Good to see you back in the chat, dude. Okay, here's the other scenario. You're on the top floor of a burning building for an appointment. You don't work there, so you don't know like the people in the building, whatever. Top floor of a burning building. The stairs burning. There's 2 elevators, top floor. There's a man in one of the elevators and a bear in the other elevator. And you're trying to get to the bottom. Which elevator do you go into? The one with the random man or the one with the bear?
Well, I feel like the answer is obvious, the one with the man in it, because
Okay.
we're both trying to escape something.
Okay. Good times. All right, well, there it is. I feel like I need to ask that question, like, show of hands, because I feel like some of you would have said bear.
I thought about it.
I think some of you would have said bear, but then she said, man, look at that. Good for you.
I'm reasonable here.
Yeah,
Come
you're
on.
reasonable. Okay, there you go. That's good. That's good. All right, so we did man versus bear. Let's do, wait, actually, Grid 1 Motorsports. He's still in the chat. He mentioned the patriarchy.
He did.
Do you guys want to, this is definitely dating related, do you guys want to smash the patriarchy? Should we smash?
I don't
Smash
even
the
understand
patriarchy.
necessarily like what we're talking about here when we say the patriarchy.
Well, so like, you know, feminism, one of the core tenets of feminism is there's the patriarchy theory. Patriarchy.
Okay.
Do you want to smash it? Should we get rid of the patriarchy?
I feel like I just don't care enough. But
Okay, cool. What about you?
I think there are certain aspects where it's just naturally going to happen, and I think there's some places where maybe there could be more leeway. That's it. That's really it.
So is there a patriarchy?
These days, I want to say just like a smidge. It really depends on where you're looking. You'd have to look. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Don't be shy. I see that you want to say something, and I want you to.
Oh, I was making a
chitty
joke in my
chat.
head like, yeah, I want to smash the patriarchy, but not smash the patriarchy, if you know what I meant.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
You know? I think that there could be some tweaks, but I don't want to end it, no.
Okay.
No, we should not get rid of the patriarchy.
No, we should not get rid of it.
I think I also don't really know what the patriarchy is that much.
Do you feel like, so when feminists talk about the patriarchy, they're usually saying there's this historic conspiracy of men to control women, to keep them under their boot, to prevent them from having power or free will or like the choice to leave or do what they want, right? There's this effort among men in general to keep women like under their foot a little bit, to keep them down. Do you feel like that's a thing?
Maybe in the past, but not so much now.
Okay.
Yeah, same. I feel like we all can pretty much do what we want, so.
Okay, question. What are we going to do about the men that think that they can lead, but they can't? We're supposed to just let them like run shit? I mean, I don't see that.
Well, can you give me an example of a man who thinks he can lead but doesn't?
So it could be like, if we're talking about the patriarchy in general, we could talk about a president. I don't want to pick one and say like what I think, but I'm not gonna say every man is gonna be great to lead, and that's been in office.
So do you guys assume then that when we're talking about like patriarchy, that all men have dominion over all women, or do we think that there's a hierarchy among men?
I can respect that.
Yeah, and I think one thing that feminism did unintentionally that's been really destructive for everybody is it destroyed that hierarchy among men. And now what you have, because you used to have the like more alpha type of men,
we used to
keeping down the like beta cuck type of like, you know, the gamma type of males who are just jealous and resentful, and they think that they're like, I should be having a girlfriend, she should like me, but she only likes that 6 foot tall football player, and I'm gonna show her, you know, those type
like
of guys.
a girl.
Yeah.
Yes.
They used to bully those guys into their proper place.
I love that. We need to bring it back.
Yeah, keep them kind of like where they need to be, keep them in line a little bit. But what feminism and egalitarianism did was kind of like take that away. So now you do have these feminine, by the way, feminist men, okay? All they're trying to do is what?
Get women.
Yeah, they're just they're trying to fuck.
Yeah,
right? So they're not honest dudes. They're not going to be leaders. They're going to be shitheads. They're going to be impersonators. They're going to be the kind of dudes that you don't want. And it used to be that you had to compete for a wife. You know, back in the day, like you had to prove to a man that you could support his daughter, that you could take care of her, that you were worthy of marrying her. Now we all just like go for the guy who like, we all pick the wrong dudes, right? Very often we pick the wrong guy because some of them have adapted and figured out how to manipulate and sneak their way in, and like the guy who you friend zoned forever, and then the minute you break up with your boyfriend, he's like right there with a bottle of wine and like, oh honey, you know, like he's trying to use what he can to get what he wants. So right. Like they act like females, they act sneaky, and they use manipulation and subterfuge and gossip and things like that to get girls. Okay. And so we end up with these dudes, right?
Can I ask, so, you know, I know people who are like that, and I know people who are feminists who aren't like that. Yeah.
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $200. He's a perfect match. You go to his house. One of his rooms, properly locked, in his house is filled with guns and ammo reloading equipment, including multiple AR-15 rifles. Whatever do you do?
What if it's just for protection? Like, you know, like he feels like the need to protect his home, and he's one of those people that likes to collect things. I don't know. If it's properly locked, then that doesn't have anything to do with me, I guess.
So you'd be okay with it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what the question is asking.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, I'd be okay with it.
I mean, I'd ask, like, are you using it for hunting purposes? You know, I know hunters, they're fine. But then also, I mean, if it's not, why do you need an AR-15? Exactly, that's it.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. I am the patriarchy. We value women and protect them, especially from themselves. We die so you don't have to. Excepting Mrs. Wilson, you lot know so little of my work, yet speak in ignorance. Be better.
Okay, should we continue with the gun question? Yeah. Okay, what do you think?
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't really fully hear the question, but
you date a guy, he's the perfect match, everything about him is perfect, but you go to his house and he's got a locked room that's filled with all kinds of guns, a bunch of AR-15s.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Probably ask him what his favorite one is.
Sounds like my house, so
okay.
Happy with it.
It's my dad's house. Not really.
I mean, I would ask like questions of like what they're for, but like I probably wouldn't have a problem with it.
I would be okay as long as it's secured and, you know, safe.
I would be cool with it. I'd probably say, where's the AK-47s? But
period.
Yeah, that's a big question.
Like, why only one type?
AR-15 is the most popular rifle, I think, in America, but has its limits.
Ones, yeah.
They're fun, though.
Would you guys change your answer if he just thought they were cool? Like, he really just liked guns?
I also think they're cool.
Right.
I'm a firearms instructor, so
it's
fine. My dad was in the
Yeah.
Navy, so.
Wait, maybe show of hands who said no to the...
We all said
No one
we
said
were
no.
fine with it.
Yeah.
Everyone's fine with it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I guess it's like, what would be the motivation if he, like, if he didn't want, well, I'm like completely fine with it, but if the answer was not to protect himself, what would it be?
Maybe he
You know what I
collects
mean?
things. Like, I don't know, or goes hunting, or...
Because I think the main motivation that every man has a gun is to protect themselves and protect his home. So
And it's just, it's similar to why guys like cars. They like cool mechanical stuff that they can take apart and modify and do fun things with, and it makes things go boom, and it's fun.
do you have any
All right.
questions, Rachel?
Do I have any questions? Goodness. What do you guys think about all the plastic surgery that ladies are getting these days? What do you think about the fillers, the Botox, the lip injections, the eyelashes, like all of the enhancements? Because I'm 43, and when I was growing up, we didn't have all that. Like, fake boobs were just a thing in the 90s, and that was like pretty much it. There was not this ubiquitous plastic surgery when I was growing up. I don't remember ever thinking about what my butt looked like till I was like in my 20s. Because it just, like, we would, in high school, we'd compliment each other on our outfits. To be like, oh my God, your hair's cute. How'd you get it so tall, right? Because the mall bangs in the 90s. But there wasn't this, like, hyperfixation on, like, oh, I've got to have a huge ass and a tiny waist and huge lips and all this stuff. So I'm wondering, like, how do you guys feel about kind of growing up in the era with all that?
Well, I was born in the year 2000, so I just feel like, for me, I literally grew up in a social media age, like, and I always just had to see, like, you know, you just have to be perfect and everything like that. So I feel like for me, maybe thinking about it like in a more, I don't know, a different way, I feel like we're all a little brainwashed, even if we don't like to admit it. But I would definitely get my lips done when I get the chance. I'm gonna get a lot of things done, and maybe that means I have a little bit of mental health issues, but that's just, I don't know. I just feel like I
Stop it. Get some help.
Do you think it has to do with
perfection? Like, I don't know. I want to be
perfect.
perfect.
You guys ever see the before
You wanna be
pictures of the
perfect?
Kardashians and the after pictures of the Kardashians?
Wait, so what?
That's all
What do you want to get? You said lips. What else?
My boobs.
Fake boobs.
I want to get hip fillers.
Hip fillers. What else? BBL. Lipo.
I would definitely get Botox so I don't get lines on my forehead.
So you are intending to get this?
Oh yeah, I'm going to.
You're going to. Have you gotten anything yet, or nothing so far?
No.
Nothing so far.
But I would.
We can. Wait, actually, let's get everybody's response before we give our take on that. What about you?
Personally, at this point in time, not for me. I want to do, if I want to enhance anything about me, I want to do that naturally. I'm work out a certain way, etc. At one point I was thinking, I don't like my nose, but I was like, why? Why? So, yeah.
Good answer.
I feel like it's to each is their own. I feel like if it doesn't come from a place of like mental health issues, it's fine. I have gotten a little bit of lip filler personally. That's it.
That's it? Okay.
I think it's unhealthy and unnatural.
I think I don't know about boobs or anything like that kind of stuff, but I think I'm okay with facials and stuff like that. I feel like in the future, since I've been in the sun so much, I'll have to get some stuff taken off my face to like pre-cancerous stuff.
But that's not like...
Yeah.
Yeah, you said facials. Isn't that just like skin treatment?
Yeah.
Like skincare?
Yeah, there's some pretty intense like treatments that you can do too.
Sure, but it's not something like inside you, right?
Yeah.
Preventative care.
Does that
isn't
constitute
the
as
same.
cosmetic surgery though? I don't know. False.
I don't know.
Okay. What about you?
I think it is unnecessary, and like social media has caused a lot of insecurities and made it really normalized. But like I wouldn't judge anyone who does it, and yeah, to each their own.
Okay. What about you?
It's not for me. I think I prefer to be natural, and I think aging is like part of life, and it's like bound to happen. So, and I also think social media could be harmful for especially young, like impressionable girls to like compare themselves to people when it's really not.
All right, some good answers here.
Can I ask Rachel, one thing that I'm a little nervous about with like child rearing is like what's going to happen afterwards, and you've had 5. And I think that's the thing that women think about, like, oh, I'll get my mommy makeover. What are your thoughts on that? Like, if a mom wants to feel confident again after her body just got wrecked?
I think, well, it kind of depends. Like, I know some women who've had a bunch of kids and they look fantastic, and I'm like, dang. If you have, like, I had 5 and they were all over 8 pounds and they went straight out because I have like narrow hips, so they just went straight out in front. So, like, if there's excess skin and it's bothersome and you want to get that removed, I don't think there's any problem with that. I would consider it. I haven't done that, but I think it's okay, and I'm not 100% against plastic surgery, but I think it's gone like way too far with women just looking like people don't, like, you have an adorable nose. Why would you ever like think your
Let's
nose
see the side
cute?
profile here.
Oh God.
She has such a good nose. There's nothing wrong with her nose at all.
Yeah.
And I see girls who already have like great features, but they think they have to look like how all the celebrities look the same. Like, they have to have that tiny nose and these huge lips, and it's like, I am a fan of real faces. I used to draw portraits when I was growing up all the time. I like worked as an artist when I was younger, and I like people's actual faces. I like the things that make their face unique and make them look different. So I'm just not. I don't like everybody trying to look like blow-up doll clones. I think that's
I agree.
gross.
I'll give my take on this. I am a natural body supremacist. I am very much against, both in a partner and, you know, if I ever gain political power, I will actually outlaw plastic surgery. I'll outlaw cosmetic procedures, lip fillers, straight to jail, fake titties, straight to jail. BBL, that's actually, you can get executed in
my goodness.
I will execute you in my government if you get a BBL. Yeah, this is good. This is hardcore, okay?
I want to ask a question.
And you can't even be grandfathered in. You have to get that shit out. You got to remove that shit. You got to remove the shit. Sorry, execution.
No, yeah, period.
And then also labiaplasty, execution.
Oh, I can't imagine.
If you get one of those.
I can't imagine that either. That sounds crazy.
Hashtag
No
big
thanks.
labia matter.
Okay.
That's my movement.
Wait, Brian, I have a
Big labia
question
matter.
about this big labia thing.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear it.
So
Let's hear it.
I worked in a gynecologist office for
Yeah.
a long time, and there was women that would come in with like huge labias.
Huge.
Like
Huge. Sign me up. What's up?
No,
What
it
would
was just
happen?
like they couldn't exercise because of like chafing and issues like that. Are you okay with labiaplasties when they're like medically, or are you like no labiaplasty period?
I don't know if I believe it's interfering. I don't believe in it.
There was
But-
a lady that couldn't run because it was so painful and bad. Yeah. So like,
What?
I'm not saying it was common. I'm just saying I saw it, and so like I'm just curious.
She couldn't run?
It was so painful, like the chafing and the issues.
There's
that she
ways,
had.
there's workarounds.
There's
I'm just saying.
There's duct tape, is what you're saying.
I don't know. Maybe
Like,
stuff it. You gotta stuff it.
that's
I don't know.
What if there's nowhere
just
to stuff
roll it
Roll.
up.
I am. Look, I've heard of these incredibly dubious and rare scenarios where there
sure.
can be pain. Who knows if it's just pretext for justification for them getting what is typically purely a cosmetic procedure. But if there is,
Cloud Flying
I'm fine
donated
with it.
$200. Long-time watcher, first-time contributor. Love the show, Brian. How did the trip to the Eastern Orthodox Temple with Rachel go?
We weren't able to
Great
do it.
panel tonight. Nick needs a microphone. Keep killing it.
Oh, Nick on the microphone. Maybe, eventually we'll get it done eventually. Thank you, Cloud, for the street. Sorry,
I went to a lovely
Brain fart.
church here this morning, though. Highly recommend.
Was it Saint Athanasius?
Yep, St. Athanasius.
And then isn't there like a Greek
Yeah.
Orthodox one? Is that what you guys are, Greek?
We're Antiochian, and the one that I went, St. Athanasius, is Antiochian, so
Okay.
it was nice because
But they're all under the banner of Eastern Orthodox.
Yeah, they're all in communion with each other, so it
Okay.
would be the same liturgy, the same theology everywhere.
I know
you
the
go.
Greek one has it's a really nice one up in the mountains or
They
something.
tend
yeah.
to have beautiful,
Yeah.
fancy churches. Yeah.
Going back though to the plastic surgery stuff. So wait, your point was what if it's medically indicated? They have pain.
Well, I don't think that there's a lot of scenarios where any plastic surgery is medically indicated.
Right.
But I'm saying I saw one or two women where it was like
you saw
it.
that shit.
And I was
And
like,
you were like, damn.
you were in the shit.
I saw it and I was like, yeah.
You're
like,
like,
I could see why this would be so like interfere in so many aspects of your life.
I don't know. Look, I'm not a woman, so I don't know, how that is. But like, how many women, for example, or just people in general will say like, oh yeah, I got a rhinoplasty because I have breathing problems.
Yeah.
And they'll like, people do genuinely have like, I have a deviated septum. I broke my nose back in high school. I was on the wrestling team, broke my nose. Oh shit, it was almost 20 years ago or some shit.
Right.
Never bothered to fix it, but people do genuinely have these things where plastic surgery can actually address like a medically indicated problem. But there are people who will just lie and be like, well, I've got this blah, blah, blah.
Totally.
Even to a doctor, they won't even always be honest to the doctor and say, well, I just have issues with it cosmetically. They'll say, oh, my breathing's kind of, in the case of nose jobs, for example.
Right.
In this case, they might just want to, they don't want to come off even to the doctor as like, well, I want to do it for cosmetic reasons. Right. They'll say, well, there's also, I wonder if there's like something with insurance. If you say,
definitely. Yeah,
if you say, well, I experience pain while running versus I just don't like how it looks. Mm-hmm. If it has some play there with insurance, so who knows what the truth is. Yeah. But moving off from labiaplasty, I'm a natural body supremacist. So I'll give you my rundown quickly on this. So I would prefer a girl who has small upper lip over lip filler. I prefer a girl with small flat boobs over some fake titties. Prefer a girl with flat bum over BBL. Prefer a girl with a little belly fat over lipo belly. And that's pretty much it. So I don't know. And I actually I did a couple polls recently on my Twitter asking other men this, like, would you prefer a girl who has what I did one for BBL.
Yeah, I saw those.
BBL, fake breasts, and I think lip filler. The lip filler one was phrased a bit differently, but the men overwhelmingly, well, at least the people who answered, overwhelmingly said that they prefer natural, even if natural means you have a small bum, small boobs, small upper lip. They always prefer it over the fake thing.
So do you feel the same way about breasts if it was like you had a woman who had just huge breasts, major back pain? Do you feel the same way about a reduction, or are you like,
yeah, that'd be fine.
They could get a reduction? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really, I'm not even a boob guy, so I honestly wouldn't care. If she had some giant knockers, I wouldn't be like, oh, fuck. She's got to, oh, no, she's losing it. Actually, I feel like there's a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode about this where this guy was dating a woman, big boobs, and then she got a breast reduction, and then he lost interest. Yeah, I've heard that, like women with big, they get back pain. Yeah, that's fine.
So that just ties them back to medical reasons for you, really.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
And I'm not a boob guy, so I wouldn't even, I don't care.
All right.
No, I wouldn't care.
Yeah, no.
I'm not even really a butt guy. I'm a labia guy. It's weird.
That's hilarious.
Okay. Sorry.
Can I add something? Did you guys know that there's some women that are lying to their doctors, like saying that they have like body dysmorphia or whatever, so that they can get like a BBL from like
on
through
insurance?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Interesting.
It was just a random fact. I don't have an opinion on it.
It's really funny. It's really
Wait, actually,
sad.
I do want to see here if we can potentially change your view on this, because you said that you want to get all these procedures, right? You said you wanted lips, titties, Botox. What was the other thing? Lipo, BBL?
No, I
Did
don't
you say
want
BBL?
lipo.
BBL?
Yeah, hip fillers.
Hip fillers. Oh, don't do that.
Walking around, these girls are walking around looking like a wisdom tooth. They're like this, and then just, it's like.
Well, I'd go to a good doctor.
Listen, what's it going to take to change your mind on this shit?
If it was like something that I could like die on the table.
Wait, Madison, you got a story on this shit.
My aunt died from getting a BBL. It was more so. My aunt died.
You got this, Madison.
My aunt died from getting a BBL. She just didn't wake up from the anesthesia.
Oh my god.
Well, they can hear louder.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Her aunt died. Her aunt, who, wait, what was the story here? So she was already married, correct? And had kids? She had 2 kids.
One toddler and one like newborn that was only like a couple months old.
She just gave birth and she was trying to get a BBL. And she died because of the BBL. Or, well, the anesthesia, I'm assuming, during the procedure.
They're dangerous.
Kanye West's mom died. I think it was lipo she was
I
getting.
have a question. Do you know how the like filler works in your hips? How does that work? Because like with breasts, it's usually like in a sack, right? So it's like contained.
Yeah.
But like I have a crazy story about a guy who actually got like filler injections into his penis, and it was yeah, like he went abroad because he wanted his penis like bigger, and he just kept having all these injections done, and it was like this big, and because it's not encapsulated, it was just like lumpy, and there was no way to reverse it. Like we're talking like this big.
Huh?
It's crazy.
So, and like
It just looked like a lumpy tuna can or something.
Excuse
Couldn't
me?
even use it.
couldn't
anymore.
have an erection, like would snap. So like I just think that you should really reconsider. I think that you're beautiful just the way that you are.
Yeah, I was just gonna
you.
say the same thing. I don't think she needs anything, but
Don't do that shit.
Who are you? Is there a celebrity or someone that you would like to emulate or like look like?
No, I still want to look like me. I just want to look like me with enhancements. Like, I don't know.
yeah.
Thank
You do not
I love
need
her.
anything.
Thank you.
So
Don't
so
do
then-
that shit.
Well, then what's driving you to? Because you look beautiful, like everyone's saying, and I think you know that you are an attractive person. Like, what's driving you to want to enhance what's already really like good?
Perfection. I want to be like.
Wait, but
Perfect
hold
in
on.
my
Let me
eyes.
give you the guy's perspective. Nick, can you pull up the chat so she can see the chat on this shit? This is where the chat's gonna get introduced here for a bit. So, remind me what your name is.
Anaya.
Anaya. What if I told you, because you're saying you're chasing perfection by getting all these plastic surgery things. What if I told you that there are some, honestly, I think weird men who are like into women with plastic surgery, and I typically don't tend to think that those men are good men typically,
Like, I don't
who
want to look like
find
a
that
blow-up
an
doll
aesthetic.
or anything like that.
But when you say you're chasing perfection, my actual position on this is that overwhelmingly, women who get all these procedures, I'm not even saying this to gas you up or anything. I do genuinely think they look worse after the procedure. So even if you had small boobs and you get some fake titties, I don't think it looks better. Now, boobs is a little bit different, but like, look at the fake lips. I don't think lip filler ever looks better than how your lips were. And you already got, you got
great
nice lips. What are you
I
doing?
know.
What's she doing? Look, she
I
got
want it
good
to
lips.
be like a
Look,
perfect pout. Like,
So what's
Bro,
your
you got good lips.
what's your definition of perfect? Nobody is perfect.
you got good lips too. What the fuck?
Yeah.
It's just like perfect for like.
Did you know that I had it?
lips at the table.
Did you know that I had
she
lip
had
filler?
Well,
Does
I
it look
mean,
like-
it's worn off, right? Or how recently?
Yeah, it was probably like,
Do you have any pictures of you before the lip filler?
yeah.
Pull that shit up. Pull that
My
shit
phone.
up.
Oh yeah.
I'm just saying.
I will.
You probably had nice lips.
No, I do.
Before.
Like, I just did the top just to like kind of like facial balance. Anything that I would do would be to balance.
You don't need that shit.
That's
I got you.
Thank you.
Like I want to do like fat transfer, not implants.
Still bad. Don't
I
do
just
it.
want to move it.
Nope. Don't do it.
It's unnatural.
Love the rolls. Love the rolls. Don't do it.
No.
I also want to say
Love the curves.
I did get
Or
my
whatever.
top teeth done as well. I forgot to say that.
Okay.
Yeah, I had my teeth done, but I think that's a little bit because like mine, I
definitely
had
want my
braces
teeth
for
done.
5.5 years, and they had permanent staining. There was nothing I could do about it. So aside from the fact that they were slightly crooked, they just looked dirty, which bothered me because I'm like a super clean, hygienic person, and I was like, I don't like that it looks like I don't brush my teeth because I'm constantly brushing and flossing, and
I
there's
just wanted
nothing
to
you could
close
do.
my gap.
Yeah.
I had a gap. I just wanted to close it. So then I.
Some guys like the gap.
So did
I know.
you
You know what's crazy?
like remove your teeth and put new teeth in?
No.
Why not just get
What's
braces?
crazy?
No.
Tell us what's crazy.
I actually did miss my gap after.
missed
I was
it?
like, oh, but then I'm like,
Damn.
no, not really. I still feel more confident with how my teeth are
Okay.
now.
Yeah, your smile.
Wait, so question for the chat.
you.
Chat, do you guys prefer plastic surgery or no plastic surgery?
Gaps are
I've
hot.
never seen a butt look better after BBL, even if the girl had a small butt.
You can
I've
work
never
out.
seen
You
it.
can
That's
build,
true.
You
I
can
like a
build
little
a
You can
really
work
nice
out.
butt, and then your butt and your legs go together.
Right,
The
agreed.
thing about
Look at
BBL
that.
that
No, no, no,
bothers
no.
me. It looks like you're got a big old lumpy diaper half the time.
It
You
doesn't
see
look
girls
right.
with like skinny legs with
looks
no muscle, and then
unnatural.
they got this big like
Yeah.
weird looking.
It doesn't look right.
No, it gives you what it is.
Uncanny valley?
Yes,
Is that it?
uncanny valley
Uncanny
thing
valley.
where you just know something's off. And I think for a lot of men, it like sets off something in the back of their head where they're like, "Don't mate with that. Something's wrong. Something's wrong."
Well, I do think that plastic surgery can absolutely be proxy for mental illness.
Yeah.
Because if you're so dissatisfied with your physical appearance that you're going to, one, spend thousands of dollars, but also in terms of the risk assessment, go under anesthesia. And anytime you go under anesthesia, there is a risk of, shit, you could get permanent brain damage. They give you too much. You can even die. Just like with Madison's aunt or whatever. She wanted a BBL. I don't know. She wanted a BBL. Already married and had kids. You already won.
Yeah.
Anyways, she died. She died.
I mean, it can have an effect like an addiction. Some people
Yeah.
legit do.
That is true. Like
Yeah.
when you start getting tattoos and then you just can't stop.
Yeah.
But it's, in addition to being proxy for mental illness, it's also just a proxy for vanity. Like that's me personally. I prefer much more modest women. So, yeah.
I know it's a little
anyways.
far of a reach, but like, okay, you get haircuts, right? That's a cosmetic thing that you like.
Well, I would differentiate here between like grooming. So I'd put like haircuts, or like, for example, when I say natural body supremacist, oh, well, you'd want a woman with armpit hair and like
Right.
leg hair. No, grooming, I think, doesn't, like, you can groom, you know. I'm
How do you
fine
feel
with,
about-
grooming's cool. I'm fine with grooming.
How do you feel about men that like spray paint their hairline?
I hate that shit. But
Yeah.
I can't say that. I can't say that because I do my thing. So, you know.
Well, it does kind of get into the whole like, well, is it deceptive
Right.
to have like plastic surgery, but then going beyond that, like makeup usage, is that deceptive in the same way that it's deceptive for a man who to wear like a toupee or wear a cap all the time, or
No, hatfish. Hatfish.
Yeah,
hatfish,
catfish.
hatfishing. Okay, yeah. So I actually wanted to. You said something earlier. I want to jump back to. You said, and I was up over there, but I heard something like you said that you can be aggressive or raise your voice or
Oh.
something.
Yeah, I have a pretty hot temper.
Do you?
Well,
Because you
okay.
seem like pretty mellow.
Yeah.
And you have like kind of you're a bit soft spoken. You have like kind of a melodic, soothing voice. So
Thank you. It's something that I've worked on pretty much when I started dating my husband, because I watched my parents have a pretty argumentative relationship, and I knew that I didn't want to be like that with my husband. And so when I realized that I wanted to be with my husband, that I needed to change the way I react to things. And it's a slow process. I think I'm a lot better at it, but I definitely like.
So you used to yell?
Yeah, but yeah.
I can't, for some reason, I can't imagine you yelling.
Come
I don't
surfing
know
with
why.
me.
Huh?
Come surfing with me.
Come surf with you?
Yeah, you
Oh,
leave
like
me.
people drop in? Fuck you, kook. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not. Yeah, I think I've. Also, my husband is really good at pushing my buttons too. He's very good at it, and he knows. He knows exactly like what to say to, like.
Like
trigger.
what pushes your buttons?
So if we're having a disagreement, I'm always trying to solve the conflict, and sometimes he likes to do little jabby things, and I'm like, why are we trying to hurt feelings? I'd rather.
What's a jab? Like, is he like, I can hang 10 better than you?
Well, he can. So.
Damn, shots fired.
I know. I don't know. It's like instead of just like I'll say something and he's like, well, you did that, blah 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 blah, and I'll say, okay, well, that's not really helping what we're trying to solve here.
Yeah. How often do you guys argue?
He would probably say a lot, but I don't say that much.
Wait,
I say,
currently you guys are like arguing?
No.
Or, not currently, but in general, currently.
Well,
That
we
didn't make
have
sense.
discussions.
Yeah.
I like
You
to
have-
call them
How
discussions.
frequently?
Maybe like once a month.
Once a month?
Yeah.
Because I would also say once a month. And Andrew always knows. He's like, I know what's happening here. And I'm like, yeah.
Do you guys think that arguing and like having disagreements is good in a relationship though? Like,
I think it's really good.
What do you think, Rachel?
No, I don't think it's good.
so you think
I
that it should be happy like 24/7 all the time?
Well, I
perfect?
think that we're all human beings and we're going to have disagreements, but I think that they're way more frequent than they need to be. Like when Andrew and I first started dating, my favorite story to tell, because I grew up with parents who've been divorced a bunch on both sides, and they were yellers, they were people that threw things, slammed doors. Like my life growing up was with these chaotic, crazy people. And I thought I was like the stable one, so I was doing fine, right? I was like, I'm not like them, so I'm good. But when we first started dating, he came over to my house for something, and he made like a little funny comment, and I threw a remote control at him, and he was like, if you're gonna do that, I'm gonna leave right now, and I'm not gonna ever come back. So you can think about if you wanna be like that or not. And at first I was like, well, who does he think he is? And then I thought about it for a minute, because he did, he left. I mean, he didn't just tell me, he like proved it. He was like, I'm gonna leave now, bye. And I was like, what a jerk. And then I thought about it, and I was like, wait a minute, do I wanna be the girl who throws stuff?
Right.
Because he just made like, it wasn't even something really bad he said. It was like a harmless little, like poking fun at me kind of thing, playing around with me. And I was like, oh shit, am I doing that?
Yeah.
Like how my mom did, or like how my dad would, or am I being like that? And it really just made me think about it. And so like over time, because Andrew's so, like my favorite thing about him is he's so emotionally stable. He's very like in control of his feelings, in control of his emotions. He doesn't lose it. Because he could be a really dangerous guy if he let himself lose control, and he knows that. So he's gotten very good over the years of his life at keeping stuff under wraps. And so if I'm acting crazy, he'll just kind of be like, I'm not going to talk to you if you're acting crazy. When you chill, we can talk, right? So like over a couple years of being with him, that stuff really, I just unlearned it. But it, like you said, it takes time. It's not like instant. That's why I always say like, you're not born a good wife. You kind of have to like learn how to be a good wife. And if you have a guy that's strong like that, where like I never had to be afraid of him or anything like that, because he would never lose control. And it would just like hit the contrast of him being so calm and like not crazy and emotional, which I had only ever dated crazy emotional people before that, where I was the sane person. Right. So the contrast of suddenly him being so steady, it made me see where I was crazy. And then I was like, oh shit, I better handle that.
I agree with that. I do think that there are situations though where people, instead of discussing like their differences, they just don't, and it turns into like not talking about anything, and then it could turn into like you're literally just cohabitating and there's no point in you having a relationship, and I think that that's wrong too.
We have a chat here. It came in. I'm not able to pull it back up. It's from Nickelodeon. It came in a while ago. Nickelodeon, sorry we're finally getting to it. It fell off, so I missed it. But he says, have the new girls never seen the show before? Inform them that it's traditional to bow to the host. Brain, he said Brain, not Brian. New girls, what would your father say about being so easily lured into a strange man's studio? And this came in just as the girls. So do you guys want to, he was asking if you guys want to bow.
Not particularly. Like
I don't know.
bow?
You don't have to. I'm just.
I mean, if you want to.
Like that's just like the traditional. Like all these other girls here bowed before.
Oh.
They bowed like when they came out. Like she did the deepest bow actually. She did a full-on respect deep
You
bow.
weren't supposed to tell them that.
It's true. It's true.
Someone bowed to me on the street today.
Someone. Wait. What?
We asked her to come on the show, and she like politely was like no and bowed to Nick, like full on bow.
Was it the white girl?
She's Asian.
Oh.
There you go.
Well. Wait, but like.
She like bowed to him. She was like no, sorry.
What? But was she like American Asian or?
No, like Asian.
Oh, well, that makes sense then, right?
Yeah, it's still cool.
It's more cultural.
Still cool though. Still cool.
Did you fall in love, Nick? Well, did you get her contact info or what's up?
Keep it on the low, bro.
Okay, wow. Just unprompted bow. Okay, nice. Actually, speaking of, maybe we do the bow video segment. So, one of my requirements for a girl I would date, a girlfriend. Did you have something on the bow? Did we talk about the bow? I'm trying to.
I'd love to talk about the bow.
Okay, we'll talk about that. We'll play the video first. A girl, she's got to bow. I need a girl to bow, at least once a day. Boom. Huge bow. Did you see the bow? Very well. That was the perfect technique. I give it an A-.
A minus.
A-.
You don't want her to get too.
Yeah, they can't get too confident, she look very attentive. I get home from a long day at the podcast studio. She's got my beer ready, my food ready, my noodles good to go. She's gonna stir the noodles because she fucked up stirring them. There you go. Do it again. Good. Okay, sweet. Boom. Attentive. Hands in lap. One more time, Nick. Let's see the bow. Boom. Huge bow. Look at that. Technique, grace, respect.
Still an A minus.
A-. So going around the table, would you bow to a man?
No.
Okay. What about you?
I mean, what's the context? Just if they come home?
It was just like, I need a bow.
Depends on the context.
Okay.
If I can get a push gift when I have his kids, yes.
What's a push give?
I get a Mercedes AMG when I have your child. Then yeah, you can. I'll bow to you.
So after children and marriage, and he has to buy you a
Just
very
take care of me in
luxury
all
car.
forms of fashions.
And you'll consider doing a bow?
Yeah.
What if it's on like the second date?
Hell no.
Okay.
If it is important to my husband that I bow to him, sure. But
Okay.
I do think that it's like a cultural thing, and I don't understand why it'd be necessary. But like,
Yeah, this is cultural appropriation.
no, it's not. I just don't like you literally made the comment, like, is she Asian? Oh, that makes sense. Like, you said that. So like,
I didn't say that.
so I just feel that like if my husband
did
was
say
like,
that.
I want you to bow to me, I'd be like, okay, sure. But I mean, okay, whatever.
So bowing is a part of my culture, and I bow to all sorts of people.
What's your culture?
I'm half Taiwanese.
Mm-hmm.
And
And half what?
American, white.
Word? Okay.
So I see it as we are two people. I respect you as a person, and usually it's to my elders, but definitely I would bow to my husband. I don't see it as a diss. Like, I think it's like I respect you, you respect me kind of a thing.
Where were you born, in Taiwan?
No, my mom was.
Okay. Do you speak? Is it
I speak Mandarin.
Okay. What about you? Would you hit the bow?
I mean, it depends on the man. Like, if it's a stranger, then I wouldn't. But like if
First date, second date.
first date,
Like he asked for it. He's like, "Can I see a bow?"
not if he just wants to see it, but if it's like someone
Let's
I
see it.
actually know and like respect.
Show the bow. Huh?
not like just like someone I don't know that well, but like, I mean, if I know them and I respect them and they really want me to bow, then I guess. But like, I don't really think it means that like much.
No, he just liked it. He thought it was endearing or cute or something.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay. What about you? Did you hit the bow for your boyfriend?
Like if he comes home, like.
Is he long distance, your boyfriend?
Yeah, he lives 2 hours away, or not. It's not that far, but.
Medium.
Yeah, medium distance.
Wait, really quick. So you've been dating him for 2 years, correct?
Yeah, so we got together in high school. So.
Okay. And so you met initially in person, close.
In school. Yeah,
but
we
then
were friends.
different colleges.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 2 hours away. Okay. How often do you see him? Like every weekend or?
Maybe
Like once a week.
like twice a month, maybe.
Twice a month? Okay. You should just like next time you see him, unprompted, hit the bow.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with that, but like if we're married and he's my husband and he's like maybe coming home from work, maybe I wouldn't bow, but like greet him like with a kiss or something.
So like the bare minimum. So what do you do when you greet him now? You slap him across the face?
No, I hug him. Like
Oh,
when
okay.
he picks me up from the train, then I
I was just like, you got to be married to greet him with a kiss. How are you greeting him now? Okay. So you wouldn't do the bow now if he asked for it?
Like for fun? Or
No,
just
he
as
was
respect?
serious. He was serious about it.
Like for respect? Or I'm not
Yeah, he
sure.
just thought it was cute. He was like, every time I see you, I want to bow.
If he, I don't know. Like
What would your objection to it be?
like bow to like worship him?
No, just respect.
Like as a high, like
As a respect.
hello.
Like a, not just like a slight head tilt. It's got to be full on respect bow. You see that? Wait. She's not fully
Full
like 90.
degrees,
She's not
bend
full.
at the hips.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just not familiar with it, so I don't know.
Do you think your boyfriend's watching right now?
I told him about it, but I don't know. He's with his family right now.
What's his name?
Terrell.
Wait, what is it?
Terrell.
Terrell?
Mm-hmm.
Terrell. Demand bows from here on out. See how it goes. I'm just saying. Terrell?
Yeah, I don't think he would demand it from me though.
Is he a white guy?
No, he's Chamorro and Filipino.
Wait, he's what?
Chamorro. From Guam. It's their.
Oh. Word. Word.
Yeah.
Well, he sounds like a...
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
Try it out, Terrell. Try it out. Yeah, what do you guys think? So I want a girl who's willing, like, immediately, first date, second date, she's got to start hitting bows.
Can I just say...
What's up?
I can understand bowing, like, ancestor-wise and out of respect, but it just feels too close to, like, treating your man like he's God, and I don't like that.
Sign me up.
Well,
I don't...
No, I'm kidding,
maybe
yeah.
it's because you're not dating guys who are like, you see them as you want to respect them as well.
Like I said before, I have a stipulation with it. If I have that respect, yes. But on the second date, no.
No. Got it. First date.
First date,
First
no.
date. Boom.
Absolutely
Hit me
not.
with a bow. He'll put a... I'm
gotta
telling
earn that
you.
respect.
If do it just as an experiment, right? You're an attractive girl. I'm sure you get asked out on first dates all the time. Try it as an experiment. Just upon walking up, you've set up the date. Maybe you've met him on a dating app. I don't know the circumstances. You're walking up to each other. Maybe he's probably arrived early because you're running 15 minutes late. But just as you're walking up, just be like, do like kind of a cute little, do a bow. I think that could be the one for you.
Her face does not look like she's gonna do the bow.
Just try it.
Rachel, would you bow to Andrew?
I would do backflips. I would
Rachel.
whatever Andrew wants.
Rachel, you wouldn't
Hey,
do
Andrew,
that?
I want to see
Oh, you
a
do-
video.
oh, she would do that.
of
She would do that.
Absolutely. Whatever he wants.
Go ahead. Wait, were you saying?
I want to see the video, the proof, the Andrew bowing to Andrew.
Oh.
He hasn't requested a bow, but
He
Andrew
got it.
gets what
Request a bow.
Andrew wants.
And that's
the
it.
shout out to the Crucible crew watching, by the way, but they
Shout out.
know they're constantly calling me a simp and saying I'm the biggest simp for him.
I think women should be
it's
simps.
it's rightful.
Women should be simps for men.
I also want to know, like,
Right,
the girls who wouldn't bow, what are you losing in bowing to your man? Like, why don't you want to do it?
Well, here's the thing. I'm not against bowing. I mean, respect earns respect. I think, okay, I'll bow. You bow to me if I do something respectful too, though. Like, same respect, equal
I
respect.
gotta reciprocate the bow.
I
gotta
mean,
reciprocate. I gotta reciprocate the bow. What are you talking about?
Come on.
You want me to reciprocate the bow? Whoa! What is this? That's crazy.
I think it just goes back to the feminism thing.
That's crazy.
I mean, if we're doing something respectful, I mean, would you like a bow if you did something? I mean, he respects you, right?
No, if Andrew bowed to me, it would be
Would you
out
be
of order.
concerned?
It would,
You'd be worried.
Yeah.
She'd be.
So
Rachel
I don't
would
know
be
if
worried.
this, I don't know if this line of questioning makes sense, but if you're on a first date and you expect the guy to pay for the first date, but he finds out that he doesn't respect you and he doesn't want to pay, is that okay if he just doesn't pay for the first date then?
I mean, I was someone who likes to split, I mean, it really depends if he's splitting not if he's refusing to pay just to be like, no, why would I do that? I would be like, well, I mean, you pay for your meal, I pay for my meal. Like, right?
But back to like, you want the reciprocated respect, right?
Yeah.
If he didn't reciprocate that and he's like, well, I don't really want to pay for your dinner.
That's
and
fine.
You're like,
I don't
really want to
expect
bow
anyone to
you.
pay for my dinner. No, I never expect that.
Well, hypothetically, if you did, if you were a woman who did expect that and they said, well, if you want me to pay for the dinner, I want to respect you, and you're, I don't know.
So like you're saying if they are going to pay for the dinner and they then wanted to bow because they did that thing, is that what you're suggesting?
No, I was just saying you were saying the only way I would bow to you is if I respect you. And I was kind of trying to flip, but I don't know if it's a good comparison. If you're expecting him to pay for the first date and then he doesn't respect you enough to do that, I don't know.
Well, okay, well, if someone's just being disrespectful, of course I'm not going to bow. I mean, here's the thing. I'm always going to go into any situation, even with a stranger, with respect, because I don't know you. I don't want to assume anything about you. Wow.
Holy shit, sorry guys.
You're good.
I sneezed very violently.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Really?
I got a loud sneeze. What can I say?
Yeah, but okay, yeah. So any situation, any person, I'm gonna go into the situation assuming respect. I mean, if I bump into a stranger, I'm gonna be, oh, I'm sorry. That's a kind of a bow in its way. It's right.
For shizzle.
Yeah. So, does that make sense?
So who wasn't willing to bow? Was it you?
I have a stipulation.
No bow. Wait, I got a question. So question for you two really quick. Should men be willing to sacrifice their life for their girlfriend?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like take a bullet. Should a man take a bullet for his girl? Protect her, right? Men are supposed to be protectors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If it's a serious relationship, then
How long do you think how long should you be dating before a guy?
I'm going to say if you committed to that person, I wouldn't put a timeline on it.
yeah,
3 months?
either.
Let's say he committed to you 3 months in. 3 months in, girlfriend, should he be willing to take a bullet for you? Protect you?
Yeah.
Yeah? What about you?
Same thing.
What do you think on this one?
I think, again, it depends on the context. I mean, however two people define something in a relationship, you know?
Would you in that scenario, would you take the bullet for your 3-month boyfriend? Or do you think that's more like more so the man's job to protect?
I don't know about that one.
I wouldn't do it for my
So that
3
sounds like a
months.
no. You wouldn't what?
Not for my 3-month boyfriend, but if it's
But
my
would you
long-term
want
boyfriend,
your
I
3-month boyfriend to do it for you?
I wouldn't even say I necessarily want them to, but I would just hope that you love me enough to want to protect me.
Why are we in the situation?
Hey, it could happen.
Yeah.
It
Did
could
he
happen.
have me in that room?
Huh?
Did he have me in that room where that was happening?
What do you mean?
Like if they, yeah, like
Because of his choices and
yeah, like
whatnot.
whose fault is it?
You're at an after party for an up and coming rap artist who happens to be gang affiliated.
Who brought me there?
I don't know. It was for one of your music things or whatever.
Oh,
You're a
so it's my
musician,
fault.
right? Yeah, your fault.
Oh, okay.
You're like, babe, take me to this thing. You know, this guy's a great rapper. Da, 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 whatever it is. I don't know. I listen to Pearl Jam. I don't know. Okay, so, you want him to like take a bullet for you then?
Well, you're saying that it's my fault for us being in the room, so no.
Well, I don't know if there's fault. Like, you could go anywhere.
What if you're just at a restaurant?
Yeah, you're at a restaurant and
like
there's a
someone
fucking
goes
psycho
crazy?
in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You want the man to jump in front? Take the bullet.
That's what men do. Yes.
Not if he doesn't like that. Not if he's like,
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
What about you? You think the guy should take the bullet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't control people and how they act.
What about you?
Yes.
What about you?
No.
Man shouldn't have to take the bullet. What do you think? Your boyfriend. Let's talk about your boyfriend. Would you, Terrell? Do you want Terrell to protect you and take the bullet?
Oh, yes.
Yes. Now, would a guy be less attractive if he was unwilling to do that? Let's say you're just meeting this guy and you know he's a pansy. He's a pansy. He would never take a bullet for his girlfriend. Is he less attractive and less date-worthy, starting with you?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Is a guy who's unwilling to do it less attractive, less date-worthy?
Yeah.
Yep.
You don't care? Okay.
He's absolutely less attractive and not date worthy.
Okay, so here we go. So let me start by saying, if you guys are familiar with the game of chess, in chess, you lose if you sacrifice the king to save the queen. Checkmate. Now, a couple things here. You don't want to do a bow. But you both want a man to lay down his life and die for you? What?
Let's pause it. Let's take a step back here. Because, nope.
Huh?
One.
Step back? Okay, let's take a step back and let's see a bow right now.
A bow on the first date?
You want a man to die for you?
I don't want him to die
You want
for
a
me on the
man to
first
die
date?
for you, but you're not going to do a bow?
You said my boyfriend. Did I want my boyfriend to take my bullet for me?
But you said, hold on.
And
Your
should I bow on the first
your
date?
terms for the bow were married and an $80,000 luxury car.
I said a push gift. If I can push out your child, you can.
Okay.
I will bow
and
to
children. And children.
you. What? I gotta push the child out. What are you talking about?
And?
And that's your job.
And it's it's your child too.
Yes, it is. But I have to go through the pain of it, so I should be gifted.
You don't have to. I mean, you probably chose
Okay,
personally.
but what if you don't have children with this guy? Because you said 3 months in, you want that. You want bullet.
I think bowing in a different form, yes, he can have it, but
different form. What do you mean?
like,
Huh?
After you perform.
Huh?
What do you mean different form?
listen, I can reward a man one way. I don't have to bow. That's how I feel about it.
You talking about fellatio?
Yeah, why not?
Huh?
Yeah, why not?
Cloud Flying donated $200.
That's a bow. That's damn near a bow.
What?
Okay, we'll get back to that.
Question for the panel. In your opinion, is sex work a legitimate career option for women today? There are many groups pushing for STEM-centered career paths, but not many promoting sex work.
We'll get to that in a sec. Thank you, Cloud Flying. We'll get to that in a sec. How are you going to reward the guy? You talking S-ing the D?
Yeah, why not?
You're going to S the D?
You can get rewarded that way. I don't feel
What
like I
about
have to
you? How are
bow.
you going to do? How are you going to reward the? You going to reward with the S-ing the D?
Yeah.
S-ing the D?
Yeah.
It's a bow.
Yeah.
It's a couple
It's crazy
bows,
though, but
actually.
It's amazing that you guys don't think that's as big of an act of submission as a little bow.
You will let a guy splunk on your face,
In your mouth.
but you won't just bow for a guy.
I like that.
It's crazy, son. These girls, they wouldn't cook for a guy,
What?
but
No,
you'll
I'll
let a
cook
guy
for him.
blast all over
I
you.
would cook for a guy. That's
It's
actually another reward.
crazy, son.
I never said I wouldn't cook. I love to cook for a
Right.
man.
I'm just giving an example here. I'm giving an example. You wouldn't bow, right? You let a guy.
You know something interesting about this? I have this thing where
Tell us.
like I cannot get on my knees and give head if I don't respect a man. I refuse to get on my knees and give you head if I don't respect you.
So
That's like a bow.
You prefer like 69 or something, or like if you don't respect him, like
I just can't do it.
he's like
I'm
laying
not
in
gonna
bed.
do that. Period.
Wait.
Yeah,
Man,
like, I just can't do
respect,
it.
like-
Can I
just
play
can't
devil's
do it.
advocate? Are you expecting him to go down then?
So here's the thing.
Oh shit!
Are we talking casually? Are we talking relationship? I've been in a relationship
I
where
just want to hear you personally.
Yeah.
Where do you stand?
I don't always expect it, actually, no.
Okay.
Based.
Okay.
I feel like you gotta warm it up, so I do.
Damn, y'all crazy though. You
I
guys are
just feel
crazy.
like all of that is included in if having intercourse. That's all a part of intercourse to me.
Okay, but then
What if
is
bowing
it
is-
expected for? Then is a man expecting it too? Is it not fair that he
Yeah, I just
expects?
said it's a part of it.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
It's just crazy to me, like you guys don't want to bow, but
I never
you'll,
said
like,
I wouldn't. I just got
within-
stipulations.
Stipulations to what? To the bow?
Like, yeah, what's the context
Shouldn't it be
of
the
it?
reverse?
You said the first
shouldn't
date.
Shouldn't it be the reverse though? Like you'll wait until the marriage and the car. I don't even agree with the car thing, but you'll wait until marriage and car for sex, but maybe the bow you'll give a little early on.
I'm not
like,
even-
It seems like sex is a bigger give than a bow.
It is.
A little
However,
bit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like you can bend me over and that's fine, but I'm not gonna just bend over to do the bow.
now listen.
I like that one.
Listen.
That's well put.
Let's keep it on task and where you said on the first date.
But
Okay.
do you think it's because in modern times women think that they equate sex with a man with attention from the guy, so they feel like that's more of a fair trade, whereas if you just do the bow, it's like, you're not the boss of me, I can submit to
I feel like sex goes both ways. I want it too.
That is a fair argument because the bow is one directional, whereas, well, I mean, I would even argue, I don't even think, I mean, my view is sex is an equal value exchange, but I actually do think a lot of women view it as like, I'm giving up something, like, I don't know, y'all are the
I
ones that
don't
come
view it
like
that
100 times in one go.
I
Some of
mean-
y'all be,
But a lot of women just
You know what I mean?
can't.
Yeah.
what do you mean?
They just can't come.
I don't know, the dudes be fucking up then.
Yeah.
Well, that's not always the
I'm
case.
just kidding.
Sometimes they literally.
No, I know.
It's medical.
It's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's medical, but I also think that promiscuity leads to intimacy issues. And if you're screwing every guy, he ain't gonna be able to make you come.
Oh, well, for example, like, it's not always easy for me, but like, I haven't been with many men. I actually, but when I was with just one man, I still couldn't do anything.
We're
Maybe he
Was
just
it
wasn't
the Rubik's
good.
Cube.
I had a
of-
friend who couldn't either, ever.
There's
Like,
a
even on
pretty
their
wide-
own?
There's a
Could,
pretty
like, on their
wide.
own?
She just,
Yeah,
not
some
with a
women
guy,
can't.
she said.
Some women
really
can.
sad.
Some women, it's
Yeah.
pretty fast.
I mean,
think
sometimes
I
it's
think
just
it was-
mental. Sometimes
I think
Yeah,
it was
I was gonna
somewhat
say,
mental,
a lot of the time
but
it is
might have-
mental.
Yeah. Because in order for me to, I have to focus. I can't have any distractions. There's also like little things that could happen that'll like instantly I have the ick. I'm like, okay, no.
Speaking of this, wait, actually,
Oh, no,
speaking
no.
of this, the whole like this, I guess the orgasm response thing, it actually occurred to me that, so there's this term, and Rachel, I think you might be familiar with it, like the alpha widow
Yeah.
term, where like once as a woman, you've like met a certain caliber of guy, and it might not even be within the realm of like sex. It could be his personality, he's really attractive, successful, he has status. If you date like a I don't know, a really rich guy,
yeah.
it's gonna be hard to like go and date the guy who lives in a dorm,
Very true.
who shares like who
Has
who-
roommates.
it's like a little harder to go back to that, but like speaking within the realm of like sex, I actually think that this can happen to men too. This is often framed as something that only happens to women, but actually like speaking specifically on the sex topic, like once you girls have like dated a guy who can do that just right, it can be hard to like go date a guy who's kind of like subpar in the bedroom. Not to say that that's all that women care about. Obviously not. I think women care about other things far more. But in terms of being sexually satisfied, I do think it's harder once you've like been with a guy who does it, just the way you want it to. What the fuck? Okay, hide that for a sec. We'll pull it back up later. I think the same can happen to a dude. We can get kind of spoiled because like there's some women who like is crazy, son.
Yeah.
It's like I'm talking like instant climax and then like multiples and can come like 30 times.
Yep.
I don't know what's going on over here.
Yep. I said, yep.
You know something about that?
It's true. You speaking facts.
Word. I don't know. It's crazy. Some of these girls like one thrust, boom, premature ejaculation. Why? Here's the double standard. Why is it bad when it happens to a guy? Okay. Anyways, I'm
It's
stupid.
fine if you go again.
I don't think it's bad.
Wait, I know. I'm kidding.
I think it's
The women just keep going. Anyways, okay. I want to move it. It's moving on to something else. But it's definitely the case that men can get alpha with it too.
Alright, 69.
Oh yeah, we're gonna lower that in just a sec. You can pull that up. I think I had one chat come through. No, actually we're good. Wait, okay, I do need to pull this one back up.
It's not at the
Oh, it's below the threshold. Okay. Well, there it is. We had Cloud Flying. In your opinion, is sex work a legitimate career option for women today? Actually, well, we don't have, nobody here has OnlyFans, correct?
I do.
Oh,
I do
shit.
too.
Wait, really? God, I thought this was a non...
But
Sorry.
it's
I didn't know. Oh, no, it's not a problem. I thought for some reason you guys didn't say, so. So you guys do OF.
I said content.
yeah, but you wouldn't know.
What
Like-
do you mean?
You
I wouldn't?
like my page is literally like all music stuff, like related. You subscribe to literally watch me talk about my experience in the industry and stuff like that.
Are you
Would
just
you-
naked while you're talking?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
So
okay.
there's no like adult content.
If you wanted to pay for stuff,
Oh,
but
okay.
it's more so like not nudes, more so like lingerie stuff, bikini pictures, feet pictures.
Wait, and what about you?
So my page is about astrology. I post about that, but
Word.
the reason, what? The reason I started, I had a friend, but she's in my close friends on Instagram, and personally,
Hold on. Nick, can you lower the volume a little bit? Yo, stay safe. Thank you for the raid, dude. I hope you had a good time. I assume you're playing World of Warcraft. Cataclysm just came out. We're going to interrupt this segment here to talk about World of Warcraft. Briefly, thank you, Stay Safe, for the raid. If one of the mods can do a shout out over there on Twitch, thank you for the raid, man. Appreciate it. Ladies, going around the table, would you date a guy who plays a female gnome warlock with pink hair?
No, I play video games, so I understand.
You understand the female
It's a character.
gnome warlock with pink hair?
It's a character on the game, right?
Nick, can you pull up a Stay Safe, his Instagram? Would you guys date this guy? He's good friend, close friend. I'm gonna set him up with one of you. So we're gonna go around the table. We'll see. Would you date him? Would you date him? I don't know if you got his Instagram. Guys, go to Twitch. By the way, if you're over here from Stay Safe, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. There it is. That's definitely not his girlfriend.
That
Scroll
was
down.
about
Nick.
to be the first question.
Don't worry about that. Scroll down. Definitely
handsome.
not.
Good luck with
what the?
That's his sister.
We're being
Yeah.
lied to, y'all.
God,
Gaslit.
keep scrolling down. Scroll down. God damn, bro. Why are you posting all these? I'm trying to hook you up, dude. Okay. Keep scrolling. There we go. Click that one. The yeah.
Maybe they're into
Scarab Lord. Stay safe. So would you date a guy who plays as a female dwarf warlock with pink hair? And also, would you just scroll down, X out of that, scroll down a little bit, Nick?
Oh, that's good.
So, would you date this guy in the event that, he becomes single again?
No.
No? What about you?
I don't know. I need another personality.
Just,
Gamer is not a singular personality.
Would you date?
No, not because of the game though.
No?
But no.
Because of the gnome?
There's
Like
a
you
few
would-
things I saw that I
Like
would
you'd
be a
rather
no.
him play like human warlock?
No, it's not about the game. I don't care if he plays the character. In
Oh,
the
you're
game.
more like Horde. You'd prefer if he played on the Horde versus Alliance.
What?
Like you'd prefer like an undead. You'd prefer undead warlock.
I don't care what he picks as to play like a video game. I don't care about video game. I love
Oh,
video
you
games.
prefer more like you prefer an orc warlock because of like the stun resist for PvP.
Sure.
Yeah, like undead has Will of the Forsaken, but like orc, you could argue like stun resist would be a little better.
I have
in
no idea
PvP.
what you're talking about.
That's
just
why
keep it
he plays Alliance a gnome, which like that's more of a PvE. Like I mean, there's escape artist or whatever, but like the intellect bonus and the engineering bonus, like I mean, What about you?
Probably not.
You wouldn't date him? What about? I mean, you're married, but if
Yeah.
you were single, what if he serves?
Yeah, if he serves and he's like
But-
does outdoor stuff.
Okay.
Are you saying like this is what he does as a career or just a hobby?
He plays like a casual, like 14 hours a day.
A day? Yeah, no.
Oh, okay. What about you? Would you date him?
Not for 14 hours a day, but like I don't
if
really
he
care.
if he played less, like if he was like less sweaty,
Yeah.
you would date him.
Yeah, sure.
Like if he's a bit more like if he was a dad gamer, you would date him.
What's a dad gamer?
What he is.
Like like he's in a dad guild or whatever. Like they
mean-
play a little bit,
Yeah, I mean I don't really know much about gaming, but
Like they're wifing on Lucy,
who's Lucy?
Lucifron, Molten Core.
This jargon.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like they're like hard stuck on Veil in BWL.
Yeah, I mean
Like that's the kind of guy you would date, like a guy who's in a guild who's like hard stuck on Veil.
I don't know.
In BWL?
I don't know what anything you're saying means.
Oh, okay, just checking. What about you? Like if you're single, would you date him?
If all he does is play video games?
No, like let's just say he's in a dad guild. Hard stuck on Vale.
I don't know what that means.
And they're like their roster, it's like they're always struggling to like fill 40 for a raid.
They're all looking at me like I can help.
You know about Rachel's a World of Warcraft expert.
I don't know the
Tell you about
first
some
thing
Sims.
And they're like their raid comp is like absolute dog shit.
Like they're bad at video games?
No, just like the raid comp.
so
No, just like the raid comp's terrible. Like it's a bunch of hunters, like feral druids, elemental shamans, like ret paladins, like just dog.
I know what a shaman is.
Like totally suboptimal. Like, and they're parsing in like 50 percentile on Warcraft logs.
I don't know. I don't know. If he plays that game and if he's addicted, then no. I'm not.
That's a fucking 50 DKP minus! What the fuck was that shit?
Okay, anyways, moving on. Thank you, Stay Safe, for the raid. Appreciate it. Yeah, guys, pull up Twitch. Guys, I better get follows from you guys after that. Guys, follow me on Twitch. Drop a follow. And also, are we bugged, or it's been a minute since a Twitch Prime? The tier 1. It's been 2 minutes since. I think our Twitch Prime isn't working. So guys, drop us a follow if you enjoyed that little World of Warcraft dating segment. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but like this is pretty much me. Like I'm basically AOE farming, like the dating podcast thing. Like I'm basically Joker D when it comes to like AOE farming noobs and shit. Like, you know, I'm like a mage and I'm just like, you know, Cone of Cold, Flame Strike, Cone of Cold, Ice Nova, Arcane Explosion, Blizzard. Like that's what I'm doing with this podcast. So you guys better follow and drop some fucking Prime, boys. Okay, thank you. Oh, right, we're gonna lower it. Okay, anyway, sorry. What were we talking about? What were we talking about before this?
My brain just went blank.
Yeah.
It was about what? We were talking to you, right? Weren't we?
No, you're talking about
Oh, sex work? Oh, yeah.
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans.
Okay, question for the panel. In your opinion, is sex work, quick answers if you can, is sex work a legitimate career option for women today, starting with you, going around the table?
I mean, if you can monetize off of it, then sure.
I mean, not for me, but like, do what you gotta do, I guess.
And do what you gotta do.
I'm a supporter.
Supporter? Okay.
No.
No.
Again, not for me, but like if they have to, then.
No.
No.
I have a question for you. Do you think there's a scenario where any woman has to do sex work?
Yeah, I don't think so, but like I can see how like for some people, like if they're really struggling for money, that's the easiest option for them, and I'm not gonna say anything if that's what they choose to do.
Or being born into
$69 TTS
certain
starting now.
things.
I mean, you can be born into sex work. I didn't know that.
Yeah, for sure. Like if
Oh.
you're trafficked, like if your mom was trafficked, and then you have to.
Yeah, but sex work is a choice. Like we're talking like you're choosing to make an OnlyFans or you're choosing to prostitute
Yeah, I don't
yourself.
think we're
not
talking about
talking about
trafficking.
child sex
Yeah.
trafficking.
What I was gonna say before was, on my close friends, I like to twerk. That's something I enjoy doing. So that is why.
What?
Yeah, I actually love it. So why not?
You like to twerk?
I do.
Like, do you?
I literally enjoy it.
Okay, yeah, that's valid.
So my friend was
like
like, "You need to make OnlyFans," and I'm like, "Why not?"
Because you like to twerk.
I mean, I could sell that. So.
Is that what you sell on? You said you do tarot readings.
I do
So is it like
astrology.
tarot, part twerking?
So if you were to go on my page, it's astrology information. There's people that follow me for astrology. But if they would like to see other things in the messages, they can buy a twerk video.
What's the best month for twerking?
I'm not consistent. It's not my first job. It's not something I'm like, this is all what I'm going to do.
You
like,
mean like what zodiac sign?
Yeah, like what's the best like zodiac for twerk? Like, are there certain like Jupiter rising? Is that a good time to twerk?
Oh, please. I don't
No,
even
that's
know.
I'm serious. That's a serious question.
What? Repeat that question. I'm sorry.
Like if it's like if you're Capricorn, and it's that time of the
It's like
it's the
Capricorn
Jupiter
season.
rising.
So we gotta twerk.
Is that like a good time to twerk?
There's always a good time to twerk.
It's always a good time to twerk.
Mm-hmm. It actually releases trauma because you hold trauma in your hips. So shake that shit.
Wait, hold on. Say that one more time, just the way you said it.
I said twerking releases trauma. You hold trauma in your hips. So shake that shit.
What?
Period.
Wait,
What
twerking?
in the woman prattle? Are we talking
Twerking-
about
wait,
holding trauma in your hips and
You do.
Twerking releases trauma.
Yep.
Yeah.
I gotta do that. I
also
got,
like
I
a
got some
cultural
hangups.
thing.
I
It
gotta
is.
start twerking, boys.
It's like a voodoo witchcraft
Sign
thing,
me up.
basically.
Sacral chakra releasing.
Oh Lord.
Exactly, but sure.
Do you think I would benefit from twerking?
Yes.
I've got some
Twerk for us, Brian.
Some stuff I'm
Just
dealing
like, wind your hips. just a
Brian's
little
really
bit.
going through some stuff.
going through some stuff. Let
Yeah,
me
let's
go
have
to the
it,
twerk
let's have a twerk
doctor.
off.
Okay.
Okay,
Let's
twerk
twerk
away.
doctor.
You and Brian.
No, honestly though, if you guys
Can you get a prescription from a doctor? Like maybe not like a MD, but like a homeopathic doctor.
let me say this.
Cloud Flying donated $69. Brian, what happened to Chase? His last appearance was great, but he's MIA. 6,969,696,969.
Thank you, sir. Chase, he was on. He joined me for the interview with Orion Teraband, but yeah, he's been on in a while. I think he doesn't really like arguing with strumpets. That's what he told me. He said he doesn't like arguing with strumpets. But that's kind of it.
JP donated $69. Won't bow because it feels like worship, but wives, submit yourselves to your own husbands as you do to the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife as Christ is the head of the church. Oops.
I think that's a tough one on this panel because there's only two of us that are Christians.
I'm a Christian.
Okay, so there's
I was raised Christian.
Wait, who's Christian? You're Christian?
Yes.
What denomination?
Anonymous donated $69. Twerk Brian, let's see that dump.
Throw it back.
Where's this did somebody catch a glimpse? Like people keep saying I have a dumpy or like a fatty.
You're not
Well,
denying it.
What you gonna do with it?
Whoa. What, what you gonna do with it?
Oh.
No, I don't know. Nothing. Nothing.
What I was gonna say was, if you look it up, doing yoga as for women,
Yeah.
it actually does release trauma throughout your hips. So twerking,
I believe
yoga, stretching, it's a thing.
I believe it.
I was gonna ask the priest this morning for some holy water. I was gonna put in a squirt gun, and then when you guys said anything,
Oh,
I just.
shit.
But
Damn.
I didn't do it, so kind of
I got my
regretting it.
makeup done.
Oh, it's holy water, so it won't ruin your makeup. It'll just get you out of your pagan nonsense.
I'll twerk for a Bitcoin.
You know what?
If somebody donates a Bitcoin, I'll do it.
So when I want to twerk on my OnlyFans, it's a problem. But you gonna twerk for Bitcoin?
Everybody has their price.
Exactly.
Okay. There it
Everybody.
is.
Bitcoin, what is that? 70K right now?
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
Well,
What were you saying about Christians and denominations?
Oh, yeah. What's your denomination?
I'm Seventh-day Adventist.
Is that like Protestant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Eh.
Is anybody else here religious?
I was raised Baptist.
Oh, well, we know you're LDS. You're
I was raised Baptist.
Twerk.
I'ma
Twerk
say
God. You believe in the
raised
twerk God?
Listen.
What would you say? Are you kind of New Age, or do you follow any specific thing besides astrology, or?
So like I was saying, I was raised in a Baptist church, Christian. My family is Christian. I'm sure that if I passed away, they are going to bury me as a Christian, that form.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I'd like to think about it. But I do, I like knowledge. Just like you like to read data and science.
Yeah.
That's me. So I like to learn new information and apply it to my life. I would consider myself spiritual though.
You would consider yourself spiritual, but you don't follow a certain path.
I have before. I like I said, I was raised in the church, and I've also taken it upon myself while I was in college to go to church alone and have my own relationship with God. I still have a relationship with God, but I also believe in learning other forms of practice.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, if you've checked into like Hinduism or Theosophy or like New Age or different things, or
I haven't.
Or if you just kind of do the spirituality buffet, where like I take a little yoga and a little astrology and a little bit of this and a little bit of that and kind of mishmash it.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
What drew you to astrology?
I've always asked everybody their zodiac sign, and then I started to understand how like deep it is. Like your entire blueprint to your life is there. So it comes down to if you want to actually know that information, or if you don't. I never shove it down people's throat. I'm not gonna try and make people believe what I believe, but I do truly believe in it. It shows you, it can answer a lot in your life.
Brian,
The eyebrows.
I'm just so caught up in this astrology talk.
Mike Davis donated $69.
it's fucking MD.
Brian, I am not impressed with this panel.
Hey.
I want to see prettier females in the future.
Sorry to disappoint.
Hey, Mike Davis, I was a fan of you before, but after that, I don't know.
Wow.
I'd like
Mike
to see your
Davis.
face on here.
Speaking of,
Yeah.
scroll it down just a little bit. This is Mike Davis. He's the resident roaster. He likes to roast a lot. Scroll it up a little bit. You're cutting off his Burger King hat. He owns multiple Burger Kings, many Burger Kings.
I like y'all breakfast.
Actually, Mike Davis is single, so
Well, he doesn't like anybody over here, so
can I say you? Are you?
He's not
can I
impressed.
say-
he's not impressed. They ain't got nothing to do with us.
Mike Davis, maybe say something nice, and I can set up a date. Can I get you a date with one of the ladies? Okay. Anyways, I did want to come to you actually over here. So you've never had a boyfriend ever? Never. It doesn't even sound like you've been on a date.
No.
Are you religious at all, or no? Just haven't found the right guy.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, you've never done anything with a guy then?
Not beside kissing.
Okay. So you're a virgin then?
Yeah.
And are you waiting until marriage or?
No.
No, just the right guy?
Yeah.
Do you have a sense of maybe you're not waiting until marriage, but like I assume you don't want to have a one night stand too?
No, I don't.
Would you prefer it to be like a boyfriend at least?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that? Okay. Good times. And are you thinking maybe sophomore year is going to be the year, or are you still going to just be forever alone?
I mean, I don't know. I hope
What?
not.
Sorry. Okay. All right.
So if you don't want to wait till marriage, like
I'm kidding.
how do you
You'll be fine.
determine? It just seems a little ambiguous for me. Like, how long do you have to be with a boyfriend, or?
I mean, I don't think you have to be with anyone for anything
you.
I'm okay with one night stands too. Like, I wouldn't do it because I just don't think I'd be comfortable if I don't know the person.
But you're
And-
fine with it?
Yeah, like
Okay.
I don't have nothing against it.
Okay. You know what we should do? We should do the Bumble section. So we're going to do a segment called, actually it doesn't even have a name, but
Bumbling.
we're going to have you each get, oh, hold on.
Remember Memorial Day donated $69.
Thank you, man.
Hi
Appreciate it.
Brian, US Army veteran here. Joined age 28, now 33, physically/mentally messed up from it. Affecting dating life versus before, lost riz, body pain, wondering the girl's thoughts/advice with ex-military.
So like, would they date a guy who is ex-military? I think I could frame the question like that. Would you date a guy, would you date a guy who's, well, you did say ex-military.
Timothy donated $69. Brixan, what are you gonna do with all that junk? All that junk inside your trunk? You should consult your doctor to see if twerking is right for you.
Good, the twerk doctor. Thank you, Timothy. So would you guys date, how do I frame this? A guy who was in the, because he says ex-military. Would you date a veteran?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading that. Yes, I would. I had to reboot. Yeah.
You would? What about you?
Yeah, I mean, just like any person, I gotta know who they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I have dated ex-military, and he had PTSD, and that was really scary.
So you wouldn't, if you were single, you wouldn't date somebody?
If they saw like combat, like intense combat, I would say no. But if they didn't do much, didn't see much, then I would say, yeah, I have no problem.
Yeah, I would date them.
Me too.
Rachel? Well.
Yeah. I mean, if I was single and he was
Yeah,
cool.
if you're single, yeah. Okay. And wait, shoot, I had a question related to this, but he's joined at age 28. He's now 33. Is this Mason from the future?
Aw, Mason. Good luck, Mason.
Yeah, he's going off to the Air Force. Dating life, wondering the girl's thoughts, advice. The ex-military.
I don't really know what kind of advice he wants. Advice.
See a therapist. Not like in a bad way, but
Therapy?
Should we talk about therapy?
No. Wait, hold on. There was something else I wanted to go to.
No.
But... Wait, I remember what it was. Wait, so you're saying like you and your... totally off topic. You said you like to argue with your husband. Can we do a role play here? Like, let me hear you angry. Go ahead. I'm your husband. Take it out on me. Go ahead. It's good. It's therapeutic. You said he likes to poke you a little bit, right?
Say something mean to her.
Okay, all right.
Make her mad.
Ah, man, like...
Be like, you really sucked out there on that
Yeah,
surfboard today. You know.
You missed that fucking set wave. What are you, fucking kook?
So he'll watch me compete sometimes, and he'll say that kind of stuff. He'll be like, God, you were paddling so slow. Why did you not wait for the bat? And what would I say back to him? But he's a good coach, so I appreciate his feedback. In the moment, I'd be like, that's really not a good time to be saying that to me after I just got out of the water. I don't know.
Say it how you would say it if we were arguing.
That's really fucked up. Do you really have to talk to me like that right now? I just got out of the water. Let me put my jersey away.
There we go.
That's
There
pretty
we
good.
go. Well, I don't know if it was good.
I mean, it was good.
But it
She
was
got
good.
in the role. She got into the mood.
Because you're like kind of soft-spoken and... No. But there's a dark side of
Cloud Flying
There's a
donated
dark side.
$69. Ladies, you must choose. Boyfriend who thinks astrology is whack bullshit or become a submissive wife. Rachel, what does submissive mean to you?
Okay, so first question, boyfriend who thinks astrology is whack. Wait, what? Choose. So date a guy who thinks astrology is whack or become a submissive wife. Okay, those are the options.
They go together, but
Yeah, I was gonna.
So you have to choose.
No,
Like if your friend is like, oh, what sign are you? And the guy that you're dating is like, I think that's stupid. I don't believe in any of that stuff. Would you rather date
a
him?
bunch of men that don't believe in astrology? So,
I mean, I already don't. I mean, no offense, I don't care. But, so yeah.
So the choice is you have to date a guy who thinks astrology is bullshit, or you have to be a submissive housewife. Well, that's
I think we all think that like the guy who thinks astrology is whack is probably going to be the same guy that you're submissive housewife to. Is that what we're?
Well, I guess the scenario here.
The question is probably directed at her.
Here's the scenario. So the boyfriend thinks astrology is whack, but it's a 50-50 relationship, or you become a submissive housewife, but he's all for astrology. I guess that's the
seems
counterpoint.
unlikely, but yeah.
It does.
I would be the submissive housewife, yeah.
Okay, what about you?
I'd be the submissive housewife, but why does he believe in astrology?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time with the believing in astrology thing.
I would date the guy who thinks astrology is whack.
I think I would be the submissive housewife.
Wait, you would date the astrology is whack guy?
Yeah.
Versus being the submissive wife?
Yeah.
Do you not want to be submissive in your relationship?
Like, what do you mean by submissive?
Like bowing.
That was the second part of the question.
Yeah, so the second part is, Rachel, what does submissive mean to you?
To me, it's a biblical thing, but I think in general it just means that you submit to your husband in all things. So there's none of this, well, you have to consult me first, and I have to agree with everything, and you have to justify everything before you can make the decision, and we have, like the 50-50 thing. I think submission is you're saying, look, yes, you're in charge of everything, and I submit to your will in all things, but also that's because you have all the responsibility. So you need the authority to go with the responsibility, right? If we want the men to defend us with their life, pay for everything, handle all the tough situations, then they need the authority to go along with that level of responsibility, I would say.
So if you went home and Andrew was like, Rachel, astrology is real.
Mike Davis donated $69. Nothing honorable about being a puppet on the strings serving people who view you as disposable. Our enemies aren't some poor bum in cave in Afghanistan, but our leaders here. Military service is low IQ.
Is this in response to that military guy?
I don't know.
Yo, Mike Davis, thank you, dude. Good to see you back in the chat. I've been wondering where you were. I know you've been busy with them Burger King franchises. Let me just say this, Mike Davis. You will always be welcome at the Whatever Podcast.
You'll get it your way at the Whatever Podcast, Mike Davis.
Ben George donated $69. Would you date a paramilitary member that bows to his wife and has a PhD in astrology?
What?
Sure.
Oh, whoops.
Super chatters are drinking today.
Okay, we'll go around, then we'll come back to the submission thing.
I'll say sure. Sure.
Wait, they believe in astrology? Is that what it said?
Yeah, they have a PhD in it.
Oh, they have a PhD.
And they'll bow to you.
No.
Yeah, why not?
No.
No?
No.
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 Did you want? I don't know if you two were having a.
Yeah, she was
bit of
asking
a,
something
Yeah.
about if Andrew was into astrology.
Which I could totally see him doing. You'll get home off the plane and he'll be like, Rachel, astrology is legit.
Yeah, I think we all can see Andrew being super into astrology. We can all foresee that happening.
Would you submit to that?
No. No, because the thing about biblical submission is the one thing we don't have to submit to is if our husband is like trying to get us to do something inherently sinful, like something that is, especially like a mortal sin, like apostasy. No, you don't have to submit to that.
Wait, I have a question. Under Orthodox Christianity, is being an apostate punishable by death?
No.
Okay. Is that just in Islam?
Yeah.
Right?
As
Okay.
far as I'm aware, I don't know any other
I didn't-
religions where they kill you for it.
Okay. I just
Can you
wasn't
guys
sure if.
explain what an apostate is?
It's when you leave the religion. So it's like, say you're a baptized Orthodox Christian and you turn your back on the religion and you no longer practice or believe it. We do think that you'll be judged much more harshly than somebody who was never baptized and doesn't believe. So
I was never baptized.
Like Jehovah's Witnesses, like my grandmother's a Jehovah's Witness, so like if you leave the church or whatever,
they shun you.
They shun
Yeah.
you.
Get shunned.
They'll shun your
Get shunned.
like your family too.
Yeah.
Word.
So
We have a question here from Stifler. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10.
Gral Zulu donated $69. So, abortion. Thoughts?
Okay, why not? We'll come back to Stifler's question. Didn't you say that you had a couple, if I recall?
yes.
Okay. Just really quick, who's show of hands? Who's pro-choice? Show of hands. Who's pro-choice? Wait. Okay. Who's pro-life? You guys like roommates or something? Don't you guys live together?
We're neighbors.
Oh, neighbors? Do you guys like argue about this shit or?
No, we haven't
Never
talked
talked
about
Oh, you
it.
haven't. Oh, okay. That's the end of that friendship. Going to UCSB. Okay. So I don't know. I don't really talk about abortion on the show, but
I mean,
you got anything, Rachel? You against it?
I'm against it. Yeah.
Against it?
We believe that it's, murder. So
Nickelodeon donated $69.
Nickelodeon,
Ladies of the panel, of the men you've had a romantic relationship with, what percentage would you say were narcissistic or sociopathic? Shout out RW, you were great on Timcast.
Oh,
Chen was insufferable.
I like Lauren. Not like, not in that way, but like, she's been on the show. I thought she was reasonable.
Reyes Television donated $69.
We'll come to that, Nickelodeon.
LDS
We'll come
girl.
back.
Hi sister. Andrew said he wants to debate an LDS person. I don't think I'm ready for a conversation doctrine-wise, but would you be willing? If so, Brian/Rachel, can you make it happen?
I mean, would you want to debate? I don't know.
Debate like Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, I don't know if are you a debater?
I don't know if I'm like a debater.
Yeah.
I definitely feel like he would tear me to pieces. But I definitely feel like I could stand up for what I believe.
$69. Would you rather your past partners remember you as the best sex they've had or the best relationship they've had? Assume average in the other of what you pick.
Anime thighs are my demise? Okay, interesting name. Really quick before we get to that, we had Nickelodeon. Of the men you've had, and by the way, Nickelodeon, I did read your chat that came in a while back. It took me a while to get to it, but just wanted to let you know I did read it.
Mike Davis donated $69.
Yo, MD, thank you,
The
bro.
message is simple. Serving in the military is nothing but beta behavior, bowing to masters who wouldn't shed a tear over your death. Enemies aren't abroad, they're right here in a suit and tie.
Mike Davis, though, do you think there's been any wars, at least in the U.S. history, that were righteous? Or any military conflicts in recent history that have been righteous wars? Or do you think they've all been like, nah? Okay, anyways, thank you, Mike Davis. Appreciate it. Wait, so okay, we had two things here. Nickelodeon asks, of the men you've had romantic relationships with, would you say they were narcissistic or sociopathic?
Yes, definitely.
How many men would you say?
3 out of 4.
3 out of 4. What about you? Any narcissists or sociopaths?
I wouldn't necessarily define it like that. No.
Okay. What about you?
Yes.
No.
No.
Not applicable.
Not N.A.
NA.
N.A.
No.
No.
Okay.
But I will say, if you think the majority of your past partners have been narcissists, it's a you thing. You're the common denominator there.
Shots fired.
You know.
Do you care to respond to the accusation?
It's been one of my partners, and I got out of that, so I'm willing to admit that I was accepting of that, and now I'm not.
I think if it's one, like say you've dated 10 guys and it's one, that could be a one-off. That could be a wild card. But if it's 3 out of 4, you gotta
have
look
bad
at like
choices in men. That's what it is, because it's honestly truly not me. But yeah, to each their own.
Word. Okay. And then we did have from Anime Thighs Are My Demise. I'll let her read it again.
Anime Thighs Are My Demise donated $69. Would you rather your past partners remember you as the best sex they've had or the best relationship they've had? Assume average in the other of what you pick.
You rather your past partners remember you as the best they've had or the best relationship they've had?
I'd rather be the best relationship.
Yeah, best relationship.
Relationship.
Best relationship.
Best relationship.
Best relationship. Best relationship.
me too. Wow, that's interesting.
We finally have a consensus.
Best sex.
I think most guys would say that, don't you think?
I don't know.
That guys would generally rather be remembered for the best D and not like, oh, he was such a great boyfriend. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, thank you for that question. Let's see here. Where were we? Oh, Stifler, of course, Stifler. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10, starting with you. Go ahead.
10.
7.
10.
7.
7.
Like right now 5 or 6, but like if I had time to get ready and stuff, probably like a 7 or an 8.
I think a 7.
I'd say 5.
Who said 10?
All right, now pause.
As somebody that likes natural women, if a woman says they think themselves are a 10, how is that bad?
Don't you have lip filler?
I do.
I also like modesty in women. That's kind of a thing. But I'm just going to say it.
Brian, you always say
You
modesty.
two are not 10s.
In your
To you.
opinion.
Oh, I didn't rate myself. I'm a 5. There you go. Average.
you.
I'm average looking. I lose a little weight. I could get back to a 6 if I was better shape.
A 10 to you is an ironing board, which is fine.
An ironing board?
She's saying you don't like girls with tits and ass.
No, I never said that.
Right. He just said he prefers
I'm
it
saying
to fake.
I would prefer a girl.
So that's a 10 to you, though, right?
What do you mean? No.
No.
Okay. It was about plastic surgery. I'm not saying
your
big
preference.
boobs are nice, big butt is nice. I'm not. But if it's a choice between flat boobs and fake titties, I'd prefer small, flat, over fake titties. Now, if you're like, would you prefer a C cup over an A cup? I'd have a slight preference for the C cup. But I'm a labia guy.
But here's my
Can
thing.
you think of like a woman that we know who you would consider a 10?
Yeah,
Is
like
there
what celebrity?
Yeah.
There's no 10s.
Okay, period.
There's no
I'll accept
10s.
that.
So when you're talking
There's
about
nines.
like modesty
Celebrity,
too,
though.
are you referencing?
Well, there's face and body. Those are two different categories.
Okay, I have a question. So if the woman, because you say you don't rate 10, it's just at most probably a 9, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so say that person you would rate a 9, and then you ask them, how would you rate yourself? And they say 9. Because they rate themselves exactly as you would, does that not count because it's not modest, or would you then deduct points?
If
you're 9,
assessment of them is that they're 9 and they're saying they're a 9,
Yeah.
I wouldn't object to their assessment.
No, just genuinely curious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does your modesty lend itself to other aspects, or is it just like
What do you mean?
So you say you like modest women.
Yeah.
How they talk about themselves. Do you like modest women when it comes to clothing and things
Yeah.
like that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to date a girl who's like, it's not a huge, like, she's got a bikini photo on her Instagram. It's not like, I mean, I would prefer if she had, honestly, no social media at all, or minimal social media, or a private private Instagram.
Right.
And she posted tasteful, modest photos. So yes, I do prefer modesty in those realms too. Public-facing modesty, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so when you guys say you're a 10, does that mean that you think you are perfect looking, or is it more like I'm a 10?
Well, she doesn't think she's perfect because she wants to get plastic surgery.
Right. That's why I was asking.
Good argument.
That's what I was
Hold
asking.
on.
I want to be a
You,
20.
you said you're a 10, but you said you want lip filler and fake tits and the hip fillers, the hip fillers,
Can do.
and Botox.
Yep.
Well, how can you possibly be a 10 if you want those cosmetic procedures?
I can still feel like I'm a 10 because I know that I'm beautiful.
but-
I just want to be more beautiful.
But hold on, you can't be more beautiful
10 means
than
there's
most
no
beautiful.
room for improvement, right?
I
Yeah,
want to
10's
break
like
the
perfect.
scale.
You want to,
Break the scale.
Break the scale. Well, you got to eat a lot more food if
Why-
you want to do that.
why
I'm just saying.
is that
you got,
so
You got to
important?
get obese. You
Why
got to
is-
get.
like,
Sorry,
I'm-
go ahead.
I'm just wondering why that's so important to you. Why this?
But Ebonyto donated $69. What is Ebony's OnlyFans name? I like the barely there short shorts, but I need to know if she has the proper size cakes to twerk. D.
It's actually a skirt, but it's fine. Yeah, I don't disclose that. But thank you, though.
It sounds to me
Okay.
like you think that if you can achieve physical perfection, it'll like make up for something. It'll fix something in your life. Is that why, or like why do you value your looks like so much? That
I've
you
just
would do all
always
that?
been into that, like since I was a kid. Like I've always been into like beauty and stuff like that. Like I used to wake up at 3 a.m. to do my hair.
Why?
It was just
3?
something that I did.
Was it because you wanted to
I was just
people
like,
to perceive you a certain way, or
It's just for me. Like when I feel like I look good, I feel good.
do you feel like you have more to offer than your looks?
Of course.
Okay. I was just wondering if there was a connection with like you've dated mostly narcissists and guys who were like you would say abusive to you, like emotionally. Like you said, you were forced to an abortion, and these guys are narcissists. You have picked bad men, and then you're hyper focused on your looks. Does that kind of sounds like it all goes together to me, like a package?
I mean, it could, but it is what it is.
Okay. I mean,
I just want to say the question, I feel like all comes down to it's subjective. So how do I feel about myself? That's how I answered it. I'm not going to say that I'm a 10 to you, a 10 to you, a 10 to you, or you guys could feel as though you're a 7.
Exactly.
To myself, I'm going to answer 10 because that's how I feel about myself.
So you don't think there's like an objective standard of beauty? Like
There is, but for myself.
Wait, what?
So subjective.
That's what I said.
No,
That's what I said.
Yeah, what she was asking you, do you think there's an objective
standard of beauty? So like you could have 10 people in a line and objectively one would be an 8 and another one would be a 4.
Yeah. But the question, as far as how it was asked everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. So I answered how I felt, but that's all I'm saying. I wasn't asked to rate everybody sitting here. I was asked to rate myself. That's how I feel about myself.
Pa donated $69. Patriotic helmet girl is pretty damn close to a 10. It is not just about looks. She is the whole package.
I was like,
Speaking of which, show us the other side. You guys, do you guys like the change up? You prefer the hat over the helmet?
Memorial Day
Nick,
hat.
pull up the chat. Pull up the chat. Let's see the chat. Guys, do you prefer the helmet or the chat or the hat? Do you prefer the helmet? Oh, Nick, exposed. Do you prefer this hat or the helmet in general? I know it's like Memorial Day weekend, but the flag hat or the German helmet? Flag hat or helmet?
Bojangles donated $69. Would you rather your hypothetical lonely son use sex workers or have an AI girlfriend? Which of the two is worse?
Would you rather your hypothetical lonely son use sex workers? I'm gonna I gotta go with AI girlfriend. I'd prefer the AI girlfriend.
I would say the same thing because diseases exist.
Yeah. I prefer the AI girlfriend for show.
I want to say depends on how far AI advances. Because for one, I mean, are we going to get real human connection that way? Can they learn something?
You think you'll get that from a sex worker?
You can't get.
Well, I mean, they're still going to. They're there for a reason. Yes. But I think there's at least still a smidgen more opportunity to learn human behavior, if that makes sense.
From a sex worker?
Well, I mean, you still get to read some body language. You can still maybe tell if they're not really as into it as they would like to be. You know, you can read someone even when they're
Wait,
acting.
is that what you want in a sex worker encounter? That she's not into
Jerry
it?
donated $69. It's my birthday and would love for y'all to sing happy birthday.
We'll do it
to
for
me.
champagne pop. You do champagne pop. The rate for it is in the description. We'll pop champagne for you, and we will sing you happy birthday if you pop a champagne bottle. Let's do quick answers on this. So, would you rather your hypothetical lonely son use a sex worker or have an AI girlfriend?
AI.
AI.
Is it just for sex or is it like, what is it for? Like a relationship?
Both.
So the AI is a girlfriend and the sex worker is probably just going to be for
Sex
sex. Yeah. Like he's.
Okay, then the AI.
AI. AI.
I guess AI.
Dystopian future.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see here. Oh, we were talking about the rating thing. Okay. Well, I have a couple clarifying questions here for you guys. Here's another test. All else being equal, do you think you will be more physically attractive in 10 years' time for you and you? Actually, we'll ask everybody this.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're 24, so you'll be more physically attractive at 34.
Hell yeah.
Okay, what about you?
And I hope so. I mean,
You're 25, so more attractive at 35.
I aim to work towards that future.
Okay, okay, what about you? You're 28, will you be more attractive at 38 than you are now?
Yep.
Okay, what about you?
No.
No?
No, but I think that I'm more attractive now than when I was 10 years younger.
So you're more attractive now at 32 than you were at 22?
Yeah.
Question, do you have any photos of you at 22 that we can open this up to the
I might.
Chat.
But they're like old Facebook stuff with stupid like filters that like I don't know.
Let me look. What about you?
Yeah.
Do you think you'll be,
I'll
so
be
you're
more-
18, you'll be more attractive at 28?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
You're
so.
18, you'll be more attractive at 28.
Yes.
I guess, Rachel, you two on this?
Absolutely not. Like that's that's peak delusional to think that you're going to be hotter in 10 years. This is one of the ones that just stumps me. When women are like, oh, I'll totally be hotter in 10 years. Like, even if you look good for your age in 10 years, even if you like lost weight, things like that, it's like, you don't get hotter as you age as a woman. That's not how it works. Like attractiveness, physical
I've seen
attractiveness.
some women that really do. There's
Okay,
a lot
so
of
like
anomalies.
who?
J
Like,
Lo
name a
looks
celebrity.
great for being 60 or whatever she is,
Beyonce.
but J Lo is not hotter at 60 than she was at 30 or 20.
Because you said
Beyonce
physically,
is not hotter now than she was 20 years. No, none of these women, gorgeous as they are at an older age, are hotter now than they were when they were young.
I'm
What
gonna
about
allow.
Brittany Burgos?
I'm gonna allow that because you said physically, okay. But I really think that knowledge is sexy.
Yeah, but we're talking about physical attractiveness.
I-
I
that's
will
why I said
say
okay.
I will say that I think in general, people who are 10 years younger are way more attractive. For me in particular, I think I got cuter.
I think there's some people that might have like a drastic transformation. Like say you were 250 pounds when you were 22 and then you get in shape and you look amazing like 10 years later. Okay, but like in
It's
general,
an outlier situation.
Yeah, and all things being equal.
Yeah,
but-
that is the question, all things being equal. So people like to
Yeah.
do this thing of like,
Well,
well,
what if-
yeah, at 21, I was morbidly obese. And then at 31, I was healthy body weight, got the excess skin removed, got plastic surgery, perfected my skill with makeup, whatever it is. It's comparing, like, imagine you had all those things. Oh, I learned how to dress better, I did my makeup better, lost weight, skincare, etc. If you had all those things at 21 and at 31, how can the answer not be you're better looking at 21?
Or you could think of it this way. Take 2 8s. 2 women who are an 8. They're exactly the same on the attractiveness scale, but one of them is 35 and one of them is 22. Men are going to go for the 22-year-old every single time.
I think you also have to consider too, like we're all women, and I don't know how many of you want to have children, but like I will definitely have children within the next 10 years, and that will take a toll on my body. And so, yeah, I'm not going to be more attractive in 10 years from now.
So we found
Oh God.
we found a picture of you. This is actually 11 years ago, April 5th, 2013. Your very first photo
Aw.
on Instagram. Nick, I'm going to link that in the private chat. Linked. Okay. April 5th, 2013. The chat is going to compare. Granted, we have you in 1080p, and this is from 2013, but you can, yeah, sure. No, it's fine.
Oh God. Yeah.
So that's you, Nick. Move us up, please. So, so it's April 5th, 2013. So, what? That's 11 years ago, right?
Yeah.
If my math serves me. Okay.
Get your cheek on.
I know.
Was she? I mean, look, it's one photo compared to studio lighting. She's cuter. Oh my God. Mid to mid? What the fuck, guys? Be nice. Okay.
I would say you look the same too, pretty much. Like you look.
You're still
like-
attractive.
You
We're
look like
still
you've
attractive.
aged. Yeah, like you look like you've aged a little bit, but you're not like unattractive.
Oh, what do you want me to say?
Okay, you can.
I don't know. I think. I don't know.
I think you look great.
Thanks.
Really.
What do you think your husband would say?
Oh yeah, you guys been dating for 8 years. Oh well,
I think you would say that I'm more attractive now. I don't know what he would say. He's a pretty realistic guy. I don't know.
You think it would cause an argument if he were to tell her
You were hotter back
you
in
were
the
hotter
day.
8 years ago? You think that would be a good thing for your boyfriend to say?
My husband and I watch this show together, and we have discussions about the questions that you ask.
Okay.
And so when we first started watching the rate your looks thing, we rated each other.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yes.
What did he give you?
He gave me, I think, like a 6.5.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Is he watching right now? What's up,
He's
dude?
actually asleep.
Let's hit rincon. What's up?
He's actually asleep because he's going to go to work at midnight.
Okay.
But he'll watch this when he wakes up.
Sure.
But yeah, he's pretty realistic. I think he thinks I'm more attractive now.
Okay.
I was just like a dorky 20-year-old. I wasn't like this cute. I was a dork. I don't know.
You know yourself better, and it shows. Yeah.
By the way, just want to be clear, like with this whole thing, like I don't. It's not like, oh, you're 32, you're worthless, you're unattractive. It's not that, and it's not to say that women who are in their 30s, there's absolutely beautiful, attractive women in their 30s, 40s, etc.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, once you hit 30, once you hit 40, you're just
No one
unattractive.
loves you.
No, not at all.
No.
But it's more so like, okay, well, like if we're just looking at this, we're zooming out, we're looking at it just kind of objectively. Look, were you more attractive at 25 versus 35? And aging is a biological reality.
When you say more attractive too, like you mean strictly physically. Because I think a lot of people are incorporating like, oh, well, maybe I will have done this with my career. Or maybe I will, like this
And
will
my
make me more
personality,
attractive.
and I'm more confident in my skin.
I'm more,
and all
and
that
so
kind
I
of
think
stuff.
but here's the thing, even with that, I mean, unless a girl's an absolute mess in her 20s, I don't think people tend to get, I mean, they can, but like a lot of people get jaded as they get older.
Yeah.
Like me personally. I was much more I was probably more pleasant and optimistic 10 years ago. Now I'm jaded. It is what it is.
People got so mad when Andrew rated me a 6 on here.
Oh.
They were like, how could you? I would divorce him immediately. He's such a terrible, abusive, awful person. And I was like, I rated myself a 5 because I was streaming at the same time. And I was like, oh, I'd give myself a 5. And people got mad about that too. So
who's a 10 to you?
Huh?
Who would you say is a 10 to you?
Probably like Grace Kelly or like Vivian Lee. The actress who played Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind. Like, she's just, her facial symmetry is insane and gorgeous.
I have a question.
I'm just a normal Midwestern mom.
So both of you said you'll be better looking in 10 years? Both of you? But you also said that you're currently 10.
Ace donated $69. Given the societal emphasis on youth and beauty, why do you think many people strive to look younger rather than embracing their natural aging process?
Is this a rhetorical question? Or
I mean, he kind of answered his own question.
Mm-hmm.
People strive to look younger because there's an emphasis on youth and beauty.
Ripped Rich and Rare donated $69. Rachel, how does it feel to have a beta fat boy husband that has bigger tits than you? That's a bag of trash. Men don't have tits. Pull up his shirt and tell me you're fucking proud of that shit.
Andrew is super hot, so you're barking up the wrong tree. And he does not have tits. He was like hunched over on the stool. He's gorgeous.
What would you rate your husband?
I think he's an 8.5. He thinks that that's insane, but
Andrew's a handsome guy.
He's a handsome.
He's a handsome guy.
He is.
He's a handsome guy. Wait, so okay, you both rated yourselves 10s. You think you'll both be better looking in 10 years. So you're 24, you're 28, so at 34, 38. How can you possibly be a 10 now if you will be better looking in 10 years' time?
I could still be a 10.
How's it?
I could still be a 10.
It's woman math, Brian.
I don't get it though. Like, if you're gonna be better
I could
looking,
be a 10 now and then like progress and still be a 10.
Okay.
You want me to change my answer? Okay. I'm a 6.
Don't
I'm
change
a
your answer.
7.
Don't. No.
I don't know. I just want to.
Don't.
I want to rate myself what I want to rate myself. So
I want to go around the table on one last thing on this, and then we're gonna move on. How about 20 years? Will you be more physically attractive in 20 years' time?
So I'll be
44.
Yeah. But the thing is black don't crack. So
Erroneous.
Oh, you're.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Black don't crack. So I'm gonna age differently than most people.
30 years?
I'll still look good. My mom looks amazing.
Erroneous.
She does.
Erroneous.
Will you look better in 30 years than you do now?
Okay, in 30 years I wouldn't say I look better, but I'll
That'll
still
be
look amazing.
like you'll be kind of at the end of the peak at 54.
Yeah. I wouldn't be a 20 anymore. I'd be a 15.
Like, so you think like 44? That's like kind of the peak.
No.
Oh, when's your peak?
70.
All right. Okay, that's a troll answer now. I don't know what your answer was. Better looking in 20 years?
I said I would try to aim for that, yeah.
No, but do you think you will be better looking in 20 years?
At the rate I'm taking care of myself, yes.
So you'll be better looking at 45 than you are now at 25.
Oh, at 45. Oh, sorry. I thought we were saying 10
20
years.
years.
So 20 years, no. I mean, I think there's
10. But so 10 years, yes. 20 years, no.
20 years, I think there's going to be some mileage.
Okay.
No.
Not in 20 years. Are you just? Don't tell me what I want to hear.
No, honestly, that's being
Okay.
delusional at that
All
point.
right.
Yeah.
No.
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 No. Definitely not.
All right. Well, there you have it, folks. We are going to do one question, then I'm going to have Maddie sit down for a little bit. Do you guys object?
B-Day Girl donated $999.
Let's go.
Pop champagne.
Oh, and we
All
have
right.
Get to drinking
opera
and
singer.
singing.
Happy birthday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, opera singer. Can you do the magic flute song again?
Again?
Yeah, really
Or
quick.
can she sing the happy birthday song to the guy? Who
Turn
won
what
it?
down, Nick?
Maybe not. Since he didn't.
Go ahead.
Wait, what audio?
I was just going to turn down the sound.
Because she was
I got it.
hitting that.
Where
note.
did you turn it down?
I didn't turn it down yet,
Where are you going to turn it
Poor
down?
thing.
Like, I don't work for free.
I don't know if that's going to help, but... Okay, fine. Yeah, do it. We're going to pop champagne. Did you do it, Nick?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Magic flute. Boom.
Nice.
Yeah, look at that. You got a champagne pop and some opera. Mozart. Did
This
you
is
turn
a
it? You
classy
turned it back
program.
up, Nick? All right, here we go. Let's see if I can get it this time. All right, boys. While we're doing that, I'll just ask a throwaway question really quick while I'm getting this champagne figured out. Who's the primary victim of Who's the primary victim of war, men or women, starting with you going around the table?
Of war?
Huh?
Of war?
Primary victim of war.
Yeah.
Men?
Yeah, men are dying.
Men.
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 Man.
Men.
All right. Rachel, you got any questions for the girls while I get the champagne going?
Somebody already asked the narcissism question. Do you guys think there's any correlation between the amount of kids that are born out of wedlock nowadays and the growth of the welfare state? Do you think that those connect at all?
What was your question again?
So, like in 1960, I think it was something like 5% of babies in the U.S. were born out of wedlock. Now it's something like 40%. Do you think that that change in a short period of time, like we're talking 50 years, do you think that had any bearing on the growth of the welfare state?
Yeah.
Over that same time period?
Yes, but I also think there's other factors that go into it, like
Do you need some help?
No, I
people
got
don't
it.
really
Don't worry about it. I
care
got
to
this,
be
Rachel.
married anymore.
Can I get a paper towel or something?
There you go.
I need a little leverage, okay? There we go.
Oh. There you go.
That reaction.
Cheers. Okay, we'll get that going. Who's over 21? Sorry, guys. One day.
Do I get extra
want some?
because I'm the oldest?
She can have mine.
Do you
I
want-
don't
will you
drink
pour for
alcohol.
us, Rachel, while I
Sure.
I don't.
All right.
Who wants
Do
some?
champagne.
I'll
See, that's been my problem, boys. I got clammy
It
hands.
gives me a headache.
Do I get to keep
I only
this
do
sweet
it
cup?
like for
You don't want
Yes, you can have it
Yeah.
as a
Okay.
Like a
I'm gonna
mimosa.
sell it on
a
eBay.
memento.
If it's mixed. Yeah.
You can't even find these cups
That's
anymore.
what I'm saying.
We're
Yeah, they're
running
vintage.
out.
Yeah.
You
We
want
are
some?
running out
Sure,
of
thank
these.
I'm gonna put it in like a shadow box and keep it for years.
Oh wait,
That's it, I guess. Just me and you.
are you getting one?
No, thank you.
Oh,
She
you
said
don't
gives
want?
her a headache.
Oh, okay.
Do you want some?
Here. This guy.
Jess Gerald donated $69. Mrs. Wilson, if there is one book I must read, what is the title?
It's this one. Occult Feminism: The Secret History of Women's Liberation. Has everything you need to know in it.
Cheers to bears.
Bears.
To bears.
We're taking one for
Cheers.
the team.
Battlestar Galactica.
Also, cheers to whoever it was. B-Day girl. Get to drinking and singing. Oh, we were gonna do Happy Birthday. Okay. We'll do the truncated short version of this, right? I don't know. Do you want to lead us here? All right. Happy birthday.
GMD Jim donated $69. Brian, even though we placed embargoes and froze Japan's bank accounts here before Pearl Harbor, our war with Japan was our only righteous war in last 150 years because of their attack on our soil.
I would say not even that was. I would go back to before World War I, personally.
Civil War.
Yeah, I think that everything
Revolutionary?
from World War I on has had like false flags and shenanigans and fuckery going on, including World War II.
Archduke Franz
Yes,
Ferdinand.
exactly.
Yep. Okay, cool. So B-Day girl, Cherry. It's my birthday and would love for y'all to sing Happy Birthday to me. Okay, to Cherry, B-Day.
Ben George donated $69. To your previous discussion, 18-year-old men see women as hot between 18 to 20. Men that are 60 see women as hot from 18 to 50. The older a man is, the wider range of choice.
Word. Isn't it the case though? I've seen some like a study or a chart that showed that even as men got older, they, in terms of what they just deemed most physically attractive, not factoring in other things, it was like 20 to 22, 23 typically was the range of like, hey, who's the most attractive physically? I don't know. Anyways, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Cherry, whatever the fuck your name is. Happy birthday to you. Cheers. Okay, so where were we? We were talking, do you object to a man caring about a woman's body count? Do you object to that?
I would understand why someone would care, but that's all I'm gonna say about it.
Tell us how you really feel. Say it with your chest.
Yeah.
I just feel like if men can have high body counts, why can't women? If that was their choice.
I have so many thoughts, but I'll wait till you go
Okay.
on.
Yeah, we'll get everybody's answers. And so for you, you would object to a man caring about a woman's body count.
Yeah, that could be the
Like,
answer.
is he insecure? Why does he care?
Blank Ken donated $69. So Andrew's wife lifts weights and he doesn't? Interesting lol. She's just as aggressive too. Queen pick me. This is not a dating pod, this is a men's rights and grievance pod. You became what you hate.
I'm not a men's rights advocate.
Yeah, that's me. Get it right, Ken. We talk about dating. Look, we're talking about body count right now. Do you object to men caring about a woman's body count?
I just don't personally see why it matters, but I mean, you do you.
Okay.
Same like I said, I can understand why, but I also think that it should not be a thing.
What should not be a thing?
A man caring about a woman's body count.
Okay.
No, men should care and they should know your body count before they do anything with you.
No, I don't object.
I think at like a certain I think they should care like at a certain point, but like I don't think it should be like a huge deal. You know?
It shouldn't be a huge deal.
Yeah, or it depends like how much it is, maybe like.
But I find that interesting, seeing as like you're a virgin. You don't really have any skin in the game when it comes to this. Like,
yeah,
you don't have a body count to be judged by.
Yeah.
I suppose a man could judge you for not having a body count, although I think that's exceedingly rare. Perhaps the only men that would judge you are the ones who are desirous of just having quick, immediate sex with you, and they would perhaps deem it unlikely to have quick sex with you, given that you're a virgin.
I mean, yeah, I really don't have much of an opinion, I guess. But like if I had to say something, you know.
Like, would you find, like, you, despite like being a virgin yourself, would you find it unappealing if a guy was like, I wouldn't date a girl who has a body count of more than 3?
Yeah.
Really? Even though you yourself are a virgin? That's interesting.
United States donated $69. Brian, please ask the panel who voted for our President and Chief Joe Biden in 2020.
Okay, I'll come back to that in a sec. So wait, why, like if a guy was like, I don't want to date a girl who's has a body count more than 5, you object to that?
Oh, I mean, like, it's up to him. If he doesn't want to date that, that's his own choice.
Right, but you would be like,
I mean, I don't
feel a type of way about it.
Because, I mean, I guess we all have in our mind, we all have a number that we think is like kind of extreme or not. And to me, I don't think 5 is like that crazy. But like, I mean, everyone has a different opinion. So like, if they think 5 is too much, like that's their thing. So like, I guess I wouldn't object that much. Like you know.
Would you date a guy who didn't want to date a woman who had a body count of over 10?
Yeah.
Over 5? Or do you think then he's getting into like judgy territory and you wouldn't want to date a guy like that?
Yeah, I think I don't think I would date that.
So you would not date a guy who would not date a woman with a body count of over 5?
Ben George donated $69. Happy birthday, Cherry. Brian, give her 9 of the 69. LOL, you probably won't.
I don't get it. Give her, is that like?
So do you?
Okay, thank you, Ben George. Go ahead.
Oh, he means because you're not a fan of, you know.
That thing.
Yeah. Brian's
Yeah,
right.
sorry, it's even if it's your birthday, I'm not doing that shit.
He's not
You don't
going
give head at all?
downtown.
I don't, huh?
You don't give head at all?
Nope.
Damn.
I want her to, okay, we'll get into it. Like,
do
I want her to.
You give him head? If he
We're
doesn't-
not.
Wait, we're not.
Oh my-
You thought we were, no, she's married to Andrew Wilson, bruv.
He's Brian.
Yeah, I'm Brian. We're not. This is my homie. She's my Caucasian. Don't get it twisted. She is my Caucasian, but she's married to Andrew Wilson. Put some respect. Put some respect on the
I'm
name.
sorry,
Put some
Andrew.
respect on the name.
I'm sorry.
Show me I need a bow now.
Oh my God.
Show apology bow. I need an apology bow. Let's see it. You can do it seated. Go ahead. I'm generous. I'm nice. Apology bow. Go ahead.
I can just give you an apology. I'm sorry.
I was deeply offended.
This whole time I thought you two were married.
No.
Put some respect. Put some respect
He's a single
on Andrew.
bachelor.
Put some respect on Andrew Wilson's name.
I'm sorry, Andrew Wilson.
I want you to look into this camera and apologize to Andrew Wilson.
I am sorry, Andrew Wilson.
Thank you. I forgive you. She is my Caucasian, though.
It's true.
She's my Caucasian.
My husband is usually half the time sitting in the seat.
He's here frequently.
Yeah.
No, okay, look, I'll answer your thing really quickly. Okay, so I absolutely care about my partner's sexual pleasure. Preferably, I make her come before I come multiple times, if possible. But I just that specific sexual act, not really my thing. We could use hands. Shit, we can even use toys. I'd rather use hands. There's other ways. Look, sometimes the girl can come from intercourse. That works too. I want her to come first, preferably multiple times. That's my goal. I care about her pleasure. Just sexual boundary, don't really like to do it.
Did you have a bad experience?
Ooh.
No, not really. Just, I don't know, I got neck problems.
Okay.
That's my cop out. I do actually have neck problems. Look, I got ice packs right here.
Yo, please.
Sorry, my cracks probably shown. Sorry, Madison.
Ben George donated
I got an ice pack. My neck's all fucked.
$69. Give her $9 of the $69.
That's what I
It's
thought you
her
meant.
birthday. Where is your mind
Hey,
going
come
to?
on, Ben George. It was you who was all being sus with the 6 and the 9 and the... Okay, thank you, Ben George. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. How did we get into that, though?
Because
You just
that
curious?
question.
Oh, yeah.
It was literally the 69, and there was the you don't 9.
Oh, yeah.
So
That's true, yeah. Not mine.
Wait, but I have to ask. But
Yeah.
you're a labia guy.
right.
Huge.
You just want to look at it.
Yeah.
Huh?
Just like to look at it.
So you appreciate it from a distance.
Well, like, big labia matter, hashtag big labia matter. Yeah, this is my nonprofit movement, but yeah, I'm a fan.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, you can appreciate it, like, in other ways, I guess.
No, sure. I mean-
visually, but also penally.
Is it a sensory thing?
Penally. I enjoy it penally.
Sure. I mean, I heard the other stuff you said you like to do, and I respect that. That's fair.
Yeah.
But yeah. I'm not judging. I'm just
I
asking.
think we're just curious what it is.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Is it
What's
like-
cur-
is
Are
it
you
like
you're
a-
curious, Rachel?
I don't get it. It feels like
Wait,
a
what?
joke.
What do you mean? What? Curious about what? Like,
Is
why?
labia just a bit?
Smell?
Like, we're
The smell, Rachel. Don't even don't put those thoughts in my head, Rachel.
Also, it is the smell.
I want to know
We're
what it
we're
is
women. We
that-
I feel like it's like kind of graphic to articulate why I like large labia.
You're willing.
And you have a
you're willing to
movement.
admit it.
Huh?
You
You're
have a
willing to
movement.
admit it, though.
That's true.
So we're already.
I only date women with large labia.
You ask on the first date.
Doubling down.
How do you
only
decide
date.
that?
How do you know? How do you know?
First, I don't ask, so what do you like to do for fun? I don't ask, what's important to you?
He's like, how do you feel
What
about
are your
Arby's?
values?
You like
So on a
Arby's?
dating app,
Labia.
that's the first thing you ask.
I'm crying.
Very early on.
You know what? I respect that.
What's the status of the labia?
How often does that work?
65% of the time it works every time.
Good on you, man.
Yeah.
That's why he's still single.
I'm kidding. I will date women with innies. So there's outies, there's outies and innies.
Mm-hmm.
I will look. Y'all women have penis size preferences, huh?
No, no, I'm not
surprise?
judging.
Y'all want a big dick?
not
I want big
judging.
labia. What's up?
No, nothing wrong. Just curious.
I'm just.
I
Y'all
don't-
have
I do not
preferences. Men are allowed to have preferences.
Big dick.
I've
I'm
just
just the
never
only
heard that.
one. I'm the spearhead of this movement. I'm a trailblazer, groundbreaker. Sorry, I'm a lightweight. I don't drink, so I'm already drunk. I'm the trailblazer of this movement. I want to help women. I'm a feminist. This actually is a feminist point about
So
the labia.
you're a feminist.
Absolutely, I'm a feminist. I'm a feminist through and through. Big labia.
You got
matter.
those like labia murals on the wall kind of thing.
He's got a lot of Georgia O'Keeffe paintings.
It's true. It is true. But I will say, I don't even know where I was going.
It's art. Period.
No, I'll tell you what. You know what? I'm actually a nice guy though. I will give a little leeway on the body count thing. Like if you have an innie, but you can have double the body count
What?
if you have an outie.
Wow.
That's
Okay,
the bro math.
A compromise.
So if she has
Yeah.
like an outie, she's like in terms of the threshold for like would date, would not
Okay.
date, double the body count is acceptable if she has an outie.
Okay, can I also ask, does body count matter like over a period of time? Like say they had like a wild, like younger
Oh
years.
yeah, that's a bad thing.
But like, okay, but say it's been 5 years since they've done anything like that. Does that help?
I got something for you.
I'm just
Get the
curious.
rocks. Yeah. Abdul? Yeah. Get the rocks. Get the rocks.
Sorry. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's just to the monastery. To the nunnery. To the nunnery. You must go.
Okay. Just curious.
To
Just
the
curious.
nunnery.
Yeah.
You must go. Look, I'm just saying. Oh, why you guys were asking why I like the labia thing? I don't know.
No, we were
I don't
wondering
know.
what
It
your.
says.
We'll just.
Do you really want to know, Rachel?
I'm kind of curious.
You're curious about
it's
it.
interesting to me, like a guy who's like super adverse to that. Like, why?
Wait, like the guys who had averse
Guys who are
to
like,
the,
I ain't going down there.
like to the
I'm just curious,
Cunnilingus.
like, what about it?
Oh, I thought. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about. Okay. Well, I mean, so okay. There's a couple things, right? Like, you definitely can't be doing this. This is my advice to guys who are inclined to do it. You can't do it with like, you're just meeting the girl because you haven't vetted her properly.
You don't
So
know where
like,
that's been.
yeah, if she's like dating other dudes, sleeping with other dudes, you can't do it. It could linger. It lingers a couple days, you know. It could linger if the guy's blasting, hasn't been wearing a rubber. It lingers.
Okay.
Right, ladies, you
That I understand.
you have morning sex,
But like, what if
afternoon.
It's your, what if it's your wife
Right.
that you?
5
She's
years.
only been with you for like
and
5 or 10
she
years.
could be my wife and a virgin.
I
I still ain't.
He has.
Right. So what is it then? Like take out the whole.
I got neck problems.
What
Look
if
at this,
she,
I'm wearing an ice
please,
pack.
She
I got-
straddles your pelvis, you don't have to do anything with your neck.
Yeah. That's.
No.
No, that's too dominant in the bedroom. She can't.
Okay.
No, I can't. She can't.
Bedroom.
No, she can't. No, she's not gonna sit on my face.
Okay.
It's way too dominant. Way too dom. Sorry.
Okay.
He's no
I think
fun.
I've.
Anyway,
I think I've
guys.
no fun at all.
I feel like we haven't learned anything, but that's okay.
Wait.
You haven't learned anything.
Like
Question.
learned about why you like or won't like.
Sorry.
Wait, there's two different
Ladies?
questions here.
Sorry,
There's
go
the,
ahead.
there's the labia thing, and then there's the oral sex thing.
Okay.
There's two different things. What's your question? Go ahead.
To the very religious women, do you guys
S the D.
that, but also get eaten? Is that a thing that you guys do?
LDS.
I mean,
Don't have to answer if you don't want to.
I don't know that my husband would want me
Yeah.
to answer, so I'll just
Okay.
say, all I'll say is
Are you allowed
we
to?
have a lot of fun together.
Period.
Okay, good.
We have a lot of fun
yeah.
together.
I mean
Okay.
that's that. I would.
Okay. Period.
I would echo that. I would say that it's. I'm not gonna speak details, but I'm
No.
not-
You
That's
enjoy
fine.
your time together.
Oh yeah, we enjoy it. That's
Yeah,
what counts.
period.
Okay.
Yeah.
Love that.
But I think that people think that if you're religious and married, that it's like stuffy and missionary.
That's why
and
I'm
all the
asking.
other
No,
birthday-
it's
and
definitely not just
no.
missionary.
That's what I'm asking. Once you're married, I feel like it's a go.
Yeah,
Yeah. Period. Okay.
that's
And it's even
honestly-
better because you're married to them.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like that's one of the
my husband
main
better.
benefits of it.
He
To be
better.
honest,
Yeah.
like
The one better be the one.
yeah.
I have a question for you. So, being a virgin, and we're talking about men having objection to body count. Would you, and you don't have to answer if you're not comfortable, would you feel comfortable losing your virginity to a guy who had a body count of 20 or 50, or do you care about the guy's body count that takes
Good
your
question.
virginity?
I mean, if we're in a relationship and I feel comfortable with him, I wouldn't care.
Okay, so he could have slept with 100
like 50
men.
women before you.
I mean, I have a limit as well, but like,
wouldn't
like
care.
20, I'm like okay with, I guess.
So what's your limit? Like, hands up
This
right
is
now.
this is a really interesting differential here between men and women, though. And Rachel, maybe you can weigh in on this. Is even the virgin woman has no objections
Right.
to dating a guy who has a high body count, sleeping with a guy who has a high body count.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree, but
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is like morally and ethically, from my Christian worldview, ideally both people are very virtuous as far as sex, and hopefully both virgins when they're married. That'd be great. That'd be the ideal. That's what we want. But in the real world, we run into this problem where women don't care about men's body count. In fact, a woman, if there's like a 25-year-old guy who's a virgin, they're like, "What's wrong with you?" Right?
Right, they almost look down. They're like,
Yeah, they're
what
like,
have they
"What?"
been doing?
Right.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, whereas we see guys who can rack up a high body count as desirable and successful sexually. Like we see other women want them, so we want them.
Yeah.
Even us, like good Christian virtuous girls, tend to like the charismatic guys who all the other women want. it's just kind of how things work. So when people get pressed about it and they're like, well, why can't, we should have the same standard for both. I'm like, well, that would be fine if women held men to that standard, but they don't.
I mean, I kind of do. I mean, if I see a guy with like a high body count, I don't see it as like, oh, like STDs or whatever. I mean, I would hope they're being safe, but I mean, I know, but I look at it more as okay, they're probably a player and they're probably not someone who's going to treat me right.
Yeah.
That's the big thing I'm looking at.
But you said you objected to them caring about your body count. So why are you allowed to care?
I'm more
but
like,
they can't?
it's not personally for me. Like, I don't care. Like, I mean, I like, that's why I kind of brought up the whole, like, what if they messed around a lot in younger years, but then say 5 years later, they're not really doing that anymore. And because, like, I care more about the personality it brings forward than I care about, like,
So you don't think that, like, say someone was super sexually promiscuous in their 20s and then they had that 5-year break and they're like 31 and they're like, I'm better now. You don't think that sexual promiscuity would have an effect on them later on in life?
I think if they're responsible.
Mr. Bulley donated $69.
Define responsible.
Orders from the Inquisitor. Miss Wilson is hereby requested to bring home a sleeve of the blue-white cups. The Inquisitor sends his compliments. The Crucible laughed at Brian's sneeze. Merch to follow.
Sneeze merch?
Sneeze merch. It's coming.
Sneeze is definitely
It's coming. Let's see. Wait, hold on.
They only had like a few of these. I don't know if they even have more because I guess
we're almost out.
he was saying they don't make them anymore.
They like, here's the crazy thing. So I say that, and then people will be like, "Oh, look, I found it online." But these it's these like small scale, like not Amazon retailers. They don't actually yes, they list them, but if you contact them, it's out of stock. They don't actually have them in stock. It's like these shitty third-party websites. You literally cannot find these cups. Like, trust me, I've even ordered them from Amazon, and they'll send me the wrong cup design. Like this, I want the Solo Jazz. They don't sell that shit
Is that
anymore.
what it's called? Solo Jazz?
The design is called Solo Jazz.
Oh,
I even contacted Dart. I think it's Dart or Solo, the manufacturer. They won't print it. They won't even print. I was like, bro, I'll buy a fucking case of. I'll buy 5,000 cups from you. They're like, bro, you got to buy 50,000 cups. I'm like, shit, I can't. I'm not going to stockpile 50,000 cups. That's a lot. We did have a chat that came through. We're going to go around the table on that, and then we'll come back to body count.
United States donated $69. Brian, please ask the panel who voted for our President and Chief Joe Biden in 2020.
Did anybody here vote for Joe Biden in 2020?
No.
Yes, but that's complicated.
No.
No.
I didn't vote.
You guys were not of age. Okay. Wait, going back to body count, didn't get your answer on this.
I would not be objective to them caring.
Okay. And did you?
No, I don't really care.
I'm going to get up for a sec. Maddie has a question for you. Then we're going to do Bumble. Then we'll do the roast segment. Maddie, if you want to take a seat, ask this question. And then,
I'm just waiting for you to get up. Okay, we ask this every show, but what is everybody's body count?
I'm not saying that.
You can give like a range if you don't want to give the exact number.
Nope.
I don't care. 5.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, I'm not sharing.
Range? No range? You can say like under 10.
I thought it didn't matter.
True. I thought it didn't matter.
Listen, this table feels very judgy. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Exactly.
And so does this chat. I'm all set.
1.
Period.
Based.
Out of respect for my husband, I'm not going to share.
You're 0.
1, but now I'm waiting.
Oh, really? So now you're waiting for marriage to have.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Same with the husband thing, but it's very low. It's like one hand. Yeah. Very low.
Cool. Okay, now we're going to do the fun Bumble segment. So each of you get 20 swipes. And we're going to go through, and you just have to say yes or no if you would go on a date with the guy. But first we have to get like your age range. So like what's your dating age range?
My dating age range, I'll put 27 to 35.
Do you hear that, Nick?
Yep.
Okay.
Alright.
So yeah, 20 swipes,
Gonna do
just
mine.
a yes or no. Yeah.
No.
Sorry, give me a sec here. Alright, go ahead. No.
No. No. No. No. No. No. No. No. Yeah. He goes fishing. No. No, he's too pretty.
Too pretty. I hear that a lot. That's weird.
No.
Oh, what?
I'm very confused.
Lord.
I would swipe yes though, just to ask him about the picture. Because if I'm on here, I'm bored.
Okay.
You can meet people in real life. Okay, no. No. His dog's cute though. I like his arms. Yeah. No. Duck lips. What the hell? No. 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 Has it been 20 yet? I feel like I said no to everybody.
Well,
Okay.
We're gonna do an extra 5.
Okay.
We want to go until you finally say yes.
It's going to take a minute. No. 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 And you got kids. No. No.
He looks like, what's that one
No.
guy?
He sings though.
James Franco.
Yeah, James Franco.
Like, who is it? No. 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 No.
5
5
more.
more.
No.
I don't think she's
No.
gonna say yes.
There's not
No.
one black man in this mix.
Exactly.
Do you guys have
I was
like,
just
do you
gonna
have like
say,
a
are they
racial
all
preference?
white?
Yeah.
That's
like,
the problem.
huh?
Do you have like a racial preference? Like, you don't date white guys or?
I don't date white men. They just, you don't understand what I've gone through. So I need, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
We'll just move on. We'll do your age range, dating age range.
22 to 30. I don't know who I'm looking at. No.
The hottest one, just pick that.
I know which one. No. 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 I was like double whammy. No. No. Who?
Dua Lipa?
Yeah, it's
Oh, wait.
Maybe. Yeah.
Wait, are you saying yes to Dua Lipa?
I mean, yeah. But like,
For real.
but to the guy, I mean, yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
We should have put women up here.
No.
We could do one.
No. No. No.
Should we put up like 10 women and then see?
Yeah, maybe we should do
Maybe.
it.
Too
Is it
late.
like an easy?
Yeah, we'll do a really quick switch.
Okay.
Ben George donated $69. Sorry for the misunderstanding. I never meant any ill will toward anyone. Sometimes text can be misinterpreted.
I don't know which
Oh,
one.
okay, thank you, Ben George.
Yeah, I don't think you upset anybody, Ben George. You were cool.
About what?
We'll do
6'9".
really quick. We'll
All
do,
good.
Women. You ready?
You?
Oh.
Or
No.
Yikes.
I forgot your name. I'm sorry.
Anta.
sure. Yeah, it's fine. No. No.
Damn, bro.
No. Yes.
Period.
No. 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 No.
Holy filter.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
All right, next.
All right.
Your dating age range?
28 through
20 guys, 10 girls.
38.
28 through 38, Nick, for the next one.
All right.
You only got through just one? Or a bunch of chats came through?
Yeah, I checked it.
Okay.
Alright.
No. No.
Kitty.
No.
All right.
No. No. Yeah. No. Nope. Nope.
Really? Nope. You guys are saying no to some that I'm like,
He looks like he's holding a
A
syringe.
Oh my god.
I was gonna say you are worse. Yeah, he can do your
he'll
plastic
do your lip
surgery
fillers
for
and
you.
your Botox for you.
That's
Yeah.
totally a purposeful picture.
Yeah.
That's the
No.
Unabomber.
No. Half-ish. Half-ish, no.
Okay, it's definitely.
Half-ish, no.
Okay.
Half-ish, no. What the fuck?
Interesting.
No. 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 No.
What? He's like glaring. He's
No.
like,
That would be cool just to do that, but I don't think we can.
oh.
Let's,
That's the profile.
Alright, do you want to skip because you're married?
Yeah.
You
I'll
can
skip.
skip.
I mean,
Oh,
I can
fair.
do
You
if
can
you
do
guys
it if
want
you
me to do it, I'll do it, but I don't do.
Up to you.
Yeah, we'll do it for fun if you want to.
Okay, sure.
What's your age range?
I'd probably say like 25 to 35. Actually, 30 or like let's do 20. Yeah, 25 to 35, sorry.
Okay, yeah.
No. 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 No.
Oh.
Sure. No. 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 Sure. No. Sure. Sure. No.
What on earth?
No. 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 No.
That's sweet.
No.
Did you want to do this or pass?
I guess I can.
Age range?
35 to 45.
Are most of you guys picking dudes that are a little older?
I
It
was
seems
just
like.
thinking that.
Yeah.
No. No.
Oh my god.
No. 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 Yeah. No. No. No.
Wow.
No. 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 No.
That's sweet.
Damn, girl.
I would have said yes to the dude with the lobster because he cooks.
And he cooks lobster.
Yeah. The seafood gets you.
Okay. it really
Your
does.
age range?
18 to 22. No. 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 No.
Too dark.
Yeah, I can't. No. 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 Yeah. No. 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 I mean, the younger one, yeah.
That's true.
No. Yeah. No. No. No.
What?
No.
Is that a man?
I don't know.
No.
Alright, that's it.
Adam Sandler? What are you doing here? Why do these people have like Adam Sandler, Dua Lipa in their
Right.
Oh.
photos?
They want you to think they're cool.
Right.
They're
Yeah.
celebrity.
Like, that's not your friend.
No. I do like Adam Sandler.
Did you want
Me
to
too.
do this one, Jade?
Okay. 18 to 21.
Alright.
18, 21.
I can't do that exactly, but it's close, so just
Okay.
go with it. Alright, so no Adams and
No.
Here's me at the salon
No.
getting my hair bleached.
No.
The party bus, come on.
No. 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 I can't see. No.
But he's at BMW.
No.
Those arms though.
No. 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 No.
Is that 20? We need 5 more. Is that all no's?
Yeah, we'll try to do 5 more.
We'll do 10 more.
Okay, yeah, 10.
Until we get one. Until we get one. Go ahead.
No.
Oh.
Whoa, what was that?
Scary. It just popped up at the end.
No. Maybe. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
Okay.
No.
Are we got a yes. Did you want to pass on this, Rachel?
Yeah, I'll pass.
Okay. Do you have like a racial I guess we'll go around the whole entire table. Racial preference, if so, what race?
Yeah, I like black men. I wouldn't be opposed to trying to date someone outside of my race, but they couldn't be white.
Wait, did you say yes to a white guy?
I did. He was fishing. I mean, we could go on a date.
Wait, they could be white or they could not be
They
white?
they couldn't
not
because
be
I
white.
just feel like it would just be hard to incorporate them into my family, and then I feel like I can't speak for everybody's families, but I just don't know how their family would react to me. So
Were your 2 boyfriends, were they white or black?
they were black.
Okay.
Wait, when you date like Latino men?
I've actually never have, but I would.
Would you?
Yeah, I
Wait,
would.
but so why would you date those other racial groups, but not specifically? You're specifically excluding white men.
Yes,
Why
because
is that?
well, I went to a predominantly white school, K through 12, and I just endured like different disrespectful things, racial slurs and stuff like that. And then a lot of white men that get black girlfriends tend to like think that they have the N-word pass and stuff like that. Like I'm not with that. If you're gonna be white, you're not black. So
I mean, consider he's like a good white man, not racist.
Do you think?
or
I feel like love.
Do you
has
think,
no
given the
color.
problems you've had dating historically, maybe you would not have those same problems with a white guy?
I feel like I could still have the same problems with any race that I dated, to be honest.
Well, the statistics don't really agree with that, but I don't know if we want to get into that. I'm just saying, like...
I mean, but also, I don't know. I mean, we could get into it if you wanted to, but I just don't.
I don't know
feel
if
like,
Brian wants to. It's probably TOS, but...
Yeah, it might be.
would you like consider dating a white man or just like not?
I would consider dating the right white man. Like if we vibed and he actually ended up being somebody that I vetted properly, then yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We'll go around the table with the racial preference question.
Don't really have a preference for the most part.
Okay.
I don't have a preference. I just want to speak to what she was just saying, though. How you were saying, because of the situation she's dealt with. I dealt with a white man and I got bit in the face. So, you know what I'm saying?
Do you think that
literally.
all white men?
It could
are like
happen.
that, though?
Anything could happen with anybody.
Put you in a basement. And statistically, are
But-
serial killers.
Wait, what? White men are statistically serial killers who are going to tie you up in the basement.
Yeah.
I think that's actually
No, I'm saying like
incorrect,
statistically
but-
speaking, the people that do that the most are white men.
I think that's been debunked. Maybe we need to Google it, but I believe that that's actually not true.
I don't
it's
know
just
if
that the
that's-
high-profile ones that they put all up in the media
Exactly.
are. But, yeah.
Also,
Okay.
does that have anything
If a black
to do with
man
their
did
race?
that, they would definitely.
Well, I
put
mean,
it
if
out
we
just
want to
like,
talk
no,
about
this
like
is my
rates
point
of
saying it.
imprisonment, rates of domestic violence, rates of sticking around, to raise your kids and things like
Period.
that.
My point in saying what I said was just to point out that it could be any race.
Sure, of course. There's
So,
bad people in
yeah,
all races.
everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know stats, but just
Yeah.
Wait, we didn't really.
I don't have a
really
preference.
Oh, okay.
I'd
We'll
say
go
my
on.
preference is white. My husband is white.
I don't have any preferences.
No preference.
I think mine is Asians.
I prefer white guys.
Maddie, what about you?
Ditto.
You prefer white guys?
Second that, yeah.
Would you date an Asian guy, Madison?
I would. Okay, just because I've never dated an Asian guy or like I found them attractive before, but just because I haven't dated one doesn't mean I'm closed off to it. And I'm never gonna date anyone else for the rest of my life besides my boyfriend.
Aw.
now.
Period. Love
So,
that.
Cute.
So yeah.
That's good.
Brian's coming back.
Welcome back. Before we get into the roast section, a couple questions here. Can you be, since we're on the topic, can you be racist towards white people?
I think you could be racist towards it. I think you could be racist towards anybody.
Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah, no, anybody.
Mm-hmm.
It's what was that? I get why though. Why you would say
Well,
that.
tell us how
It's
you
just-
really feel.
I think yes. Let me just say that. Yes, you can be racist. However, white is the majority.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all.
Nickelodeon donated $69. Ladies, explain who pays for the following dinners. 1. Woman invites girlfriends her to B-day dinner. 2. Woman invites girlfriends and one guy friend. 3. BF takes GF and her friends out.
Who pays?
Okay, well if a woman invites her girlfriends to her birthday dinner, I feel like if you want other people to pay for your dinner, just I say that, but I feel like you shouldn't have to pay for anything on your birthday. 1. 2, I don't know what the second question or the third one was either, but yeah, that's my opinion.
I
on
got
that one.
Nickelodeon. I'm sorry. I got to keep. It's like you're asking 3 questions here.
Yeah.
They're not even going to be able to remember the 3 different scenarios. I'm going to have to limit it to just one. Explain who pays for the following dinners. Woman invites girlfriend. Woman invites girlfriends to her B-day dinner.
Yeah.
Friends, because everybody can pitch in to make.
Ace donated $69. Women, if a man completely provided for you, what value and qualities would you bring to the table as his woman?
That's a good one.
Before we'll get to that one. I'll come back to Nickelodeon. If a man completely provided for you, what value and qualities would you bring to the table?
Oh, this is the question. Okay, we're doing that.
Yeah.
I would take care of the house. I would make sure that food is prepared and clean up everything. Try to take care of him emotionally, and yeah, that's pretty much it, really.
Yeah, no, I mean, if, he was doing like all that work, I mean, I would probably, do the cooking, do the cleaning, etc. I think there's a fair trade. Like, if I was in that position as like doing like all the job stuff, then I would expect more housework. But it's that kind of fair trade. That's it.
Agreed. Just nurture emotionally, take care of the home, do what a woman does.
I'd fulfill my role as a wife and mother.
Yeah, I would take care of the house and potential kids, and I'd also make sure that he comes home to like a peaceful house, and he doesn't have to. I don't want to add more stress to him.
I mean, I do want to work, but if I don't and he does end up providing for everything, then I would also take care of stuff, like at the house.
Yeah, I would cook for him, clean the house, but also like other qualities like loyalty. If he doesn't want me to
see other men, like even if they're my friends, then I would cut them off, especially if it makes them uncomfortable, because I would say that he should be the priority.
Would you be submissive?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Like, would I bow to him?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, if I respect him and like we're married and he's providing, yeah.
I have a good submission follow-up question, but
Yeah.
for me, like this is the case, right? Andrew has provided and taken care of everything for the last, decade and a half. You get food, you get sex, you don't have to do any housework. My most notorious tweet is when I said that Andrew doesn't do housework, and like 1 million people went nuts and freaked out because he doesn't do housework. Even though he works full-time and I stay home, raise your kids, and you just don't give the man trouble. Just don't give him any shit.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then we were going to go to Nickelodeon's question: who pays for the following dinners? Man, I appreciate you sending this in, but you've asked essentially 3 different questions. I know it kind of destroys a little bit the purpose of your question, but who pays when a woman invites girlfriends to her birthday dinner?
I think they all just split it.
Yeah.
You go Dutch. Yeah.
Agreed.
I've never been to one where they didn't split.
Okay. Wait, what about like collectively, woman invites girlfriends and one guy friend, still split?
Yeah.
Boyfriend takes girlfriend and her friends out.
Yeah.
The type of men that I deal with, they're going to pay for me and my friends.
Facts.
There's this video where a woman, she's dating a guy, they've been together for a year, and I'm trying to remember the details. She brought along like 11 of her girlfriends.
Okay, well, that's crazy.
So in that situation, would you still expect him to pay though?
No, absolutely not.
One
All right.
friend, fine.
One friend, fine.
Yeah. For my birthday.
I don't think he's responsible
Would
to
I
pay for anyone but
treat
me.
the friend?
For her birthday, for your girlfriend's birthday, it's her birthday.
Yeah, but if the
Why is she
friend's going,
bringing- why is she
shouldn't the
bringing-
friend
Well,
pay
then
for
you
herself?
just take her out then. But
Yeah.
if you're taking her and her girlfriend out, then
Right.
Why would I take her third wheel, a fucking friend? Nah. Okay, awkward.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So, for everybody around the table, you're married and your husband, there's an election coming up. Your husband's going to vote one way and you want to vote the other way, but your husband says, no, I want you to vote what I'm voting. Would you do it?
I don't vote for presidents. I only vote on propositions. So
Okay, well, on the proposition, you want to vote yes and he wants you to vote no. Are you going to defer to him or are you going to vote how you want?
I think I would just vote how I wanted.
I think that depends. I mean, we can have a conversation about it,
Well, let's just say that you don't really agree. Like it's a proposition or a president or whatever it is. You're like, no, I really feel this way. And he's like, well, I feel this way.
I mean, again, hard to say without knowing the context, but all things considered, I'm going to respect our differences, and I'd like him to respect my differences, if that really comes down to it.
Stewie Brown, thank you for the gifted 20 subs on Twitch, man. You're a legend. Thank you. Actually, really quick, let's do that. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one, guys. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Oh my God, guys, it's been 30 minutes. Is our Twitch bugged? It's been 30 minutes since we got a Prime. Guys, see if there's a Prime. Yo, Guatama, thank you for the 5 sub gifts. Appreciate it. Thank you. Did you want to continue on with the...
Yeah, just like if you and your husband had a disagreement on something you were going to vote on, are you going to like go with what he wants you to vote on, or are you going to vote how you want to vote once you're in the booth?
Yeah, I definitely think that I would listen to my husband's counsel and take into consideration his knowledge and why he's choosing that. And at the end of the day, if it's for a righteous purpose, I would definitely go with my husband's.
I do a little bit of research with political things, but my husband does a lot more than I do, and he pays attention. He has a pulse on it more than I do. So I would definitely trust what he has to say.
I feel like you guys are all just being really nice now. No. Do you think they're just saying stuff to be nice and not like fight with me?
That happens.
No?
That happens.
No,
genuinely.
okay. Okay, good.
I mean, I would hear him out and I'd want him to hear me out, but like I feel like I tend to like not know much about politics. So if he seems to know more about it, and I'll do my own research after if like it's a big deal, like it's a big disagreement, and then I'd vote depending on that. But if I just do my own research, I don't agree, I would vote on what I would think is right.
Okay. I'm really not sure. I'm not that big. I don't know much about politics either. And we're also, we have the same views on it too, so I'm not sure I don't think he would ever force me to change it because we have the same, but if we disagreed on something, then I would also want to listen to him and then do my own research and see.
Okay.
I think something else that this makes me think of is how women tend to be a lot more emotional, and we've talked about this, and I think that sometimes they make decisions, especially in the political light, that are based off of emotion, and it's generally not good.
Right.
And so I do think that is why the patriarchy is in existence.
Yeah, I think so too. Women are very easily propagandized. I always say that's like the bad news is women are easily propagandized, but the good news is that women are easily propagandized, so we can like push it back the other direction. But yeah, they tend to, like, if you look at women's voting patterns, it tends to be like, oh, I want to take care of everyone, I want to be nice.
Ace donated $69. Women, do you consider yourself to be feminine? And if you are, who taught you to be feminine?
Going around the table really quick, do you consider yourself to be feminine?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
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 Oh, we are feminine? Like I'm a feminine person?
Yeah, like are you feminine?
Do you present as a feminine?
Yep.
Yes.
I'm actually kind of a tomboy, but I'm very like motherly. So I have like a feminine side and I have like a tomboyish side.
Sure. Did you want to continue with your point? I think you were going back on something, or?
No, I was just saying, like, when you look at female voting patterns, it tends to be like women will not vote for someone who's bald. Women will not vote for someone who's short. Women will not vote for someone who's not tan. Like when they look at
Not yet.
when they look at women's voting patterns, it tends to be based on all kinds of other things, whereas men are more like about policy and logic and things like that.
I think if women have had a personal issue with a policy too,
Is it muted, Nick?
they're more willing to vote that way instead of looking at the greater good for society.
Right.
And that's like an issue.
Yeah. Women do personalize everything.
Yeah.
They're not very good at abstract thinking.
You said they're like you're not a woman. Like we.
Well, I gotta say men and women and talk about them and them, but I do think I'm a little bit abnormally rational in some ways, but I'm still a woman.
I mean, don't we all like to think we're a little bit better than
I don't think I'm better. It's not.
I'm
really
not saying that.
Yeah, it's
a
not
bad
really
word, but you know what I'm
better,
saying.
Well, like my husband always says that one of the reasons he picked me is because I tend to be more rational and logical than most women he's dated who tended to be highly emotional.
Okay.
Like he knows he can sit me down and reason with me and that I'll be able to separate, the personal from the political and things like that.
Okay.
Ken says, did we read this one, or?
No.
Can I have you read this one?
Oh, yeah. Good evening, Mrs. Wilson. I just purchased your book, Occult Feminism. I would recommend all the women present tonight to buy and read the book. It will give you a new perspective about feminism. Mr. Wilson shall buy more guns to protect his family. God bless America.
Merci beaucoup, Ken. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Ken.
All the way up there in Canada. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. So, guys, we're going to get into the chaos to roast section. The TTS has been lowered. Let me re-trigger the one that did come through.
Double Agent donated $25. Around the table, who do you choose? Dating a man you have good sex with who I saw the weight who treats you like gold? Or dating a hot model malignant narcissist man who is bad in bed and is rich?
Which do you
Twix
pick?
Doodle donated $25.
By the way, if you're sending a question,
Opera singer
this is
a babe.
It's going to be
What's your
rapid
social?
fire with the TTS.
Don't want to lose track of you, lol.
First guy or second guy to that original question?
The first guy.
First one? Okay. He's trying to slide into the DMs. Twix.
Chinese
duo.
motherfucker donated $25. Brian, show us that dumper, thick like a semi-truck bumper. Get up and shake that thumper. Brian, show us that dumper.
I think they'd have to donate more than that.
I want to go home.
Champagne, huh? Yeah.
Oh shit, thank you.
Donated $69. Brian, women want you to find their little man in the boat. Do the women on the panel discuss hygiene as part of their dating choices?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Hygiene's important.
Yeah.
Hygiene's important when it comes to dating.
I hope everyone's hygienic.
Thank you, Pat. Appreciate it. Thank you, Pat. We do have some pre-show notes here that I will make sure to get
696969 blah 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 69 donated $25. These whores won't bow but will gargle nuts like
That's our first time hearing that one. I liked that one. That was good.
Opera singer. The purpose of the Second Amendment is not about hunting nor self-defense. The purpose is for we the people to be able to overthrow our government when, not if, it becomes tyrannical.
I'm well aware, thanks.
Loose Pussy Energy donated $25.
LP, what's up, bro?
Brian, the amount of no's from the app from these dusty, busted-looking bitches
I
is
missed
crazy.
that, yeah.
You all
I
need
saw
to
it
get
behind the
your
scenes.
alien versus predator-looking asses out of here. Stop the damn cap.
Y'all picky.
Hashtag
Y'all
Tilulu,
super
hashtag
picky.
Freenik number 8 at 18.
All y'all picky.
Jack the Tipper donated $25. In a public setting with your BF/spouse, if an important decision arises and you disagree, do you resolve it immediately or let your BF/spouse lead and discuss it privately later?
Second option.
Stude 456 donated $25. Hey, pre-op Ellen Page, you are delusional if you think you will look better in 10 years.
That's probably.
Yeah,
I've gotten Ella Page so much in my life. It's fine.
You're the only
Cloud
one.
Flying
I know
donated
why.
$25. Happy to have made it to tonight's show.
Thank you, man.
Ladies, embrace the patriarchy. Feminism has failed you. Cloud out.
Feminism has failed you.
Read chapter 10 of my book.
Nickelodeon donated $25. Sorry if the question was overloaded, but you got to the point I was trying to make. Women support and be equal with other women.
Well, what's
but
interesting
expect
is, like-
the men in their lives to cover them, friends and family.
Like you're bi, right? So like
696969 blah blah blah.
even bi women will have a
donated
different expectation for the men
$25. Red
versus
shirt
the
worked
women
at
they
the
date.
sperm bank but got fired for drinking on the job like
You wish.
M.
Which red shirt?
Wes Watson donated $25. I call on everyone to destroy this 304 Rachel Wilson and her pathetic clown simp, Andrew Wilson. Make them regret they were born. Why don't we dare tell you what a 304 you are to your face, Rachel?
Why so violent?
Mr. Bulle donated $25. Communique from the Grand Inquisitor. We congratulate the Grand Inquisitor's promotion. Brian, this is official notice that the Sneeze merch designs have been approved, production prototypes to follow. Stochastic Decay donated $25. Hey brain. Sorry I'm late. Long day. My girlfriend's dog died. Naturally I told her she should work her trauma out. I'm single now. Anyway, there was too much groupthink this episode. Hashtag where's Gustavo? Is donated $25. What is the man's role in a matriarchal society?
No such thing. Never been one, won't ever be one. Just saying.
I didn't know what patriarchy.
Anybody else got anything else?
Master Baker donated $25. I'm just waiting for a girl Rosie find her boyfriend is on Bimble during the Bumble segment. Also, Brian, do you read labias like they are braille?
What was that sentence?
696969 blah 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 69 donated $25. What's that song that be like?
Why does this work?
Why do I know what song it is?
Jessica Reloaded donated $25. Rachel, you're awesome. And Brian, this is your obligatory friendly reminder to stop eating.
Wow. So do you think you've like twerked all the drama out of
Hi,
your
Rachel
life?
donated $25.
Not all of it.
Rachel, will you address why you divorced twice? 5 kids, 3 baby daddies.
I mean, we can if you want. So I didn't divorce twice. I've only been divorced once.
Rachel Wilson's 2 baby daddies donated $25. Rachel Wilson,
nice.
you miserable strumpet, play with joy on my trumpet. Shake that ass ho, shake that ass ho, shake that ass ho, shake that ass ho, shake that ass, shake it till you break it.
Okay. Go, Maddie.
Hip trauma.
Wait, what'd you say? The trauma?
The hip trauma?
Oh, I asked her if she twerked all of her trauma.
696969
She's saving
blah
some
blah
for
blah
later.
69 donated $25. When I rinse my mouth, I go blair bullock 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 blurg 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 speed.
Why was it like clicking in the back? Yeah.
Those are kind of fun.
Those are good.
Roast Maddie, everybody.
Guys, you can roast me if you
Roast
want.
Maddie.
Go for it.
Nickelodeon donated $25. I think the ass clapper got the study messed up. Twerking only helps cause a release if there's a man laying underneath you.
That works too. That works as well.
Does it work better?
I don't know if it works better.
Bob Key Larson donated $26. Ladies, if you just bowed to a man on the first date, his pee-pee will get so hard he'll put a ring on your finger on the second date. And lastly, don't be a strumpet. Michigan Christian donated $25. Happy Memorial Day. Let's talk about how women in our country spit on the graves of our fallen by continually ruining the principles that made our country great, which they neither want or appreciate.
Happy
Jared
Memorial
LDS
Day.
donated $25. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is Christ's true church. Go to Church of Jesus Christ.
It's true.
Com.
There's more coming in.
Wes Watson donated $25. Rachel, proofs that evolution exist. 1. Genetic evidence. 2. Fossil record. 3. Comparative anatomy. 4. Biogeography. 5. Embryology. 6. Direct observation, so the only gay's your fucking husband, bitch. Is donated $25. What salary should your ideal man have?
Quick.
A big one.
Don't matter.
As long as he can provide.
Double did mine. Double
sure.
mine.
Don't care.
At the least.
696969 blah 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 69 donated $25. When all these chicks leave, Brian be in the back like.
How did they learn these?
Right.
Oh.
What?
Mr. F9107 donated $25. Yo, embrace the patriarchy, ladies. It's best for you, it's best for family and great for society. Brian and Andrew, the dream team hosts. Rachel is the perfect wife. Madison are submissive. Wes Watson donated $25. Rachel, men have built the infrastructure, thanks to the women, which conceived them, carried out the pregnancy, gave them birth and raised them.
This is a
so
woman,
let's give
for
women
sure.
the well-deserved credit and respect.
It's definitely a woman.
And?
Oh, is that under the threshold?
They're pretending to be Wes Watson. It's a long story, but
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Selena Gornez. Unfortunately, it's under the threshold. It's $25 for TCS. So we can't read it, but thank you. Roast me.
Ask a question, Maddie. You got this, I believe in you.
What?
Somebody play that Windows.
Kaiju donated $25. To the first girl on the right, there are great white men out there. As a white man, I do understand if you still choose not to date outside of your race. I am sorry for your past. Wish you the best.
Thank you. But yeah, you're right. There are great white men out there, I'm sure.
She said she'd be open to it, guys.
Yeah.
She's not that closed off. Can you be sexist towards men?
I mean, yeah.
Why isn't... Can you be sexist towards men?
Yeah.
I think everyone can be sexist towards anybody.
We all have biases, I feel like, too.
Biases just don't go away.
Ace donated $25. A lot of these comments are from low-value men mansplaining their beliefs. They don't walk walk but talk the talk. Real men are hard-working and courteous and God-fearing. Double Agent donated $25. Brian, when can we get whatever to come to Central Florida for a road trip so you can get the women here to come correct and take the red pill?
I would like to take it on the road, hit Alabama. Wait, why isn't this coming through? It could be a spam filter. I don't know why it's not triggering, blah, blah, blah. It might have been it will not let me do it.
696969 blah 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 69 donated $25.
I re-triggered this one
when
for you,
all
though.
these chicks leave Brian be in the back like
That's exactly what happens. How did you know, man?
696969 blah 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 69 donated $25. What's that song that be like?
We already did these.
I re-triggered it because the other one didn't come through. I don't know why. I'll try to re-trigger it.
It's that song,
Blurpy donated $25. Brian, so awesome you were able to get Caitlin Clark on the show. Make sure you give her a cut of this donation since she plays in the WNBA.
I think that's to you.
Zionist_supremacist donated $25. Big respect to Brixan, Maddie, and Nick. Rachel, glad Andrew unchained you from the stove. Rachel, would you take the vax if Andrew told you?
He would never.
Hi, Rachel donated $25. Nuance is important to relationships. If people have an undesirable past, they can change. Andrew tells people not to date single moms, but he married Rachel. Something to consider.
Yeah.
Kuchiman69 donated $25. Most black/white relationships I've seen have had more family/parent animosity when it's a black man and white girl. Almost a stealing our men situation. Any thoughts?
I can't speak
I tried
on
to
that.
re-trigger it, but it didn't work. Hold on. I'm going to try something else. I'm going to see if this works, but I don't know why it's not coming through. Why the phone in UK be like...
696969 blah 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 69 donated $25. I broke TTS Brian's lint roller donated $25. They don't want to be called Mormons anymore. What about Church of the Latter-day Soakers? Also, my helicopter goes like this sat.
Like the sat.
Don't shit poster 69 donated $25. What does the fox say? Ring ding 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 ring ding. Gering ding 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 ring ding.
Oh my God.
Gering ding 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 ring ding. What the fox say? Wapapapapapappow. Wapapapapapappow. Stu
That's like from 10 years ago.
456 donated $25. She doesn't look like Caitlin Clark. She looks like Weird Al Yankovic.
Rude.
Wow.
I guess this is the
Talented man.
Still not triggering. Sorry, man. I played with a couple settings. I tried my best, but it must have been, I don't know why, but sorry, bud. Sorry, bud.
we done?
I think there's something else coming in. I must have re-triggered it like 3 times. Whoops. We have, actually, no, wait.
Adam donated $25. Madison's forehead be like Kamehameha.
Kamehameha?
What?
It's like a Dragon Ball Z thing.
Oh.
Colonel donated $25. Don't knock the white man until he's been dressed up as the KFC Colonel and had you call in him massa all night long.
Oh, God. And that's exactly why it's a no for me.
Nemesis donated $25. Kisses and hugs for 8 at 19. Good to have you on the podcast, Mrs. Wilson. 07 Nick the lad. I only simp for Brixan chat.
Thank you, man. Good to see you in the chat.
Andrew's
Nemesis,
ex-black
appreciate
wife
you,
donated $25. Look here, you white bitch, stop trying to out-cute me. I even wore this red top to show what he'll never have again. I'm still waiting on that child's support. Old man take a look at my life donated $25.
Hey, that's... Wait,
I'm
Old
curious
Man
who on the
Take-
panel would date
What?
Brian.
That's a lyric from... Wait, is it Pearl Jam?
Not Pearl Jam.
As Watson donated
Well, that's the question. Who would date me?
$25.
Show of hands, who would date
I
me?
know with husband like Andrew you're not used to be appreciated as a
Nick would date me.
woman, but believe it or not, there are men WHO appreciate the women, and I'm one of them. However, zero respect for you.
Blah, blah, blah.
Bucky Larson donated $25. Brian, isn't it crazy how the average woman will choose to do crazy sexual activities in the bedroom, but they can't do a simple
Yo, Bucky.
Unreal.
Bucky, that's the whole point I'm trying to make. They'll let a guy blast on the face, but they won't do
blah,
a
blah,
bow.
blah, 69 donated $25. They did it wrong. A Rofilcopter sounds like soy 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 df 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 df.
I'm definitely thinking the fuck.
So Brian, don't eat ass. Is it just icky to him? Man up. Well, that's not what we were even talking about. But yeah, I don't do that either. Easy Dem Peaches, and this segment is the lamest. Brian, labia creeper. Okay. Apparently, it.
Selena Gornez donated $30. If it's not lost already, read my $20 chat because I missed the threshold. Also, love Andrew and Rachel.
I don't have it. It has to be for it to even show. It has to be above
Often
the
to
threshold.
donated
I'm sorry,
$25.
Selena. But thank you, Selena.
Madison is only a 9.5.
Oh, but she did a 30.
Boom. Roasted.
There you go, man.
Boom,
You got
roasted.
your roast.
She's crying. I'll try to find it, Selena, since you did. I'll be nice.
As Watson donated $25. Rachel, why you call yourself anti-feminist when you're 304 with 5 kids from 3 different baby daddies and 2 divorces, and on top of that you're working, writing books, podcasting, etc.
Too bad
Typical
half
feminist.
of that's wrong. It's all wrong, but
Selena wrote.
Vatal Matherio _ donated $25. Hate to keep simping on the opera singer over there, but she looks amazing.
Thank you. You're sweet.
Selena also bought the new book by Rachel. Can't wait to read it. Brian and whatever pod crew, keep up the good work. Also, Maddie is a 10. Thank you, Selena. Thank you, Selena. All right. You guys can keep sending them in. I have a couple notes from some of the panelists, and then we're going to wrap up the show. So we have...
Generic statue donated $25. Brian, I appreciate the work you're doing with this podcast. You have opened my eyes to the decline in society, and hearing you and your guests speak encourage me to better my life. Keep it up. 696969 blah 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 69 donated $25. Brian, don't eat as cheat ID, eat ebony fart box like
What the fuck?
GMD Jim donated $25.
I think.
Brixan, I appreciate that you do not perform oral. The original Christian definition of sodomy was any sex other than reproductive P and V. Do not be a sodomite.
That's true. That's
Ha
yeah.
ha
I do
donated
it. That's why I don't do it.
Brian asked the chat to roast Maddie and the result was crickets. The chat loves and respects Maddie.
Speaking of which, guys, twitch.tv/whatever, she's going to start streaming on there. We did a test stream the other day. We're going to get it going, guys. There's a million things going on. So I know I've been saying it for a while, but drop us a follow in the Prime sub over here if you're watching on Twitch. All right, some pre-show. Let me get into the pre-show notes. So Danielle.
Yeah.
Looking back in high school, you said you were a couple dudes' rebounds?
Yes, I was. I think I shared a specific story, though. It was like the only crazy story I had. So I was this guy's rebound. It was like very obvious. And at the time, I just had no direction in my life. But my husband was befriending me. So he was like my best friend at the time. Anyways, this guy just ghosted me after talking to me for a while, and I was like, I'm going to get revenge. I was like a dumb 17-year-old girl, and I had some of his underwear because we had ran a Ragnar race together, and you're like in a van for like over 24 hours, so you like change clothes. So I filled his underwear with peanut butter, and I rubbed it over his brand new motorcycle.
Damn.
Excuse me?
And my husband drove me to do it.
Wow.
Damn.
Nice.
Partners in crime.
I was going to say.
It's just peanut butter, though. It's not that crazy.
It was just on the sea.
A nice
nice
prank?
Yeah. Because it could have been like, you could have been crazy. He wasn't.
I mean, we don't want to be too crazy. We can
No, I know. I'm just saying.
So
like,
you
from
stuck
a
it on the bike,
perspective
though?
So yeah,
with
I
the
just
peanut
like
butter?
stuck it on
I was
the
responsible.
seat of the bike and like just rubbed it and left. I was like,
So you just rubbed peanut butter on the motorcycle seat?
yeah,
Inconvenient. Yeah.
give him his underwear back.
Because he ghosted you?
Yeah, like it was. I acknowledge it was childish. I was a
I have a
dumb
question for the
17-year-old
girls.
girl.
If a girl, or if a girl ghosted a guy, and then the guy goes over to her house and then murders her, would you guys have a problem with that?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't equate what I did to murder.
Just saying.
Wow, good stuff, Brian.
Yeah, that was great.
You said men can make it out of the friend zone?
Yes, I believe that. Obviously.
I suppose they can, but honestly,
6,969 Brian gonna hate this 69 donated $25. Eurobit goes cats cats cats
Oh, you abusing, bro. You're abusing. Okay, that's crazy. I'm sorry. I gotta skip that one, bro. We got the idea, though. Thank you, man. They can, but I think it's better to just fucking move on and find another girl.
No, I definitely agree. Like, I think that you shouldn't be. I don't know how you would define that timeline, because me and my husband were just in high school, so he was just like, I'm her friend, like I like her.
Michigan Christian donated $25. Rachel, great to see the woman who takes care of one of our great leaders. Would love to hear your thoughts on the consequences of women in leadership and voting. Repeal the 19th and return to Christ.
Yeah, I mean, it's all been bad. I mean, name a woman politician that you really thought was exceptional and fantastic.
I don't think any politician.
Nickelodeon donated $25. I'm willing to bet a couple of girls here have crazier stories than peanut butter on a motorcycle. Any popped tires, broken windows, burned clothes?
I
Tell us.
slashed tires and I
You've
keyed
slashed
cars.
You've keyed cars?
That's all I'm gonna say about it. Don't
Tell,
F
what
with
else?
me.
What else?
Wes Watson donated $25. Brian,
I'll show
why
it.
you no longer post the Insta handles of the girls? They put the food on your table. Come on, dude.
Oh, I
You know
need
we
that. I'm
don't
gonna
watch
add
you
it
for Andrew's
after the
pretty
show.
face. Girls, don't come to this show. Yes, donated $25. Did you guys know that the tongue is a muscular organ that connects Adam's apple to Madam's chapel?
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
Fun fact.
So you slashed a couple tires? How many men's car, like, was it just one guy or multiple guys you've slashed tires?
Great Scots donated $25. Really appreciate your efforts, Brian, for getting the message out for masculinity, but half these TTS hurt the show and almost unbearable. You should learn from Myron and better the quality of the show.
Oh, this is just the end segment.
Etherio_ donated $25. I'm trying to get the opera singer to sing for me every night.
They're gonna all marry you. What is happening?
Hugging Around donated $25. Ladies, how would you feel if you wrote a book and it did really well and your husband took all the KKA to buy MO?
Pretty good. I'd feel good about it. Just saying.
Ladies, how would you feel?
Like all the dough?
6,969 still worth it, bro. 69 donated $25. Much respect, Brian. But why you hit the blunt like calf? Eating peaches donated $26. 3 girls on the right.
What was that song,
I bite them peaches in the bleachers all night. First date. Just met on a bus. Hitchhiking. I ain't no biatch.
Good for you,
Is that
buddy.
a lyric?
Absolutely not.
Good for you.
What was that?
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Okay. It was under the threshold. You said consent-based morality is a lie. What does that mean?
Yeah, I think that people can consent to things that are harmful to them and to other people. And so I think the whole idea that if you consent to something, it's okay is a lie.
I would agree with that. Consent-based morality is dumb and easy to defeat.
You said being an OF woman, you did quotes on woman, does not require any skills or attributes and is not a real job, even though you're earning
Jim
money.
donated $25.
Yes.
LDS girl, are you not familiar with the Book of Mormon? It is sacred text of the Church of the Latter-day Saints movement. Mormon was their term, not something forced upon them.
Yeah, so we read from the Book of Mormon, and that's why the name Mormon was given to us. So yes, that is true. I am familiar with the Blue Book.
It's blue?
It is.
Is it like teal or is it blue?
No, it's like a dark navy
It's a
blue.
navy. It's a dark navy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are there any like accents of like purple in there, or is it it's
mostly blue?
dark navy?
The book is blue.
I've
The
never
church
seen.
is
Do
true.
you have one? I haven't seen one.
My husband has one.
Okay, we don't. Okay,
Sorry.
I don't know, I'm just derailing.
Okay, what was the question?
Well, you.
Oh yeah,
Being
I
an
do. I
OF
believe
woman
that
does not require
like,
any skills or attributes, and it is not a real job, even though you're earning money. You're sitting next to a girl who does OF, and there's another OF girl right here.
Yeah.
That's what she said. Do you guys want to? Do you want to address her hateful comments? Do you want to address it?
I just think it's her opinion, and I feel like anything that you can monetize.
Talina
off
Gornes
of is a bad-
donated $25. Ladies, quickly give one reason why you're voting for Trump in this upcoming election, and one reason why you're not voting for Sleepy Joe. Hashtag Trump 2024.
My reason is because that's what Andrew's doing, so I only vote to double his vote or
Various
cancel the vote of
crazy
a
people
feminist
donated
somewhere.
$25. Imagine an opera singer as a wife. The
Bet.
veracity of the nag would be unbearable.
That's literally the magic flute. Queen of the Night aria. It's like a harp.
It's literally the mom nagging her daughter, so.
At least that's what I learned from Amadeus, which is obviously historically accurate.
I mean, it's pretty close, all
The
things
movie?
considered.
It's probably.
I mean, it's
not
fictitious, but yeah.
Yeah, it's not historically accurate, but.
So do you think that it requires like specific talent to post like pictures of yourself on the internet?
I'm gonna just say this: the way I shake my ass, I think that it is the talent. That's all I'm saying. I'd like to see you do it.
Okay.
I can't do it.
And
But
that's
I think that sexualizing yourself like that on the internet is not a talent or skill.
It's also like a cultural thing too, though.
Well, there's a lot of. I'm sorry.
Twerking, like that's like a.
I'm not gonna sit here and say it's a talent.
Dance.
Yeah, but prostitution is like a
That's not
worldwide
prostitution.
phenomenon.
Dancing
Yeah,
is
it
not
is. How is
Selena
OnlyFans
Gomez
not
donated
prostitution?
$25.
That's not prostitution.
Based Rachel, based.
Wait, so you don't think that OnlyFans is prostitution at all?
No, but I also feel like it's literally a platform where you can post anything. It's just like YouTube.
Jayakin donated
Yeah, but like
$25.
98% of it's sexual.
Here's my
That's
weekly
because they decided to do
donation.
that.
I'll be gone for a while.
Thank you, Jay.
Yes, ladies, you're
Appreciate it.
welcome. I'm so damn pretty, LOL.
Yeah, he's a babe.
How
He's a
Is he a babe?
he's a babe.
Just Gerald
cutie.
donated $25. Mrs. Wilson, what's that book that the viewers should go and buy?
It's called Occult Feminism, The Secret History of Women's Liberation. The whole thing is a lie. It was never a grassroots movement. It's totally
Maple
astroturf.
Ethereal _ donated $25. Simping like a madman here, but opera singer has a gorgeous smile too. God damn.
It's the same guy.
She's
Thank
perfect.
you. I wish I had rose petals to throw on her, like whenever these come through.
Damn,
be
he's
fun.
shooting a shot.
You
Good
got
for
some
you,
fans.
buddy. Good for you, buddy.
you.
So what constitutes prostitution then? Like, what's the definition
Yeah.
according to you?
The definition is literally going and selling your body.
Andrew is chat donated $25.
Andrew
Brian,
is chat.
Do you think
if
you
you
have
had
to
to
have
wife
sex
up
for it to be
one,
prostitution?
full progressive feminist
why
or
it's
sex
legal.
worker turned based.
Damn, bro, why you gotta do me dirty like that?
It's a good one.
Full progressive feminist.
Generic statue donated $25.
The progressive feminist, because I
Prostitution,
can
the
I could
exchange of
change her.
sexual
I'll change her.
services for money. Do whatever mental gymnastics
fix
you
her.
want.
I'll fix
You
her.
are a prostitute.
You can save her, Brian, right?
Yeah, I'll save her.
You're behind the screen watching somebody.
What? I missed that.
It said that like prostitution is the exchange of any form of sex for money, and I
Yeah.
agree with that.
I would too.
You also said there's absolutely no good that comes from sex work.
Yes. Period.
Yeah.
And I respect your opinion.
But
But you disagree.
what's the but? What's the but?
Yeah,
What's
my
the but?
personal opinion is I feel like everybody should be able to do whatever the fuck they want. Period.
Why?
Well, but what good comes from it? Like, tell me what good comes from it. That's what I'm saying.
Wait a
People-
minute. Wait, we have to address that everyone should be able to do whatever they want.
Yeah, that's true.
Because what if a guy wants to, down there on the street below the balcony, what if he wants to jerk it in the middle of the street? He should be able to do whatever he wants?
He's gonna do
What I will
Various
say is that
crazy people donated $25. Only tramps is not only prostitution, it's prostitution scaled up for mass distribution. I bet you can find Cheeto boogers in that cleavage.
Cheeto boogers. Yeah, no, I don't eat Cheetos.
Do you
so
prefer
yeah.
Doritos? I feel like you're more of a Doritos gal.
I do like Doritos, but I don't eat them often.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do
I
we
think-
want to talk about everybody should do what they want?
Yeah.
Okay. I just feel like, yes, that's a good example. No, that should not be done. However, where it's something that is consensual and like it's appropriate as far as OnlyFans, people sign up for that and they get what they get. I think that should be acceptable because that's what people want to do.
Okay, so if a 60-year-old man wants to date an 18-year-old girl and she consents, is that cool?
Personally,
Legally.
no, I don't like it, but it's legal. That's why it's a legal thing.
But
I
he
think-
so he
I don't think
should
it's okay.
be able to do it, though.
According to the law. According to the
Okay,
law, do they not?
what if this is Andrew's
Sydney
gonna know this.
donated $25. Hey Maddie me again, you're so pretty, smiles LDS girl. Isn't being black a curse in the Book of Mormon? Huge fan Brian. Rachel is great.
Thank you.
Simp donated $25. Opera girl is wife material.
Damn, they're in love with you. Holy
I know.
shit.
We're gonna get her married by the end of this thing.
For real.
Yeah.
Apparently, all you need to be able to do is sing.
So what if Brian here wanted to dig up
As
his
Watson
grandma and have
donated
his baby there?
$25.
What the fuck?
That's
Rachel
wild. I
Wilson
feel
was
like that's
flipped
so
more
extreme.
than an
That's wild.
apartment
That's
in Fort
wild.
Lauderdale.
Well, I'm just
slammed
saying,
more
like,
times than a
he's not
taxi
hurting
door,
anybody, right?
seen more helmets
Like, what's
than
wrong with
Hitler,
it?
and last, but not least, she has a posse like a punched lasagna.
What the?
Well, I think that this goes back, like you said, anyone
Who
should be
is
able to
this
do what they
West
want.
I hear you.
It's
And
one of
I'll
my
take that
haters,
back. I will take that back.
clearly.
But I mean, as far as what I do with my body should not affect how you feel.
Oh, but it affects society, so it does affect how I feel because you're producing something negative, and so it's going to have a negative effect on
I'm very
society.
body positive. I love my body, and I wish everybody would love their body, and you could do what you would like with your body, as long as it's not hurting somebody.
I love my body too. I respect my body, and I
You
don't want
are
to share it.
destroying the world with your twerking.
No.
Right, go cry about it.
You know what though? It's an actual thing that for girls who, let's say you're a girl who wants to be a virgin until the right man comes along and marries you, it makes it very hard to do that ever since a bunch of women broke like the contract, right, back in the 60s, 70s. If even 30% of the girls are giving it away, like it's going out of style, it makes it really hard for those of us who do want to marry a guy and stay with him, and like, you know, it just kind of ruined the whole marriage thing that we have. Every girl who turns 18 is signing up for OnlyFans. Almost every girl, like I think, like,
well, can I ask a
women
question?
are virgins
There are
now.
only
and they're
two of
wedding
us
night.
out of this table.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean,
Y'all feel the way that y'all feel, but y'all are still married, you know, so it didn't ruin it for
also, do you
y'all.
want the guys that are gonna sign up to and pay for OnlyFans? That's my other question.
Well, why?
Mecca
But
Wing
why are
Zero
so many men
donated
doing that?
$25. It's actually not true that whites are more likely to be serial
That's what I was
killers.
saying.
Check out the database of all serial killers in the US that Florida Gulf Coast University and Radford University have compiled.
Yeah, I was pretty sure that.
Selena
had been
Gomez donated $25. PSA, 5K
yeah, like the
plus
video,
viewers
guys.
and 2K
Guys, like the video.
likes. Like the video and boost the algorithm, people.
Yeah, help us out.
Also,
Thank you, Selena.
OnlyFans
Thank
is
you, Selena.
100%
Thank you, Selena.
prostitution. Definitions matter.
Also, I think another problem with like the liberal opinion about anything in society today is that you guys think, well, it's not you, so it doesn't matter, or
Right.
worry about yourself.
How's that hurting you, though?
And it's
Right.
like, it is. I should care because what you produce and put out into the world has an effect and will have an effect on you and those around you. And so to have the opinion of, well, just worry about yourself, or you do you.
We can look at data to see how bad things have gotten since women's liberation. And if you look at it, it's like if you look at kids who are in a juvenile facility, kids who are in any sort of substance
Ebony
abuse
Toe
treatment
donated
center.
$25.
probably
Why have an OnlyFans to not share it? Give me a hint to find it.
It's my name and then what I study. There you go.
So yeah, if you look at like kids who are homeless, kids who are on psych wards, almost all of them, like it's like 80 to 90% of them come from fatherless homes or homes that are disrupted. Marriage got thrown out the window. There is no family cohesion anymore. And how is this helping anyone? How is this do whatever you want, just don't hurt anybody or take my stuff? Like that hasn't worked for us.
Right.
We no longer have any sort of like societal standard for morality at all.
Oh,
It's
sure,
just do
well,
whatever you want.
Then, I mean, shouldn't you be chastising, fathers for leaving too? Then, I mean,
Well, I would, except for that mostly it's the women leaving, not the
Cody
men.
donated
Oh, I mean, you just threw the example,
$25.
so I-
Imagine perpetuating the downfall in men because you like the money. You'd ride the thin line of the law and say it's okay because it's legal. If killing someone was legal, would you?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think that feminism has led to the destruction of the nuclear family, which is a central part of society.
Tom Jones donated $25. I'm very body positive, LOL.
LOL.
Thank you, Tom Jones. Guys, we're going to wrap up the show here. Before I do that, we will do Twitch Raid. Any final thoughts from anybody before I start wrapping this up?
I would just, the only thing, I don't want to, come off as, condescending. I just, think that you guys can do a lot more with your lives, and you have a lot to offer, and you're beautiful women, and I don't think that you need to do sex work.
Like we said, that's not the only things that we do.
Right,
but
that's
it's
the minimal of what I do.
That's just all you heard.
I didn't even say that when I was asked, what do I do? I brought that up after the conversation was brought up, if you noticed.
Why did you feel the need
Yeah,
to
why did you?
not share that you
Because
guys do?
that's
OF?
not my main thing that I do.
Is it something that you're ashamed of?
Not really. Honestly, that's why I said it when it
Do
was
you
brought
do
up.
BG content, boy-girl content?
No.
You've never shot anything with a guy?
I have, but do I sell that? No.
Have you ever sold it? Sounds like a yes to me. What about you? Do you do BG content?
Yeah, because that's just something that I like to do with my partner, but
How many men have you done BG content with?
two.
Two different guys? Okay.
Is that how they found out about each other? Because
No.
Various crazy
Content
people
of-
upload back up.
No.
Well, here, I have a question.
That
But
would be crazy.
if someone is giving sex away or selling it for $2.99, it becomes a
Yeah.
race to the bottom. Cheap poon is just that, cheap poon. No man who has any self-respect is going to commit. Would you guys, if you were on a first date with a guy, would you guys disclose that you guys do OF?
I have before, but I don't know if it's something that I would just like off the rip, whatever. But I guess like I would say I would want a man to disclose like something like the fact that he has kids to me on the first date. But I don't think that equates. But yeah.
You think it's a bigger deal to withhold somebody's parentage status as compared to their sex worker status?
I don't think that it's comparable at all. I was just saying like an example of something that I would want.
But can you, I mean, my position would be, it would be a bigger issue for a girl to hide her sex worker status than her.
I mean, we're talking about first date, but I'm also not a sex worker.
Lakelnatherio_ donated
Wait, hold on.
$25.
You're not a sex worker?
Thank you for coming, opera singer. You're a
Damn,
dream.
they love you.
Hope it's not the last time I get to see you.
Well, sex worker is sort of this all-encompassing term, but like, I mean, you said you've done boy-girl content, you do OnlyFans, you're a sex worker.
I don't sell those videos. What I sell are provocative pictures, and they're not even nudes.
So when you say you make boy-girl content,
Yeah,
it's not for
You're just-
consumption? It's like
Isn't that what I
private
asked?
content, or?
Yeah, but I already said that I don't sell that.
Did
so
you, have you sold it previously?
No.
I could
So
have,
how do
am I
you
getting
make
gaslit
content?
here?
Yeah.
I could have sworn you said you've done BG content.
I think you're trying to gaslight me and tell me that I said something that I didn't say.
Are you just trying to say like
You said you did BG content
Yeah,
with.
that's literally what I said.
Okay.
Wait, you said you did BG content with
Well, you
two
asked
guys.
a question and I just answered it the way that I answered it.
I don't even understand what that really means.
I think
So
there was
she
just a
likes to-
misunderstanding. I think she was just
But
like
you said
boy
you
girl content
shot-
can just mean a video, and so she's like, I took a personal video with like my boyfriend or something.
And then you asked me how many.
But that's not content.
Content
Content is posted
tends to
for
imply
consumption.
like it's
Okay,
out
I mean,
there.
if you want to
Yeah.
be like by definition, but you asked me a question, I answered it.
Wait, so did you or did you not do content with a man for your OnlyFans or some other platform?
I just said no.
So what did you mean when you said you made BG
I
content?
already said it. I'm not about to like.
No, you didn't really explain it.
But I did though.
So like just for private
Yes.
usage
Private content.
that you sold or didn't sell?
Like, am I dumb?
It's okay.
No, I'm just. What do you mean?
She said she likes to make it. That's what she likes to do. She did it because she liked to do
But
it.
content, like, okay, making a private video is not content.
Okay.
Content
you guys
is
were getting
assumed
into
by the public.
definitions.
Well,
like just.
I think
trying-
we're getting in like modern day definition. Content can still be like content for yourself.
That's why I consider it like.
I mean, if
that's
we're
a-
really looking at the dictionary, I'm talking
I
like
agree.
not like modern urban dictionary kind of thing.
I mean, yeah, but I feel like the context was there.
Yeah,
when the
I know what you
question
mean.
was
The
asked.
context.
But I still said what I said.
At any rate,
I said what I said.
I mean, you weren't confused about it, so.
A little confused, but
Me too. I don't
little
understand it.
bit confused.
I mean, if there's nothing wrong with it, why are you upset? Is my question.
I'm not upset. I just feel like I'm being asked the same thing repeatedly when I already answered the question. And I don't like to repeat myself.
Yeah,
So.
you're just getting really defensive about it.
I'll be
When
that,
if
that's
you're not
fine.
ashamed of it and there's no problem with it, you could be like, "Oh, I misunderstood. I thought that you were saying, have you ever filmed something? I have filmed something, but it was always private." When he asks, "Have you made BG content?" and we're talking about your OnlyFans,
But I didn't misunderstand the question because I did answer the question and I still said,
okay, well
it's
maybe
just something that I
I'm
was
dumb.
doing with my partner.
I might be the dumb one, and
I
you
wasn't
could
selling
clarify it for me. So, have you ever
Because you asked
made?
if I sold it and I said no.
Have you ever given it away for free?
Have you ever posted it? Have you posted?
Girls have free OnlyFans.
Yeah.
No. What? No.
That's wild.
Girls will post that shit for free on Twitter.
Yeah, that's them.
It is.
Okay, but sometimes people play this trick of like, well, I didn't technically sell it, so no, I didn't make it and sell it, but they'll otherwise distribute it for free, for example.
That doesn't apply to me, but yeah.
For example, I've had like situations where I'll ask a woman if she has breast implants, and she'll dance around the question saying, well, no, but she has like the fat transfer thing, which I mean, it's kind of like the question is, have you had any sort of
breast augmentation,
breast augmentation procedure? And they'll be like, oh, I don't have fake boobs. Well, so they'll like play this. Is that semantic? I don't know what that's considered.
So
what that game is. But
let's just cut the shit and say, have you ever posted you doing BG content anywhere online?
I answered the question.
Okay, answer it again.
No.
Okay.
Wait, was the answer no?
The answer is no.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah,
it's been
could have
no.
just said that.
I did.
All right, guys, we're gonna do a Twitch raid. How many? You said you keyed a couple cars and slashed a few tires.
Granny's box underscore
I'm
is
trying
now
to change the
cost
topic. I'm
donated
sorry.
$25. Lickety frickety somewheres that beta cuck. His shika and dudes filled her with goo while he sat in the corner jerking off what TF cuck. Love you all. Gotta go now.
Okay.
Time to get Grandpa's rocks off.
All right, Nick, we're gonna do a raid. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do raid Aladar. So let me just make sure. Let's see. We got Whoa Grandma, but we've been raiding her a lot. Got Bobka. We're gonna do. Actually, we haven't done Bobka. Do we do Bobka? No, we're gonna do Aladar. You can pull up Aladar really quick. Yeah, guys, before we do a raid, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub if you have one, and then I'll just do a quick brief outro here for a bit. Those of you who are watching on Twitch, I appreciate it, guys. We are going to do a raid there in just a sec. GG, well played to the panel.
6,969 time to fix the vibe 69 donated $25. From the window to the wall till the sweat drop down my balls till all the beaches crawl till I skeet motherfucker till I skeet
goddamn. What the fuck is that?
Brings me back.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Unwanted fetus donated $25. Where am I? I'm so cold. Please. Why, mommy?
Damn, son. Okay. Is that okay? So, last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We will be live again Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Rachel will be joining us again. Oh, actually, shit. We're gonna do a Rachel. Forgot if I asked you. Are you free tomorrow for a debate?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm down.
Pretty good chance we're going to be doing a debate tomorrow. Guys, we actually had 10 flakes today. I said 9. We had 10 flakes. We had a no-show that I just totally forgot about. That's how crazy it was that I just totally forgot about one of the no-shows. So let's see. Yeah, and then we'll be doing another dating talk Tuesday, 5 p.m. Pacific. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara. If you're watching on Twitch, we're going to raid Aladar. Nick, if you can pull up Aladar. If you're watching on Twitch,
question on
we're going to drop a raid.
Forums. Are we actually just doing...
He's playing World of Warcraft. Oh, is he doing a raid?
Is this not... Oh my god, this isn't even done yet?
He's in a raid group.
This
What's
is
he doing?
embarrassing, guys.
Oh, he's in Alterac Valley. He's in AV doing some PvP, World of Warcraft Classic. Okay, thanks for watching on Twitch, guys. Hope you guys have a good night. Enjoy Aladar. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Good night. Oh,
this is where I got to decide, like, do I wait a little bit or just jump right back in and...
What the frick?
Oh, whatever.
Lower the volume.
Whatever podcast. What's up, man? Whatever, I got to ask you a question. I actually don't know the question or the answer to this. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to go way past 14,000 followers now. 9 inches on a good day.
What the fuck?
I had 9 inches of snow one time. Look at this. Are we going to get past 14,000 followers now? Holy crap. Anyways, welcome everyone from the Whatever Podcast. The podcast for men, by men, and women. I don't know where they find these women that are on this podcast. I really don't know where. There it is. Chat, look at this. Look at this.
Oh, good. We got them to.
Why is it not in the middle of my? Look at it. Why did
14K followers.
Look at
there
this.
it is.
14,000 followers.
Thank you guys.
We did it.
We helped him out. All right.
Nice.
There you go.
You know how long I've been
Aw.
waiting? Look at this. Thank you very much. Everyone that followed, I appreciate it. That's massive. My goal was to get to 14,000 by the end of the year.
I like to raid smaller
Anyways,
creators just to help them out.
where the men are men, the women are women, and cucks are
What the fuck?
justified by
The cucks? All right. Okay. You can X out that name. He's going into another Alterac Valley. Okay. There it is. All right. Cool. So lastly, no, I think that's actually it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think that's it. Right? Are we forgetting anything? No, I think we hit everything. Okay, cool. All right, guys. Pretty sure we're going to do that stream tomorrow, the debate stream. People are flaky. You never know. Then we'll have Tuesday show. And yeah, that's it, guys. Okay. 07's in the chat. Thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate it. Hope you guys have a good night, and we'll see you again soon. Good night, guys.